Evening! I am like a whole hour late. I said I'll start like an hour ago, but it's okay. We were cooking videos. We're cooking your upcoming videos that you guys get to watch on the channel, so I was a little bit later. Oh my goodness! We love a blank screen. Hi. Okay. Not blank. There you go. Evening. It's time for Italy. Yeah. It's day 6 of reading. And this is not an easy one. Cause like I think this is gonna make the stream go very long. In fact, this stream might go like 7-8 hours long. So that means it's 8 p.m. right now at my place. I have a suspicion that this is gonna be ending at 4 a.m. So yeah. Have I seen Smallfield Enfield review? No, I haven't. I probably won't be able to. So yeah. Will I read the comic that comes out? Maybe. But yeah. Okay, I would love to voice review and whatnot, but I think I'm just gonna go with the flow. Just because it's already quite late where I am. It's 8 p.m. and we don't want this stream to like drag to the point where it's sunrise. Like I don't mind streaming till very late, but I mind, I guess, streaming till the point where it's sunrise. So yeah. I was told that prior to reading Siracusano, I might want to read to be continued. And it's not the whole of to be continued, but it's only one story segment of to be continued. So we might do that since all the segments for to be continued are separate. So I don't think there's some harm in terms of like let's just read one story out of the many stories, right? So we'll get to doing that in a tiny while. Wait, is my base even set correctly? Oh, it is set correctly. I am setting my base at the moment. How are you all liking this rotate feature? It helps me. I get I get my base stuff sorted very quickly. There you go. Okay, yeah, that's fine. No volume. I know. I didn't even turn it on. There you go. Wonder how the recap will go with this stream. Oof. If I want to hear Emperor's voice, try to see the newest video on Yostar. Sure, but I don't have to for now, I think. Okay. Let's read to be continued. As a way to start before the main deal. Okay, I have to go to intelligence. Will I make a video about the Fame story? What Fame story? Fame? Will I make videos about the game story? Yes, I think I want to. But I will do so later. Brown Tail is a sequence of what? I can see this is for... I think this is for... Who is real? This is for Break the Ice. Okay. I will read So Long Roy with Obscure Wanderer, I think. Like we'll read Near Light Epilogue and then we'll read So Long Roy and we'll read Obscure Wanderer when we get there. What are the rest? So this is definitely for after Code of Brawl, I think. And then wait. Which is for which? Brown Tail is for Break the Ice. Then Until Next Time is for Harmony in Head. No, wait, no. This Harmony in Difference. What is this? Oh, I can't predict what story this is just from the book. True Story? True Story is Jesselton. Okay. Any more? What are these two regions? Are they both Yerek? Hello, welcome to the stream. Or are these both? No. This must be someone else. Can I see the title? Just from looking at them? No, I can't. I have to click in. One of these will be Siesta. This looks Siesta. Okay. Yeah, this is Siesta. I mean, Guests arrive at siesta. Okay, I have not read any siesta stories, so yeah. Until next time is Sui. Okay. Shall we read Wolf and Wolfpack? Let's go. "5 minutes late. We better find another place for safety. I don't want to spend a second more than I have to. But you know what? I want even less? To miss our contact. He's supposed to come straight to us the first thing after getting into Langmen. But there ain't a single soul coming out the city gate. He's probably stuck somewhere inside. So we wait. Too many eyes here at the city gateway. You sure you want to stick around? What else are we gonna do? We're gonna do what the psycho bitch wants. Remember the first thing she said after she caught us? Change my mind. Let's hope you're more useful to me alive than dead. Not that thing, the next one. Don't blow this. Mess up a single time, I cut your throats. So instead of risking missing our guy or losing the letter, I'd rather be a little more conspicuous. Whatever. There's the crowd. What does the guy look like again? Don't hurt yourself trying to remember. It's not going to happen. What do you mean? The broad never said anything about what our contact looked like or what he's wearing. He'll come to us, not the other way around. You remember how the meeting goes down, right? Can't be no. The contact asks us, would you like some mayonnaise teppanyaki macaroni? We'll tell him, supersize for 2, and then he'll give us the letter. I'm impressed. Just hearing that password makes me want to puke. Couldn't forget it even if I wanted to. Time you out. Goodbye. It's 9:50. Even the last group into the city is gone by now. Something must have gone wrong. We should move. What if he shows and we ain't here? Like that could happen. We can't just stand around any longer. Maybe customs busted him. Even if not, no harm in waiting for him a little longer. It's his own damn fault he didn't find us. The crazy bitches can't do nothing about that. What's the difference? She's off her goddamn rocker. She ain't gonna think who's at fault here. It's all about results. If you don't move your furry ass right now, you're signing out death certificates. Alright, let's say I do it your way. Where do we look for him? Use your brain. Only a Siracusan would write the loony broad a letter. Aside from Penguin Logistics, who else in Langman's got anything to do with Siracusa? You're telling me it's the traders we brought with us from the old country. Not only did they betray us, they're nabbing our guy. Guess you do still got a couple brain cells to rub together. Can't say for sure it was them, but they do fit the profile. They're gonna know something at least. Andiamo. Those traitorous Kazi. One day, I swear I'm gonna... Hold it. I've been telling you since the first day we stepped into Langmen. They got their own rules here. Don't forget how we lost to the Rat King, and how he let us go without a scratch. Don't need a reminder, Capone. I sure hope so. So we're dropping in on the traitor's hideout. We ain't there to pick a fight or teach them a lesson. Just doing a little information gathering. You hear me? Slow down. This is the place. How do you feel? Never better. What's the plan? Grab a couple and start asking questions. Probably a better way. If they're the mooks who kidnapped our messenger guy from Siracusa, then it's something their boss cooked up. And if it wasn't them, then these small timers ain't gonna know anything. It's times like this you actually give that brain a little workout, huh? So how are we running this one? Like we did in the old days. You gonna make some noise while I sneak in? Not so fast. We're gonna case the joint a little longer. Don't take a risk if their guard is low enough. We're working for the crazy broad, and I need all the help I can get, even if you usually do more harm than good. Listen to yourself. If it wasn't for me, you would have screwed up enough for the cycle to run you through. Haha! 21! Hell yeah! Come to Papa! Hold on. What the hell is that? What's what? You better pay up! We gotta cheat! It looks like playing cards in broad daylight. If I were their boss, I'd shove down the whole deck down their throats. Save it. Who do you even think you are now? Besides, it's pretty convenient for us that they ain't paying attention. I lost big this time. Haven't been paid jack for a while now. Haven't been playing otherwise. What? You think I'm loaded? You're trying to steal from me. Your turf is close to the markets. At least you can pick up some odd jobs and run some errands around there. Me? I gotta stroll around the infected camp. Places like a graveyard. No work like law. So even if I tried looking for some odd jobs. Who's there? What was that? I heard someone say something just now. Pretty damn close. What did they say? I think it was odd jobs. You're hearing things. Or some punks try to spook you. Maybe. Are you out of your mind? No. Back when we picked up these kids, when we made them Gambinos, Sicilians. Did I ever think they'd end up errand boys? Out of my mind. What was all those years of blood, sweat and tears for? What are they in this for? To live another day, you egomaniac. This is all good news with the shape we're in. And you're complaining. Of course I'm complaining. How am I supposed to? Shit. The packing heat. No, that's an original explosion. Couple blocks away. From the sound of it. Where are you going? You wanna stay here your whole life? Slow down. Gambino, you're running too! Capone suddenly finds himself speechless, just as Gambino did when he reached the area a dozen or so seconds ago. A man wearing a black hat and raincoat stands in front of them. A number of local Langmanite triads lies on the ground around him. Some of them are unconscious, while others are groaning as they hold their wounds, but they are all alive. Would you like some mayonnaise teppanyaki macaroni? Yeah, supersize for two. Buon appetito. Capone walks a few steps forward and takes a letter from the man in black. The wax seal on the envelope seems familiar, but he doesn't recognize what it represents. Buongiorno. Which family do you? Bus. No. Mr. Gambino. Tommaso. What are you doing here? No, who gave you this letter? Where's the guy you got this from? I don't know. The letter's from me. I know what kind of man you are, Tommaso. You can't fool me. I know you don't have what it takes to put all these men on the ground by yourself. The bit you half did. The letter's man gotta be the one who did this. You tell me where he went, if you know what's good for you. I can't. Looks like you got pretty forgetful since I've been gone. Then I guess I gotta squeeze it out of you. You're back for death. No. I won't tell you, no matter what. Not even if you kill me. Alright, you asked for it. Gambino. Since when do you get all sentimental? We find the letter man, we might just get a way out of this godforsaken town. Back to... Look at the envelope, the seal. Don't tell me you don't know what that is. It's from her. Why is she thinking about Langman? Crap! It's the LGD! They're here looking for the blast! Tommaso, come with us! He's gone! Don't worry about him. We're in enough trouble. Drop your weapons! Surround it! This way. That's a dead end. Trust me. Hurry. Is this a gang war? No. Looks more like a one-sided power move. See? They're all alive. You're right. The hurt pretty damn bad though. The perpetrator can't be far. Let's move. Which way? We have patrols on both ends of the street. If they have even half a brain, they go down this alley. I know this alley. It's a dead end. This is your idea of a way out? Didn't you hear him? They got men posted on both ends of the street. We're trapped. Alright, come on now. You can't hide. Seeing as you didn't kill any of them, we'll go easy on you. Stop resisting. Come out already. They're gonna find us. Shut up. I'm thinking. We know you're hiding behind that wall. Drop your weapons and come on out. Got anything yet? I'm thinking. I'll say it again. Drop your weapons and we'll go easy. In your dreams! Freeze! Stop right there! No! Make a run for it! What? He's got an accomplice! Is this a diversion? Quick! Call for backup! He's got at least one accomplice. They have crossbows. Terrible aim! Terrible! What? If this wasn't Lungman, I would have blown your brains out! Oh my, he's offended. They probably won't catch us here. All we ever do these days is run. And all because of a few bunks. It's just like you say that. It's just like you to say that, you egomaniac. That arrogant air of yours gets more intense the harder we're screwed. Pisses me off more than we did when we were young. Taking a trip down memory lane. A little. I still remember who gave me this last arrow wound here. If I weren't in the same boat as that Kazo now, I gave him one a match, a little closer to his heart. No point in going down memory lane otherwise. You're damn right. And I'd love to stick another arrow in that arrogant bastard. The brain this time, and I won't miss. Nice. If you want to do me in so badly, why don't we get right down to it? You think I'm scared of you? What else could it be? You couldn't take me down, not without getting the jump on me. Sure, I couldn't take you in a fight. Oh, finally admitting it. Don't forget who we work for. You brought her up earlier. Now it's my turn to remind you. Looks like you're still sane enough to calm down. Thank God. I'm still worried though. After all, we didn't get the letter from the real contact. You think that crazy broad might say we messed up? How would I know? All I know is the two of us together wouldn't last 10 seconds against her. Ain't like we got a choice. So why worry about it? I can smell you two through the door. You've been standing outside for a while. What's up? Nothing, ma'am. All is well. Everything's just fine. We got the letter. Everything's fine? Yeah, it all went really well. Great even. It all went well. But it took you this long to come back. Show me the letter. Done already. You read it that fast? Got a problem? No, not at all. No problems with that. Not a single one. No opinions even. Feels like you still have something to say though. What he's trying to say is, does the letter talk about us at all? Well, yeah. The letter says I can deal with you two however I like. What's the matter? No reaction to that bit of information? Is that really it? Never would have thought. You've got a nose for this sort of thing. The letter says that, considering what absolute failures, what miserable embarrassments you two have been, I should dig a hole somewhere out in the barren lands and leave you 6 feet deep. You don't seem very surprised. What's to be surprised about? Even I think we're embarrassing. So, what you gonna do? Take your own lives in disgrace? You could try to make a run for it again. I'll give you 15 whole seconds this time. Don't joke about that. We know the score. I have another idea. You two never actually meant all that much to them in the first place. You know their rules, right? Stop fooling yourself. Signora Cecilia isn't gonna care about 2 rabid stray dogs. Hell, she doesn't even care about me. You two know what that means. It's Siracusa itself that wants you two gone. I don't really care much about that. But even I think you two desperate puppies are a pathetic sight. So why don't you duel it out? They'll get you back some of the so-called honor. The one who wrote the letter ends up in a better mood. And I'll get me some quiet time. How about it? What do you think? A blood pact then. What was that? If we go against the letter's instruction, betray our own family, and even make a pact with you, you'll only be able to protect the ones who lives, right? Pact! Protect! Betrayal! Do I have to tell you guys how many times you stab each other in the back? Me? Alright, I accept. Capone! Didn't you just tell me there's no point in going down memory lane? Alright, I'm in. I'll cut a tree, and this is when we'll go. We'll see who lives. And by the way, I didn't strike before I finished talking. That's me making it up to you for all the times I stabbed you in the back. Alright, traitor. We call it square. 3, 2, 1. Fight! I can't maniac laugh. It's not in my system to maniac laugh. I'm so sorry that I won't be able to mimic her laughter. I love that. More! Give me more! Feel the hate in your hearts. Show me just how far you can go with your lives on the line. Gambino, now! Take this! To the left. No, wait. She didn't even draw her sword. Amateurs! I know where your attacks are coming from without even really looking. You make a good couple of brothers. The dumb one is dumb as hell, and the one that looks smart only looks it. I bet you two don't even have the heart back in Siracusa when you were little. Life must have been comfortable. Gambino, don't give her the room to talk. No, wait. Barehanded. Is that so surprising? It's like we come from two totally different Siracusas. Just like this? How does it feel to have your own crossbow bolt pressed against your throat? Can't say I'm feeling a lot. Since you didn't like my idea, I'll have to follow the letter and dispose of you two in whatever way that pleases me. You forgot about one thing. What's that? This is Lungman. So? You can't cut the throat with a rubber tip bolt. I knew you had a knife on you. Didn't expect you'd be so quick to draw it. But still, too slow. And sure, these bolts with rubber heads can't kill. But it's not so hard to find your Arota. Capone! Congrats! You saved your life. So what? You're still gonna... Save it, Capone! We should have died here a long time ago. Let's at least go out like real Sicilians. Oh? For a brief moment, Gambino and Capone think they're seeing things. They see Lappland holding the exquisitely decorated envelope and the neatly unfolded letter above an open flame. A corner of the letter lights up. Are you nuts? You burned the Signora Sicilia letter. Oh, you didn't think I was nuts? It's a letter full of pretentious, make-believe honor tripe. Feels much better to burn it. This crazy bitch. What? You're gonna stick up for her? I wouldn't dare. Now that's the truth. You wouldn't dare. Neither of you. Whether it's baring your fangs against her or sticking up for her, you wouldn't dare. You think she chased you out of her homeland, but you don't dare speak up. Aren't you angry? Don't you think it was her fault that you got exiled from Siracusa? Are you really so scared of her? Even though she says right in the letter, she wants you dead. You still can't stand seeing that very letter burn. Lame. Get up. Where are you taking us? Taking you? Why should I have to take you anywhere? Aren't you gonna bury us out in the waste? What you two did was clumsy as hell, but it wasn't like completely embarrassing. Also, the letter's gone now, so why should I listen to her? Alright, get up. You've got work to do. You can't just be lying around on the ground. What work? There's more than one lone wolf in the city. What do you think of Lungman tea? Seems like it's not your taste. I've heard Siracusans only drink tea with the sick. I couldn't have said it better. This is Lungman. We Lungmanites like our tea with more leaves, Mr. Kadadu. I have no opinion. I'm only here as a messenger of the Signora. But I hope you can understand that no matter which land we walk, Siracusans are always Siracusans. And we Siracusans don't drink lukewarm tea. Sure, but some of our friends from Siracusa have come to enjoy the aroma of the tea. Do you, or perhaps the Signora you represent, really plan on forcing some other beverage into their mouths? The Signora has no plans to interfere with them, out of respect for you, and as an apology for their transgression in Lungmen, you may deal with them as you see fit. I have to apologize to you too. This morning, our locals mistook for an accomplice of theirs. That's why they brought you to their hideout. Thank you for not killing any of them. Please, no thanks necessary. Well then, if there is nothing else. Sorry, but there is. Please, by all means. The Signora has no intention of dealing with that undisciplined bunch in any way, but there are two men we must do something about. You mean those two lone wolves? Exactly. Showing the rest of them leniency is the most that the Signora can tolerate, but she would not allow these two to cut ties with the pack. I have heard a few things about them. We won't interfere with the mutual grudge they hold with Siracusa. We appreciate your understanding. Furthermore, you can rest assured that we will refrain from doing anything unnecessary during their stay in Lungmen. However, if they plan to spend too much time outside fooling around, we will have to interfere. As long as you do so within the bounds of Lungmen's rules. We will try, but we can't promise anything. Is that a threat? Certainly not. Then your choice of the word try is quite worth chewing over. I will get to the point. You don't want to break Lungmen rules while you're in Lungmen. We don't want to, of course. To tell you the truth, if we had the choice, we definitely don't want any kind of conflict between us and Lungmen or its mighty Yenni's protector. You think too highly of an old man like me. Some things must be done. I hope you can understand. And for both our sakes, let us pray things won't progress to that point. Pray. Can I take it that's where you stand? With my greatest respect for Lady Cecilia, yes. That's where I ultimately stand. Very well, I understand. To the best of our ability, we will try to keep things from progressing to that point. Good. Please excuse me now. Thank you for your hospitality. If the opportunity arises, perhaps we can invite you to Siracusa for a cup of what is a quad? Oh! Is that a 4-shot espresso? A cup of quadruple espresso. I appreciate it. But first things first, won't you finish that tea? A guest must wholeheartedly accept their host hospitality. This too is one of Lungmen's rules. The black-clad Siracusan takes the teacup in front of him and finishes it in one go. Will this do? Of course, my dear friend. Please travel safe. Is he gone? Yes. Our men followed him until he left the city. It didn't look like he was going to change disguises or anything. Good. You heard my conversation with the man just now, right? Yes. Get the word out. I want everyone to keep an eye out on the Siracusan Mafia. I will. As for the two lone wolves, with Emperor keeping an eye out on one of them. I'm not worried about her. But the other one, keep a close eye on her until she leaves Lungmen. I will. And what do we do if she doesn't leave? Today is Friday, isn't it? That's right. But what do you mean? If memory serves, everyone always calls it something Friday. What was it again? I can't say how I know how you youngsters talk these days. Anyways, Ice Castle Hotel has 30% off today, doesn't it? I'll ask. If they're running the discount, book a dinner for 2 tonight. Dinner for 2? Understood, on it. Calm down. I'm just going to eat with an old friend. still don't understand what is Gambino and oh god, what's the other guy's name? The other guy. I just don't know what their role is. Ah yeah, Capone. Yeah. I can't picture it. Even after reading this little mini story. My god. Alright, Siracusano. This story has the same, almost same length as Near Light, man. And I'm doing it in one stream, I'm not splitting it apart. Let's go. Where is it? Oh, so long. Let's do it. The streets of Colombia as a whole are generally more spacious and vibrant than those of Siracusa. But when walking through these streets, one sometimes feels a sense of emptiness, as if one doesn't belong. Hey! Oh wait, it's Colombian. Hey you, car wash guy! Heard you're from Siracusa, so I got a question for you. Here to wash cars, not answer questions. Don't be like that, pal. Relax, we're not here to cause trouble for broke-ass bumpkins like you. Heard a group of your countrymen came into the town today. We just want to know where they are. What business do you have with them? Business? Catching up old times? Old times, huh? Hey, my Nono always tell me, never forget you're a Siracusan. You don't look Siracusan to me. Me, Siracusan? Huh? Colombia is the future, pal! It's where the gold certificates are. The young associates of the Colombian families always heard from their forefathers that they came from Siracusa, but they've never taken it seriously. Your roots will always be in Siracusa. It's the crusty old fossils who say stuff like that. Colombia is the land of pioneers. Roots? We don't need roots. That's right, Hick. You better tell us where your Pasadi is. Paesat, Sonny? What is this? If you don't want any accidents happening to your little shop here, they're in the bar across the street. You've got a good head on your shoulders, pal. Don't see a whole lot of wolf pups out there as bright as you. To be a pioneer is to invite chaos, and the Colombian families gradually lost the order they should have had amidst the chaos. But for Siracusa, order stands taller than the law itself. The car wash worker zones out their noise and commotion, turning and slowly opening a cabinet to produce a tool that he is all too familiar with. It is heavy and sharp, having been meticulously polished by the car wash worker. The gleam reflecting off its blade reminds one of the moonlight in Siracusa. Then he slowly walks towards the complacent idiots who have their backs turned to him, like a car wash worker who only wants to scrub the floors before opening up shop, like a Siracusan. Tex's eyes snap wide open. As her vision comes into focus in the darkness, she sees a poster Axia put up against her will. Her hands transmit her to the sensation of the down quilt that Croissant sold to her at a special price when the season changed. Sora's sleep assisting CD is still playing. All of this lets her breathe a sigh of relief. She understands full well that the dream had never really happened, that the Colombian family never had a chance to pester the Siracusan guests. As for the car wash worker, she has only met him once. A dream that has no meaning except to remind her of her Siracusan roots. Since coming to Langmen, she hasn't had this dream in a long while. So why have it now? She unconsciously wants to see the night outside her window. The moonlight still shines bright and clean. Myriad colors still dot Langmen's landscape. But within it all is an existence utterly incompatible with everything around it. Outside her window, on a rooftop beneath the moon, a wolf is staring directly at her. If everything surrounding it can be called the creation of civilization, then this wolf is undoubtedly a symbol of the wild ways. He does not belong here, and never should have appeared here. But he still appeared in all his majesty. His figures seemingly tower above everything else around him. Come! It's time for you to fulfill your end of the deal. Is that Lappland or is that a wolf? In an instant, Texas understands why she had that dream. Dreams are not necessarily connected to reality, but dreams often are omens. And without a doubt, the dream she had tonight portends that her past has come knocking on her door. Noisy, excessive, corrupt. How far you've fallen to become indolent in a place like this. But at least you thought of killing me the moment you saw me. That means my trip was still worthwhile. I can give it a serious try, Zaro. Won't make a difference in the end. Same as 7 years ago. Should feel grateful. Last wolf of familiar Texas. Our deal still stands, which means you still have a chance to pay off your debt. The Wastelands have always played fair. Stop calling yourself the Wastelands. It has never cut deals with anyone. Signora de Lupi. Maybe you've just never gotten close enough. Stop talking in circles. What do you want me to do? Follow me back to Siracusa. You are to assist my Feng. Feng? Fulfill his request and consider your debt paid in full. At that time, whether you choose to return here or remain there is no longer any of my concern. Fine. If it ain't Zaro, Lord of Wolves, then you can just show up in my city, take my people, leave like it ain't no thing. Your brain overgrown with weeds now too. My bad. Forgot you ain't even got a brain. Emperor, my wrench kin. How long has it been since we just last met? 200 years. 3. What is the revolting outfit of yours? What are you dressing up as? What happened to your sheet music? Or your conductor's baton? Have you finally gotten tired of potentially tickling the ivories atop the lofty spires of Litanian? Mind your business, Zaro. As if I'd remember when the last time we met was. Wish there wasn't the last time. Or there won't be a next time. And then I forget about this time. I don't understand. You can choose to step aside and then forget all about it. Did I stutter? Get your sorry ass back to Siracusa. Leave my people out of your shit. I don't even get how your brothers and sisters still let you and your butts play your little mob game in Siracusa. There are many paths to victory. This was my decision. It's got nothing to do with you. Y'all had some kind of inside deal there, right? Like y'all keep to your turf. Keep out of human business. Take a good look at yourself. You hardly look any different from the humans, and you're telling me to stay out of human affairs. What are these toys of yours with the glaciers that have not melted for tens of thousands of years? What are these ridiculous black glasses of yours compared to the lasting darkness of the polar nights? And then there's your so-called music. What need is there for music? And you already have the coldest wind. Throw all this away, Emperor. You are forgetting what you truly are. What we truly are. You made those rules. They ain't for me. My life ain't your business, Wolfie. They came up with something new. I decided I like it, and I made it mine. Simple as that. We've always belonged to the wasteland. You showed your ass calling this land the waste. Ain't nothing wasted here to me. Think you're any different from the humans? Rolling around the forests of Siracusa didn't get you all hungry for power. You never thought about where all that ambition came from. Zaro, you ain't made no progress in millennia. And on top of that, you also picked up the dumbest shit humanity's got on offer. Stole your fangs, kid. That's rude. There's no point fighting amongst ourselves. Nothing will come of it. I'm just a messenger. Yet the claim was rightfully mine. She isn't even qualified to be my pawn yet. My people are more qualified to do anything, including gutting you. You're a people. She doesn't belong to you, Emperor. Perhaps you can ask her your opinion. 7 years ago, when I wanted out of Colombia, Zaro struck a deal with me. I'd be allowed to go free. In return, I would do him one favor in the future. Without this promise, I wouldn't have made it out of Colombia alive. I know all that. Point is, I'm gonna live with him. Sorry, boss, but I have to honor my word. I don't give no shit about deals and words, Zaro. She's my employee. Texas, I could, magnanimous man I am, give you some vacation time, let you sort out your business. Got nothing to do with me. I mean, banking logistics employees are free, even if they're in Siracusa. You, Zaro, if you dare get up in the business, I'll show up in your stinking land, rip the tail hairs out of you and every one of your siblings. Make myself a nice broom. Child of Texas, you may make preparations as you see fit, or say your goodbyes. No need. Sorry, boss, but I'm going to need a favor. Tell the girls I'm going to be gone for a while, but I'll be back soon. I'll just tell them you're crying about wanting to head back to Siracusa. You took a long vacation. I tried to stop you, but you won't take no for an answer. Then, I'll have to buy some extra souvenirs and apologize to them when I get back. If you have nothing to say, let's be off. Fine. And so, a woman and a wolf walk westward, soon disappearing into the night. The streetlights flicker on and off. Volsini alleyway. Did I make it? Good question. When did you? You're pretty lucky. Right when you took the shot, you bent over to pick up the keys that have fallen over under the seat. Who are you people? What did I ever do to you? Did I make it? Did I make it? Can you make it away from the air and water? Can a Siracusa never get away from the rainy season? Who could ever get away from them? Oh well, from us. What famiglia do you belong to? I've done everything right. No gambling, no debt. I'm just an ordinary clerk in Il Ministero di Lavori Pubblici. Oh, Il Ministero di Lavori Pubblici. There is a hot topic around Volsini these days. I know the son of Don Bellone. That's enough talking. Now's my chance. What a pain in the ass. A little trick will save you. The rain's not letting up, huh? Want a bite? After all, this is Siracusa, the land of pizza. I've ordered all the flavors the gourmet guide said were worth ordering. At least one of us is in a good mood. You didn't forget why we come here, did ya? Not like worrying about it is gonna do any good. I've been asking around. Those guys in black suits don't ever say anything. All I heard is that some family by the name of Bellone recently welcomed a guest. I'm gonna head over and take a look around their place. That scene though! The Falbies are gonna make a detour once they pass by. Ain't that all the more reason to worry? Let me tell you, our girl's from here. With her skills, she won't get into any big trouble. Plus, we came here with the expectation that we might not see her face to face at all. Isn't that right, Sora? Plays and opera are a very robust scene in Siracusa. Whether you're in the tavern or the theatre, there are always many performances to be found. Siracusans from all walks of life regard opera as a way to unwind. They say even the mobsters are no exception. So I thought, maybe if I could get into a troupe. I'm gonna hand it to you, Sora. Quick thinking there, nabbing this chance through Monster Siren Records. Coincidentally, my agent asked if I was interested in going to Siracusa to develop my career, which I turned down because I didn't want to leave Lungmen. But even so, ain't Siracusan's opera way different from your usual style? It sure is. Both the choreography and the singing will pose major challenges. Plus, we're also talking about a completely different kind of stage. But after seeing my performance, the director said he'd be willing to give me a shot. If MSR didn't already have a contact ready to go, I would keep waiting. Are you sure I'm not gonna wake up to find you also disappeared without saying goodbye? That's not going to happen. I'm not even brave enough for that. Speaking of which, Ain't it time for your meetup with the troupe artistic director? You've always had those meetings in some kind of company building or theater before. Crazy you wanna meet here in a restaurant like this? That's not completely unheard of. Some people prefer to chat in a more natural, everyday setting to get a better feel of the actor. An everyday setting, huh? Popping up in Siracusa like this don't feel natural to me at least. But all I'm doing is to hope it goes well. Let me get back to Lungman. Texas paying for 3 months of boba tea? No, make that 6. Only 6? We've got a chance to make her pay through the nose. Oh, the director actually showed. Help me! What's going on? Look out! Spectacular! I got great shots from the rehearsal just now. How was it, Senor Bernardo? Not bad. Really? But not good either. You're too eager to perform, Lena. It's as if you want 10 critics to see 12 different emotions in one of your performances. But that's too excessive for my needs. Just give me one thing. As long as it's yours, your own grief, your own passion, your own desolation. It's not easy being an actor. You're not a prop on the stage, Lana, and you should not settle for being a prop other. Senor Director, the guests from Lungman have arrived. Very good. Are you sure you need to meet her with her personally though? She's just a small-time songstress from Lungman. I can handle this myself. Loreno, I know that you as Lena's uncle have always sought to impede her potential competitors. But you could try to hide it a little better. I'm not trying to hide anything from you at all. It's just that we don't have a particularly deep relationship with Monster Siren Records. Rather, there isn't a single theater troupe in Siracusa who thinks highly of this agency trying so desperately to wriggle into our market. But you went beyond expectations in agreeing to the deal to bring one of their singers over to study at our theater. Both logically and emotionally, this doesn't benefit us at all. And now you're even going to meet with her personally.
Laptop the unemployed, she just like
yes,
me.
thank you, Vamos. It's as you say, Rolando. She's just a small-time songstress from Lungman with nothing inherently deserving of my attention. But as you will soon see, from Lungman Pat holds a special significance. Are you talking about? Thank you. Tell him, don't go overboard. It's our life, isn't it? Why did I give him this accent? I'm so sorry if I'm butchering it. I'm committing now because he's a main character now. I gave up on the normal guy because I'm like, I might not see him later, but he's a main guy, so I gotta commit. These guys are actually using explosive bolts. Are you alright, sir? I'm fine. Foreign now. But you people, you're foreigners, right? You should have helped me. Getting mixed up with those people is a good way to get killed. Am I the only one who thinks it's mighty strange there's a murder in the broad daylight and nobody seems to care? These guys are tougher to deal with than the gangsters back in London. You're only making trouble for yourselves, Straneria. What a coincidence. The thing I'm second best at is making trouble for myself. By the way, the thing I'm best at is getting rid of those troubles. You're in Siracusa now. So what? So that means you have no idea what you're getting yourself into. Watch out, Exia. Attacking civilians. Which familia... Oh wait. Which familia are you with? Have you forgotten our ironclad laws? Talk about bad timing. No wonder this little runt kept running towards Lavinia commute. Let's get out of here. Get back here! The G in familia is silent. Oh, so it's familia. Ah, I see. It's like familia, but like don't pronounce the G too hard. Okay. Judge Lavinia, I remember you. You're from Il Ministro de Lavori Pubblici. What's going on? I have no idea. I was just heading to work. From the way those guys were dressed up, they should have known the rules. Then why? I'm just a law-abiding citizen. I've never even gotten mixed up with the family. Why? Why are they still? Your Honor, don't you think there's been something weird in the air recently? Are the three of you alright? I'm fine, but those guys ended up getting away. I never expected Siracusa's customs to be so cutthroat. Foreigners in Siracusa should try to be a bit more careful. And who might you be? I'm Lavinia, a judge for the city. What about you? You can call me Exia, and she's Sora. And there's Croissant over there. First of all, I would like to thank you. Your brave actions saved the life of this innocent civilian. Need my help chasing those guys now? Don't bother. They know the city like the back of their hands, and you won't ever catch them. I'll sort the rest out. Where are you from? We came from Lappland. Might as well give us your business card. If you ever need something delivered, you can give us a holler. Lappland. Banquet Logistics. You're with the logistics company. That's right. No matter what it is, a tiny coin or a big old burden piece, we can take it wherever you need it to go. Day or night, rain or shine, the customer satisfaction is our mission. Oh, assuming you have the money to pay, that is. Is our pitch that funny? No, I'm sorry. I've just been a bit on edge lately. Did you come to Volsini to expand your business, or just for pleasure? Either way, you chose an unfortunate time to come. Well, actually, we came looking for a friend of ours. Lavinia, we're about to enjoy a grand celebration. What better time could there be to visit? New city is about to be born in Volsini, the greatest event in the history of Siracusa. Should they be lucky enough, our new friends may get to witness its birth. Bernardo. Don't worry, these are my guests. Yours, or your troops? Which would you prefer? I hope it's neither. That's too bad then, because the answer is both. It's not too late to go back to Lappland right now, Exia. What do you mean? You always get the wrong idea about me, Lavinia. I wasn't even the one who invited them here. Senorita Sora chose to come to Volsini herself. Isn't that right? Yes, sir. In fact, I'm grateful to Compagnia della what is that word? I am not Italian enough to know how to read that. Compagnia dell'Alba. Compagnia dell'Alba. Elba. For being willing to take me. Alright then. Since you're Signor Bernardo's guest, you won't have to worry much about your safety, at the very least. Just please contact me if you need something, alright? My number's right here. Can do! Now then, I need to ask this gentleman about what happened to him. The rest of you, enjoy your chat. Just do not pronounce G's. Oh, okay. Bernardo! Oh! Wait, are you the Bernardo? The artistic director of Compagnia dell'Alba? That I am. Oh wow, you came all the way out here just for us. I've always chosen actors myself. After all, you know what to say about wanting a job well done. And who might these two be? They're good friends who came to Siracusa with me. We're her bodyguards too. The name's Croissant. And you can just call me Exia. Very interesting names. Shouldn't we be moseying along? There's no need. The familiar associates don't cause trouble without reason. I'm not sure what kind of mess that clerk got himself into, but Siracusa is not without its own order. This ain't your typical order now, is it? You think so? I got the impression our Santa friend here would be quite familiar with it. Not even in Laterano. Something like that would be considered straight up assault. The Signora of Siracusa always says she's brought guns and order from Laterano, but the reality seems a bit different. The customs here may be a bit too extreme for outsiders, but if you plan on spending any time here, you'll want to get used to them as quickly as possible. Setting aside the little intermezzo we are enjoying, Signorina Sora, now is a good time to discuss your new job. Oh, of course. I'm assuming you haven't read the script yet, correct? This is our troupe's latest masterpiece, and your role is found within. It would be an honor. We haven't finalized the title of this production yet, but the name our creative team has finally chosen for this tragedy in 3 acts is La Morte di Taxos. I'm humored by the own way I said it. What do you say? Oh, since my play have already captured your attention, let's take our time and talk. Alright, I'd almost forgotten all the commotion just now. Benvenuti in Siracusa, miei amici. It just had to be Lavinia again. Rotten luck. And there was a Sancta too. What the hell would a bunch of foreigners just show up in Siracusa at a time like this? Plus, she's got some real skills too. Think it might be true that the Signora Cecilia guy might already be in Vocini. Who cares? Let's head back and then... Who's there? Relax, Paisani. I ain't your enemy. Who do you belong to? If I had to say, I suppose I got myself a Sicilian. A Sicilian? Stop joking around. They got wrapped out ages ago. Is that so? I don't have the energy to waste my breath on you, so get out of my way. Unless you got a death wish. I'm just here to remind you that there are people from the court waiting in ambush over there. Stay clear, if you know what's good for you. What? Who the hell do you think you are? I've never heard anything about you. I've never heard nothing about nobody coming to talk to us. Of course you didn't. Because I didn't come here to talk to you. That brings me to the second thing I'd like to remind you of. The Sicilians may have been erased, but they didn't die out. What? By the way, we came here to silence you. You talk too much. Hope Lappland's not rubbing off on you. That we can agree on. Hey, it's me. We're done here. Stay in place and wait. You're the boss. And I got a choice. Looks like we chose the wrong day to come back. Why do you say that? Rain. I hate the rain more than anything. It's the rainy season. I already told you before we came back. Now that you don't have your little brother trimming your fur for you, I think we ought to go across the street right now and get it all shaved off. Watch it, or that mob's gonna come right off your scalp. I actually was considering it myself, but my barber talked me out of it. Said my head's lopsided, I look ugly. But I gotta hand it to you for finding a way to make some money so quick. Looks like you spent too much time in Lungman, Capone. That Lin fella, sure he's got a few tricks up his sleeves, but doesn't Lungman's governor have him pinned down pretty good? But this is Siracusa, and here, the family run the show. It's easy to find an odd job or two. With so many family running around, everyone needs to get some capable hands. Alright, maybe I was in Lungman too long, but what really surprises me is how they're still running the same playbook they used to when I left Siracusa. The family controls everything in the city from the shadows, but they never walk onto the stage. Why do you say that? A new city is about to be born. On the surface, they're in the middle of voting for its administrator. But the truth is, the family backing these peoples are constantly jockeying for power. What the hell are you even talking about? If we didn't lose our city, we'd be doing the same exact thing. I've been away from Siracusa for too long, Gambino. Was it 8 years? 10? That's a drop in the bucket. What's gonna change in that amount of time? It's been long enough to change the way I see a lot of things, but clearly not long enough to fix your short-sightedness. You know, it ain't like we came to no peace agreement, you and me. Our work just isn't done yet. If you're so eager to die, I'm glad to send you on your way. How can you be sure you won't be the one dying? What? How did you know? Bartender, get your ass out here! Oh! that's not a valid reaction. Oh man, I don't even know what kind of voice I want to give to this guy. What voice do I want to give to you? I don't even know. I didn't think that the two of you were on such good terms. Looks like your patron ain't as reliable as you thought, Gambino. Let's be clear here. As long as the two of you complete my commission, I naturally will not mistreat you. However, the commission is not yet complete. You think you can double-cross me? A double-cross. If this is your idea of a double-cross, then I recommend you to open your eyes a bit wider, Sicilian. So where does that put us now? I need to see what you two are capable of. Right here, right now. It's that simple. As long as you walk out of this alley alive, you pass. I thought you were gonna say you'd take both of us out at once. My brothers would rake me over the coals for that one. You weren't going to let anyone pass in the first place, or something like that. You should talk big game. I'm looking forward to meeting both of you again. Pretentious bastard. Thinks he's human just because he got used to the city. It's been a while since I've heard that. Looks like we don't have a choice. I'll make sure he figures out who doesn't have a choice. If I knew I'd be fighting for my life back in Siracusa, I would just stayed home. Was that your call to make? Alright, fine. If he didn't show up, we probably wouldn't have turned into a MILF. Oh shit, I love this word, but I don't know how to pronounce it. It's a name of a cake. It's a name of a crepe cake. Where you layer crepes on top of each other. Fuck! It is one of my favorite cakes, actually. But I never learned how to pronounce it. Milfoil. 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 Am I doing it right? Okay, I'll go and hear it later. Chat, don't butcher a beautiful name of a cake. It's a beautiful cake. Don't shorten it to 4 letters. Will the viewer post be on YouTube or Twitch? Both. What's his name again, Dimitri? But we followed her here, and she went and disappeared without a word. As if she was saying, I brought you back home. Now you're free to do whatever you want. Go fend for yourself. The moment you start thinking, that is when she pops up right in front of you. You've jinxed it. You look like you've got used to life here as well. She'll come for us. Oh, let me ask you this. In Siracusa, who's in bigger danger? A wolf who leads in a pack and goes rogue, or 2 strays? But that's new. Never thought you'd fess out on being a stray mutt. I ain't dumb enough to act like I ain't lost everything. We should have admitted it sooner. Still, it's pretty obvious she's trying to play with fire right under Signora Cecilia's nose. Right, we ain't even shit on the side of the road to that woman. I won't stand for it. If I get a chance, I say I'm gonna kill her. But then that's her. She doesn't even give a damn about Signora Cecilia. Same Signora Cecilia who sent us a letter and gets us shaking in our boots. That wasn't enough to get her back to Siracusa. But now, she's back. All over another lone wolf. What was it that she asked again? Right, how we ended up so scared of Signora Cecilia. You're scared of her, Capone. Honestly, yeah. Nobody can really go against Signora Cecilia. Every Syracusan's afraid of her. So, you wanna see how she dies? I wanna see how she lives. Hate to admit it, but I'm with you. That's why we need to stay alive. another civilian got attacked, and a Bologna associate to boot. Yeah, someone's clearly trying to pick a fight. So if I'm right, if you ask me, it's probably the Rosattis behind it. Those scumbags and their bags of petty tricks, disgusting. But a lot of the Dodici family have already said they support the Bologna's taking over the new city. So what's the point of pulling a stunt like this now? Hard to say. The Don's son, Leon Tuzzo, is now a secretary in the Il Ministro de Lavori Pubblici. If someone has the skill to take him out along with the Il Ministro himself, wouldn't that blow things wide open again? Considering that runs stunt enough to set his own family aside as a yes man for the government. You say that, but are you forgetting how many associates ate shit over the last 2 years because they underestimated him? I almost forgot. You were one of them. I'll admit, that run's got some talent, but it's only because the Don's been sitting on his hands the whole time. Once he decides to call the shots. That's true. The Don hasn't said anything yet, and the Ballones can't even name themselves the winners so soon. Enough! The entire room suddenly falls silent, the clamor and chatter from before seeming like nothing more than an illusion. I don't care what you believe deep down, but during this dance time, you don't make light of the situation, and you don't do anything rash. I know what you're all thinking, I got it. But the Dodici family, only your family Saluzzo hasn't yet placed our wager. It is still too soon for that. Yes, Don Alberto. Since time immemorial, family Saluzzo has always been like this. One is allowed to think, but not to advise, because Alberto Saluzzo calls all the shots. Alberto never allows anyone to question his decisions. Nobody in the family finds this unusual. They say that the Saluzzo's strengths come from the fact that Alberto is always correct. Okay. Everyone's here. Now that I look closely, I see a lot of old faces. You're... But that is not to say there are no rebels. Only most of them have been erased from the family and were never heard of again, with the exception of a white wolf named Lappland. She pulls a chair over and props her feet up on the table as if she owns the place. Who locked her in? Don Alberto. She killed everyone outside and forced her way in. This is a family meeting. Get her out of here. Lappland. The Don has asked you to leave. I turned down Signora Cecilia's lunch invitation and rushed back like a good little foul beast, eager to return to its nest. This hideout we have in Bolsini, it's kinda drab compared to the old Saluzzo stronghold. Tony, do you really have to treat me so cold? You're no longer an associate of this family. What? You think I came back to beg the old man to let me back into this this most distinguished family? Please watch your words, Senorita. Right. Even though I was so disgracefully kicked out, this family has always had a special place in my heart. So at this critically important time, I have chosen to come back home and to restore my own life, ignoring my father's disdainful glare, to bring back a vital piece of intelligence. Does that not move you to tears? Lappland, even if you are Don's own daughter, you've overstepped your boundaries. This is no place for you to run roughshod. You... Never seen that guy before. Was he new? Yes, Sonorita Lappland. You're so cruel, father. Don't doubt the sincerity of my actions. You got my desk dirty, Lappland. Desk can be replaced, right? Let's hear it then. Your so-called vital intelligence. Taxes. The same taxes you let go. That's right. Maloney brought her back. Lappland squints at her father. This homecoming has not inspired a single shred of emotion within her. She carries with her only a faint glimmer of amusement as to what might happen, or rather, what she is about to make happen, because she has been in such environments far too many times in her life. She has returned. The thoughts that inadvertently bubble up in her mind seem ever so laughable. Shelly, just call me Texas. Alright, Texas. How does it feel to be back in Siracusa? Not too great. I can imagine. If I were you, I wouldn't feel too great about suddenly being forced to go somewhere, even if it was my homeland. Though, if this isn't too much to ask, I'd like to ask to imagine this as well. Your father suddenly forced a bodyguard onto you, and she's a whole lot stronger than you. That's not a great feeling either. Understandable. That's what I wanted to hear. Unfortunately, I don't have the power to let you leave. All I can say is, I hope we can both do what we need to do. Go ahead and get changed. We had this outfit custom tailored in the old familiar Texas style. I hope you can be my bodyguard tonight and accompany to the banquet. Sure. Besides Texas lies the well-pressed suit that the family Bologna has... Am I pronouncing her name right? Bologna, right? Is it Bologna? No, I'm pretty sure it's Bologna. Yeah, has prepared for her. She looks towards the tightly shut door. She knows what she's supposed to do. To fulfill Zaro's contract, she needs to exit this room, kill a few irrelevant people, create some chaos, and then finally, kill a few important people. Irrelevant or important, this is the attitude Siracusans have towards life. She too used to think like that. Even now, that she has learned to see the world through a different lens, as soon as she stepped back into the city, she quickly realized that these practices were still ever so familiar to her. She has returned. The thoughts that inevitably bubble up in her mind fill her with disgust. Okay, wow. Can I just check in? Some of you might be from Italy or you've heard Italian speak. And I'm not like as familiar with Italians and whatnot. Are you all okay with the way I'm reading? Is it fine? Is it fine? Yes? Or is there some things that you all want me to do better? Okay. Are there some letters that I should be concerned of? So like G has to be silent. Try to string some words at the end. Like end of the words. Oh. VMQ. Oh, I know R needs to be slurred. It's not in my language to slur R. Like, you know how like in... When... I tried, but I really can't. It's not in my voice to... Like, I can't roll. You know, like, in other accents, you all roll R's like... Like foreign. Like, I can't do the... in my tongue. So... I try though, I try. It won't be as clear cut. It's quite interesting that as I try to like follow suit with how some other people choose to say words, I realized that where you're born really influences your mouth. The main thing is talk with your hands. Wait, there was something that I saw. Use your hands to express. Italians use hands on the foot, like they tend to use one hand. And if they're angrier, they just use both hands. And the words will come out. Which is not wrong, I gesture a lot as well when I speak. So... I hope it's been a good reading time. Let's continue. Welcome to Teatro di Mali... Oh wait, no, sorry. Welcome to Teatro di Mali... No, it's not even a ma, it's a me. I understand this is Milano Theater, but oh my god. Sometimes these are a scramble. Okay, let's go. Welcome to Teatro di Milano, signorini mi. Wow, this place sure is breathtaking. Syracusans love to kill time here, to the accompaniment of music and performance. After all, when reality is monotonous and difficult to change, people naturally need a place to indulge in their fantasies, or to equate their blood-stained business dealings with the legendary exploits of the heroes on stage to obtain a sense of moral satisfaction. Wow, you really don't pull any punches, huh? Of course not. In this line of work, we must be clear-eyed about our own profession, no? Your friends over there seem to have been on their guard from the very beginning. I don't mean no disrespect, Mr. Director, but from the way I heard it, you were just calling the play you're rehearsing La Morte di Texas. The Death of Texas? That might be the crappiest joke I've ever heard. You seem to be well acquainted with that name. That's fairly unusual among foreigners. Siracusans rarely bring it up in the first place, and the mafiosi here are even more secretive about it. But the story of Family Texas is one that every mafioso have always kept in their hearts. It is a cautionary tale. A warning. Let's talk about the script itself first. There are countless works based on the deeds of the family Texas, but not a single one dares to actually print the name. Playwrights are more inclined to reimagine or adapt with the help of illusion or parody. After all, it is against their interest to invite trouble. However, times change and today's audience finds true history far more salient than fairy tales with falsified names. Wouldn't you agree? As such, a remarkable individual has brought this script before us. It's a play in 3 acts. The first act harkens back to the era where Colombia was first established, with many a Siracusan family yearning for this undeveloped land. Consequently, the family each dispatched their own teams, one after another, joining the ranks of the Colombia first pioneers. In an era where chaos and opportunity come hand in hand, some were swallowed by the tides of the times, while others found in their promised land. The cream of the crop among them was the Salvador Texas, a man who would later establish his very own era. I know he means the surname and not her, but... So, Texas was one of the Siracusa's families. To be precise, there were a family that originated in Siracusa and took root in Colombia. Such family is hardly unusual over there. From beginning to the end, though, old Salvador saw himself as a Siracusan, through and through. And the Siracusans in turn rewarded himself for his perseverance, always affording him a Siracusan's respect. The Siracusans. The second act chronicles some of the most praiseworthy episodes from his storied struggles in Colombia. Siracusans can be found everywhere in the shadows of the Colombia's history, and it is precisely amidst the tide that Salvador gathered his family. In truth, the contents of this act are the best known of the 3. Even across various retellings, they're almost always the same. Accounts of the Siracusans in Colombia can be found in over a dozen versions in any local bookstore, mostly romance novels, borrowing the phantom of his name, so to speak. Perhaps there might even be a few words of truth among them. If you are interested in that, I can point you some of the less outrageous ones. Oh, I'd appreciate that. Think nothing of it. Now, on to the third act. This is the one that can change most dramatically between versions, because it deals with the fall of the Texas family. That's right. Outsiders only know one thing for certain about the fall of family Texas, and that is that Salvador was murdered by his own son Giuseppe, who later declared that family Texas would break away from Siracusa's family system. This act angers Signora Cecilia and incurred her retribution. In a single night, the Texas name was wiped from existence. The entire Texas family disappeared? In a single night? At least, that's what every Siracusan believes. As far as what exactly happened during the liquidation of the family Texas, nobody except the parties involved have any way of knowing. Excuse me, how come there are only scripts for the first 2 acts here? That is because the third act is not finished yet. Each playwright will invariably imagine their own version of how this process unfolded, arriving at a completely different developments and outcomes. In that regard, our playwright seems to have reached an impasse. That said, the contents of the first two acts are already exceptional on their own merits, so I purchased the work without hesitation. Mr. Bernardo, is it possible that one of the heirs of the Texas family survived the chaos? Like, maybe she managed to leave Colombia and escape to a different city. For example, Longman? Longman! If I recall, that's where you ladies hail from. Apparently, Salvatore did not have any particular amicable relationship with his son. But he doted on his granddaughter, even sending her back to Siracusa, where she was fostered by family Saluzzo for several years. Nobody has seen or heard from her since the liquidation though. In fact, nobody could conclusively say that she was even involved in this at all. Some say she's been seen in Colombia, or even along the border of Siracusa. Therefore, different accounts of family Texas story tend to have a different ending when it comes to her. She was said to possess their iconic black hair and orange eyes. If I'm speaking hypothetically here, if the last descendant of the Texas family is still alive and has returned to Siracusan soil once again, what would happen then? Certainly a thought-provoking hypothetical, one with any number of possible development. Playwrights tend to build their work around such logic. Sadly, Senorita Sora, reality does not abide by logic. Some say that she's the guest of a family by the name of Bologna. Some say that Bolognas are the most powerful family in the city. Some say that she left everything behind to go there, not even giving herself a chance to say goodbye. No. We came all the way here to find her. Your bravery is commendable. Since you have been so frank with me, bringing secrets even I have never heard, allow me to be frank with you in turn. Family Baloney and the guests have indeed frequented this theatre, graciously offering their patronage to the humble performances. Really? Call it coincidence or call it fate. Is that not how all stories unfold? If that guest truly comes to pay us a visit, then our troupe will surely be able to extend her an enthusiastic welcome. Rumor has it that she is a woman of few words, whose twin swords speak for her. Her name is Selenia, Texas. Why did I commit this voice? This is going to be the hardest voice that I have to do in the entire fucking story, man. I don't know how many times is this guy gonna appear. It's like how I did fucking Loudmouth, and then I realized I have to run with it for the entire story. Yeah, I think he's like the fucking main guy, so I need to scramble my English so much. No, it's fine, I'll go on with it for consistency's sake. It's not like it's bad. It's fun to a certain extent. Stop shoving that plate of thistles in my face, Lavinia. The seasoning here isn't as bad as you make it to be. Give it a try. I'm going to have to pass again. Are you trying to save room in your stomach for a cold dinner with those smug mafioso friends of yours back home, who reek of cigar butts? After all, only the things that happen there have any real value. No, I just seriously can't stand artichokes. Leon, I've already lost count of the number of violent incidents that have broken out in this city over the past months. Just this morning, a citizen nearly died at this very restaurant. You're a judge. You should know better than anyone else that Siracusa was built on violence. Should there ever come a day where there aren't any identifiable corpses lying around in the alleys, then that would be real news. The victim was an employee of Il Ministero di Lavori Pubblici, your ministero. Who did it? It would appear that Leon Tuzo, son of Don Belloni, deigns to inquire about the life and death of a citizen only when it concerns his career. Your Honor, Lavinia Facone, I really do not have energy to clap back at you right now. We can all feel that this city has been on edge recently, waiting for something big to happen. Something bigger than Baloney's ultimate victory. If we really are allowed to take the reins, I, for one, don't intend to
50
continue.
months gone by
Thanks,
so
Kings.
fast.
Don't intend to continue tolerating the darks that prowl in the cover of darkness. Lavinia, you're familiar with the way I do things. I sure hope so. Over 100 years ago, when Siracusa first turned into a plot of land into a country, its territories consisted of the 22 cities controlled by the Todici family. And to this day, that number has never changed. Just like Siracusa's iron-clad tradition. But finally, after so many years, our ever immutable Siracusa is about to give birth to a new nomadic city. A new nomadic city means new opportunities, new ambitions, and new hopes. You're exactly right. We are indeed at victory's doorstep. Economy, traffic, and route planning. We and our friends have already been spreading our influence through every facet of Volsini's new urban area. When that area is formally built into a new city, we will have the right to lead the future of Siracusa. At least, that's what the more optimistic association of the family believe. And do you consider yourself one of those optimists? I very much hope I am. That said, the old fellas over at the Grey Hall haven't reached their final decision yet. There's no future to look forward to until everyone there has formally let their chips fall. Are you still looking forward to the same future, Leon? Of course. Alright, it's about time for me to head off. Before the banquet starts, I have to first pick up a certain friend. What is friend in Italian? Could have been nicer if there was in Italian rather than me saying Tomodachi. Oh wait, it makes me think it's something like compane or something. Oh, amico! Amico, yes! Beauty. This whole city is sopping wet. Sorry to keep you waiting. I was just looking around. Sally, Senorita, Texas, how do you feel about the way your hometown has changed? These newfangled streets and alleys? That hardly counts as change. The way I see it is exactly the same as the day I left. And this outfit, I don't think it's a very good idea. Consider it your very first gift from the family, Bologna. Hopefully you'll find that our tailor has not besmirched the former glory of family Texas. Please, be at ease and accept it. So, if I'm not at ease, can I refuse? Unfortunately, I'm afraid that is not an option. Guess I'll have to find a way to ease up then. So, what's my job here? It's very simple. You'll join me at tonight's banquet, where I'll proudly announce that, in front of everyone, that I, the son of Don Baloney, have enlisted the bodyguard who's inherited the Texas name. And you'll kill all the overzealous, power-hungry idiots there. Then we'll call it a day. I'd actually be down for that. Same. If only it were ever that easy. Alright, Texas. In the 2 days I've left you in the city, I've been hard at work conditioning my mind. I've been trying to tell myself that Texas' name is worth a whole lot more than the trouble you're going to bring. That way, I can gradually come to terms with the terrifyingly dangerous situation I've been dealt with. The Texases are already dead. Unfortunately, not everyone believes that. Maybe you're the one misreading how much influence a ruined family can have. Maybe, but I'm not talking about family Texas here. I'm also talking about you. You once returned to Siracusa from Colombia, only to leave again. The way I heard it, every family involved in the liquidation tried to kill you on your way out, but every last one of them failed. They were all made to pay a heavy price, and it was all sparked by a single woman. You. I just work for Penguin Logistics. I do deliveries. If you've already made your assessment of how much you're worth to Siracusa today, then let me assure you that I know at least as much as you do. First things first, Senorita. Senorita, you must have some idea of what's going on in Volsini, right? A new nomadic city. Precisely. And regardless of whether you acknowledge it or not, this plant is closely tied to your family name. Or should I say, it was brought on by the fall of family Texas. The collapse of the Texases dealt a mortal blow to the authority of Columbia's family, and they had no choice but to return to Syracusa's embrace. They brought back Columbian technology as the price for regaining our trust. Finally, Siracusa had acquired the ability to build a new city of its own. However, the most pressing issue quickly became who have the rights to own it, and the power struggle within Grey Hall began the moment the plan to build the city was completed 5 years ago. Today, that power struggle is finally coming to a close. They built a city but never determined who owns the city. And now the families are fighting each other over it. Okay, so that's the storyline. As one of the oldest family, we the Ballonis have the opportunity to seize victory. Rossini's backup core is already being retrofitted to serve as the core of the new city, and new plates are steadily being built. In a year's time, perhaps even less, it will be completed. And your mission is to help family Bologna turn this opportunity into a decisive victory. Okay, sounds to me like what you need was just a good enough hitman. But when the hitman's name is Texas, that might change everything. Do you still remember the Rosati's name? Rosati? Yeah, that rings a bell. After the Texases were liquidated, the family that had taken root in Colombia lived in constant fear of becoming the next target of Signora Cecilia's wrath. That's when family Rosati took the initiative to approach her themselves. They were the ones who brought back the technology to develop nomadic cities. For a brief moment, the Rosatis were poised to succeed the Texases, even managing to squeeze into one of the 12 seats of the Grey Hall that no Texas had ever touched. This seems like one of those boring stories that goes nowhere. Boring and brutal. Grey Hall has always been like that, open only to the winners. And the boss of the family Rosati stationed in the city, Sino Wallach, will not be content lapping up the scraps that we Bolognas leave behind. And here I was thinking the dull mood around here was because of the rainy season. I'll be frank with you. Lucini has not been peaceful these last few months. A few of our friends have found themselves in various kinds of incidents. Along with them, the family who still remain on the sidelines may end up changing their minds, and there's no guarantee that the family that have already chosen their alliance won't betray them later. When Senora Cecilia established the Grey Hall, she laid down an ironclad rule: do not kill. In other words, the family have a lot of leeway to do whatever they want, short of killing one another. Couldn't fool me. You are still standing in front of me after all. And so you invited me back. You don't need me to do anything in particular. I just have to get up on the stage you've prepared and announce that I've returned. And that stage is tonight, correct? Senorina, Texas, are you aware that the fall of Texases has been adapted into one of the opera after another, performed across various major theaters? In those stories, you, Selena, Texas, are always portrayed as the ignorant child, helpless in the face of your family's collapse. But right now, I can say for sure that you are anything but. I truly want to know, what exactly did you experience during the liquidation? Can I just mention, I'm so sorry, any Italians here? As much as this is a stereotype, does doing this help? Because doing this helps me. And I hate that. It's not, that sounds too stereotypical. That I'm saying doing this actually helps me to go language. Like, I try to gesture, then I'm like, sometimes when I gesture like that, it doesn't hit. I don't know why I do this and it hits a bit more. I don't know. That sounds like does breathing help when talking? I don't know. It's more like, does gestures help accents? I can't tell if it does. You've returned, Your Honor. Yes, is something going on? I'm getting cancelled. Yeah, I'm getting cancelled big time by saying that apparently this is true. The one who runs the textile. Remember how Alicia said she had recently met a pretty guy? The one who runs the textile shop? So you knew after all? Yes, we've crossed paths a few times back when I was investigating a case. His family. Yes, familia Kerry. Though they're not a particularly major familia, they still control all the textile businesses for a few streets down. I heard they even have business dealings with some of the family that make their way in and out of the Grey Hall. Yes, we know. Alicia has been taking us up for ages. She said that the guy is going to bring some of his siblings along so that we can have a good time together. Hold on, my headphones is low on battery. Supa is Italian? I didn't know Supa is Italian. I mean, I know he has an accent, but I didn't care to think what his accent was. Huh? We are two Italians in Arknights? It's been so busy around here lately, and I haven't had the chance to cut loose and unwind. Oh, Your Honor. You aren't going, right? Right. I still have some work to do. Tell them I send my regards. Okay, will do. Oh, right. Did you get a chance to look through those files? Which files? The mass disappearance on Rehearsal. Family of 5, remember? I've located a potential witness, and I'm trying to convince him to testify. But Judge Angelo declared that case closed as of this afternoon. He said their family just moved to another city. Then he added that we still have too many things to do and shouldn't waste our time and energy on cases like this. Unless I'm misremembering, I am the judge presiding over this case. The court made the decision internally yesterday. You weren't present for the meeting. Is that so? I get it. Right. This case is certainly not worth the time and energy. It's only 5 people after all. The husband drives a taxi around the city. The wife picks tomato on a farm. They had 3 children. Then the oldest only 13 years of age. The youngest still breastfeeding. The neighbors were reluctant to say anything. And no matter who I asked, they all said that life must move on. There was no screaming in the night, no crying by the lake, and no traces of blood left on the squeaky clean floorboards. Alright then, life must move on, and they had it coming for crossing a family. Or maybe their luck was so rotten that they didn't even notice that they were being targeted. After all, the family always say they would never attack ordinary civilians. And as for us judges, there are always more important things to attend to, right? Your Honor, I've always had the greatest respect for you. To be honest, I have no idea what an ideal judge is supposed to look like. Even though the Sinora modeled our courts after Lateranos and codified our laws after Columbia's, none of us have ever seen a real one of Sancta's wandering judges, or Columbia's code of law is, and Columbia's code of law is but an excerpt from a book. What I would rather believe is that an ideal judge should be someone as determined to uphold justice as you are. But not everyone has your talents, or your connections with Family Bologna. You don't have to constantly fear for your life. No, you can casually grab a light meal with the son of Donon. And earlier this morning, Judge Angelo received a letter sealed in the black envelope. Which familia is behind this case? Does it make a difference as far as we're concerned? Do you still remember last month how Judge Staroci was dragged by his friends to chat in a car for an entire afternoon? He hasn't been able to lift his right hand since. Then there's Judge Borello. These are hard names. The chubby, always jovial old lady. How long has it been since she came to work? You're right. In theory, we're supposed to represent that woman's will. But what is that even supposed to be? At least, I can figure it out. Courage and persistence are great things to have, of course, but Judge Lavinia, please do not laugh at the wet clothes of us folks who stand beneath the eaves. After all, you have nothing to lose. Is that so? Perhaps the price I pay is the right to truly be just. Oh, the phones here don't ring very often. They usually prefer to come settle things privately. Or should I say, they look to settle things with us privately. Hello. Got it. I'll be there right away. Your Honor, you don't have to take... You don't have to take everything so seriously. I know. Should I bring back some macaroni for supper? We're going to a restaurant with some pretty good reviews. Appreciate it. I love macaroni. I was at the supermarket today, and I was staring at the pasta section, and I was like, do I want to cook pasta for myself? But I didn't. Make carbonara. I was thinking of like making mac and cheese. You don't know the kind of person he is, but I understand him. Don't you think we place too much faith in our ability to understand someone? Don't you think we're all too easily blinded by the illusions born of emotions and impulse? Salvatore, he deserves to step out of Colombia's dark alleyways. My sister, he's a Siracusan, and you know nothing about how he operates. You really think he could help us get rich? All he's gonna do is get himself burnt, and we're gonna get caught in the middle. He uses his fist to protect himself, and then law and order to shackle his fist. Is that not enough for you? Get your head out the clouds already. No, brother, other Siracusans wear their scars and bloodstains like badges of honor. Only he knows that blood is nothing more than blood. So, Sora, how's my acting? Want me to give it to you straight? You bet I do. Absolutely terrible. Dexia, you've got like zero talent for this. Eh? I feel like I'm pretty emotionally invested though. Just being emotionally invested doesn't make you a good actor. But as far as the script is concerned, you're on the right track. At least you aren't flubbing any of your lines. How low were your expectations? What do you think, Croissant? Pretty damn good, if you ask me. Only thing is, when you're expressing your dissatisfaction with the brother, think you could dial down the emotions back a notch. So try to get the point across some other way. I can give that a try in a moment. Oh, Croissant, since when were you an expert? Hey, don't go underestimating a girl who sits in Sora's classes every week. Not like a certain two someones who come and go without a word. Hey, I'd never leave without saying anything. Not what I meant. But at least this proves we'll be able to find her for sure, right? Damn straight we will. Oh no, it's him. It's him. Hold on. This thing keeps coming up on the table. Quite the unique performance. Eh? Oh, that's not him. That's someone else. Excuse me, but are you? My name is Petonesigius. What in the frick is that name? Feel free to call me Ben. Sure thing, Ben. Excuse me, Mr. Ben. If there's nothing you need from us, I'm afraid I'll have to ask you to leave. We're still in the middle of rehearsal. Of course there is. I am currently watching the performance, am I not? I don't think someone who's walking around eating pizza counts as watching anything. Am I not allowed to watch the performance while enjoying pizza? Well, don't theaters usually have rules against that? That's a rule imposed on people by the theater, but not the play itself. Norms have a way of making people superficially conflate these things and hold them with the same degree of reverence, even erecting false pedestals upon which to elevate them. True reverence, however, is much harder to find. Huh? Would you like a bite, young lady? You betcha. The texture's awful. It's the cheapest street pizza you can find after all. That said, the sauce is actually quite respectable. So, if you were watching our performance just now, what do you think of it? The key takeaway is that there are some differences between the methods of capturing and expressing emotions that you seem to be adept at versus the demands of the opera. You are clearly so used to standing in front of an audience, or should I say, you are so used to it that it makes it hard for you to stand on stage as an actor. That is not an indictment of your abilities and is nevertheless a trial that you must overcome. Oh, I didn't expect you to be a total pro at this. Think about it. You are the daughter of the wealthy Colombian magnate. He, Salvatore, is a vagrant from Siracusa. He's different from all the other men that you've ever met. He does not care about your status, but values you for who you are. Oh, is he a depressed guy? wait. Am I going very high for him? It's okay, I'll give this depressed guy a high voice. He is more indolent than anyone else, yet also cleverer. He seems destined to become Don of a familia, setting off a perilous load from which there is no turning back. Tell me, landlady, is this someone you could love? Someone I could love? No, you are terrified! The more you love him, the more he terrifies you. You have no chance of keeping him. Your intuition tells you that you should escape, that he never belonged to you. You've told yourself countless times that he's just another passerby on the road of life, that even if he slips away, you can find innumerable others who are better. You know that if you chase after him, your life will become a landship in an endless desert, unable to see your course. You don't even know if the decision you made is right or wrong. But despite all that, you still turn to your relatives and yell. Only he knows that blood is nothing more than blood. Oh. So that's the feeling I've been missing this whole time. Yet, you already seem to understand it well, young lady. Let's give it another run through, Exia. Let me get a sip of water first. You ain't getting away with that easy when Sora's in the zone. I'll go fetch some drinks for y'all, and some grub when I'm at it. Mr. Ben, anything yet? Eh? Where'd he go? Huh. The police is fighting here. Over here, ma'am. I'm not the police. I am Lavinia, a municipal judge for Volsini. Siracusa has no police, senor. What? No police? Are you a foreigner? In this country, they are the ones responsible for maintaining law and order on the streets. Who are they? I'm just visiting for some business discussions, so I don't quite understand. I'm talking about the mafioso. You best steer clear of them. I know that much. Where's the scene of the crime? Take a look for yourself. Right there. Behind the dumpster. 5 people. They could have died more than a day ago. From their outfits, they seem to be from the same familia. Hold on. What's wrong, ma'am? I saw them. Just this morning. They attacked a public official earlier. I confronted them about it, but let them go. But why here of all places? Their leader isn't with them either. I've always heard that Siracusa is a dangerous place. No. If this was a conflict between family, they would have made sure to clean up the scene. This doesn't make any sense. For your own safety, act as if you never saw anything. I'll handle the rest here. Yes, ma'am. Damn it, I need to get out of this godforsaken place this instant. Senorina Lavinia, I didn't expect you to ever call me first. Dimitri, notice any flamboyant hitmen around the town recently? You'd have to either be incredibly brave or incredibly stupid to stick your neck out these days. Do you need me to throw last month's crime report in your face? I think there's been a little misunderstanding here. Just now, 5 bodies were found in the back alley on Viale Orvieto. The scene wasn't cleaned up, which suggests it wasn't the work of one of the family. And just this morning, I saw these same folks attacking a public official. Now that's new and exciting. I don't care about the little power struggle between you people, but don't forget that our ironclad rule still stands. Setting aside the recent developments, even in ordinary times, the fact still stands that Volsini is run by Familia Belloni and has a judge as principal as you. Pulling a stunt like this is tantamount to spitting in our faces, and nobody would dare do something like that. Unless the Colombian. Is that what you want to say? It could be anyone who doesn't give two shits about the rules we set. Just keep me posted if you learn anything. I don't recall having to answer to you, Your Honor. Is this not also tantamount to splitting in the face of familiar baloney? Fine then, I'll tell Leon. Maybe he has enough spare time in his hands. First, the attacks on government officials. Now hitmen out of nowhere. Is there really a connection between these two? The humid air creeps inside. Lavinia's mind races with the details of the latest case as she makes her way back to the courthouse. She knows full well what looms overhead, but everyone here, including herself, takes it for granted. At the entrance of the courthouse, Lavinia looks over at her car and cannot help but let out a sigh. It has been splashed with paint, and now stands out conspicuously among its neighbors. A simple gesture of malice. These acts used to make her feel at a loss of words, but now they trouble her no more than the continuous drizzle. Of course, there is still the cost of getting her car clean. Oh, sorry. Be careful out there, Signorina. The rain doesn't seem like it'll let up soon enough. You might slip if you don't watch your step. Thanks for the reminder, but you don't seem to have an umbrella either. I'm not a fan. I'd rather enjoy the feeling of raindrops on my skin. Then I hope you also watch your step. Why are you trying to provoke her? And what makes you think that's what I'm doing? Oh, you think you've got it all figured out now, huh? Forget I said anything. I was trying to provoke her though. She had a familiar scent on her, one I hate. Suit yourself, but you're the one who wanted to break into the family baloney. And I think this is just making us more suspicious. I needed to know exactly what's happening in this city and why they wanted to bring Texas back. So, what do you reckon we do? Work our way up from hired guns? Rise through the ranks until we become the baloney's top hitman? Well, Gambino's probably like the sound of that at least. That's way too inefficient. You guys need some bargaining chips, isn't that right? So where is Gambino? Already on his way to the middleman to cash in the bounty. Look at that! Here in Siracusa, he's a lot better than you at climbing the ranks. I don't deny that. After spending so much time in Lungmen, I'm more shocked at how this place hasn't changed a bit. Not used to it anymore. Trust me, you'll get used to it again soon enough, just like Gambino. After all, you're a Siracusan. You really gonna let him plant his roots down here again? Why not? There's nothing stopping you either. Be loud and proud about it. I certainly won't get in your way. The more I think about it, the less I understand. What exactly are you trying to accomplish? I'm just enjoying the rainy season. What? Do you not like the rain? All I know is Gambino hates the rain. So what's the news that you got on your hands? Wanna find out? Sure, say I do. What would you have me do? You're in luck. I just happen to be in need of a driver. Come on in, Senora Istigatore. I came back alive, bartender. Your skills aren't half bad, but neither you, Gambino, nor that friend of yours who left Lungman 8 years ago, Capone, were good enough. Don't start talking like you're some hot shit cup. You're just like the rumors said, completely clueless as to when you should and shouldn't press your luck. Isn't that how the last Sicilians lost the favor of Signora Sicilia? Look at the ones today. What can they do now? Except cling to their last pathetic scrap of glory. Listen, Gambino. I don't give a shit what you and Capone came back to Siracusa to do. Nor do I care who's backing you behind the scenes. All I care about is your ability and the kind of work that you can do. So what do you think of our work then? You're not one of us, and you've got guts. Both are good. So you keep doing good work for me, and I pay you. The better you do, the more you get paid. Simple as that. You want to see baloney? Once you've satisfied me, then I'll arrange a meeting. I'm going to do such a good job that you'll regret it. You know, I don't hate the fact that you Sicilians ooze ruthlessness from your bones. That's something Siracusans could use more these days. So let's see you try. When the time comes, you'll realize I never regret a thing. The banquet is about to begin, and people have been lining up early to wait outside the door. Welcome, Mr. Beto. And you are... Rubio. We met at the banquet last week. Ah, I remember now. Il segretario di Oh my hell! Fuck me! Ah, I remember now. Il segretario di sicurezza alimentare, Rubio. Oh my god! I do apologize for this porous mind of mine. Seeing as you're here, I'm sure tonight's meal is not to be missed. Hardly, sir. Hardly, good sir. But as we are expecting some rather esteemed guests tonight, I did put in a little extra effort. I see. Over here, Beto. I'll be right there. Now, if you'll excuse me. Who was that? Rubio. Segretario di Sicurezza Alimentare. What? He's actually a government official looking like that. I ignored him when I first came in because I thought he was just a doorman. Not that you're missing out on much. You might as well just be a clown. Why do you say that? He's not from one of the family. And after a lifetime of struggle, the best position he could claw himself into was the director of that no-name departamento. And after he landed the position, he went around kissing the kissing the asses of various family until he somehow managed to bumble his way into some renown. Nowadays, his departamento pretty much caters to all events in Volsini, large and small. He doesn't care about his image at all, standing in front of the door to greet the guests like that. I mean, you saw him. I see. That's it though. There's a thing or two we could learn from his sorry mark. I must congratulate you, Rubio! Oh my, what might the occasion be? Word on the street is that young Master Leotoso will be attending the banquet tonight. The head of family Belloni, the great celebrity by Karachi's side, has never attended a banquet like this before. This is your big break, isn't it? Senor Wallace. Wallace? Wallace? H? You must be quite pleased with the batch of sticks I sent you the other day. Otherwise, I'm sure you wouldn't be calling me to joke around in such a manner. Ha 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 ha! Things have changed, Rubio. I may be the boss of Familia Rosati in the city and have made a bit of name for myself. But there's still plenty of rules I must abide by. For example, I have to break the bread of fellowship with a guy like you. Your support is always appreciated. It's good we all treat each other like family. You scratch my back, I scratch yours. If we have any issues, we settle them on the table. None of us enjoy spending all day fighting and killing each other. It's just a necessity born out of circumstance. Isn't that right? Indeed. You work too hard these days, Senor Wallace. Wallace. Il Ministro di Transporti is headed by a Belloni, and he normally keeps his distance from me. Not much I can do to him. But Il Ministro a Commercio is a smart man, a good friend of mine. Naturally, he enjoys the Rosati's full support. Those are tonight's banquets. Karachi, Ministro de Lavori Pubblici, is an unpredictable man though. Even though he's got Belloni's little pup following him around, he manages to stay on decent terms with everyone. Rubio, food safety is very important, is it not? I do hope you are also a smart man. Of course, of course. The VIP arrived just now. Excuse me, I must be off. See you. I know how strong you are, Signorina Texas. Unfortunately, I'm not a man who enjoys resorting to violence. Using force is the least efficient method. So if you're expecting to leave Siracusa after making a few hits throw on my behalf, I'm afraid you'll be quite disappointed. Just tell me what I need to do. Karachi, Volsini's Ministro de Lavori Pubblici. He's responsible for the construction of the new nomadic city plate. He's also one of our men, and I need you to protect him. A government official? I know what you're going to say here. The government is just a cloth draped over the Grey Hall's round table. Every associate of the family remembers Signora Cecilia's lament. There was once a time that we never took stock of the vases and cutlery sitting on our tablecloth. But right now, it's something we must pay close attention to. When the Colombians brought new things back with them, what disturbed me most was not their technology, but rather... Oh, oops. I clicked out of my game. I lost my game. I brought it back. How they do things nothing like we do in Siracusa. They knew that Siracusa's officials were never going to turn their backs on the old guard of the family, so they never required those officials to defer to them in public. All they needed was for them to turn a blind eye at just the right moment, or whenever it was convenient for them. And what can we do? Getting rid of those officials won't solve anything. Try to settle things with them directly. They're not stupid enough to give the game away. Despite the not insignificant amount of power and influence we have here, there is nothing we can do about them. I believe that you, having spent a number of years living in Lungmen, should be more familiar with the ways that they're doing things. To the point that I almost thought I was back in Lungmen. But here in Siracusa, few people even realize how big the shockwaves from the Colombians' approach might end up being. You know, Signorina Texas, when I really dove into the nitty-gritty of this approach to better understand it, the only thing I felt was admiration. The weapons they deploy are profits and negotiations, not violence and bloodshed. So you also studied their methods. Studied? No. I'll do better than them. And Karachi is my trump card. Recently, there has been a sudden outbreak of assassinations on government officials around the city. Though I haven't confirmed who's behind the attacks yet, I must ensure the safety of Ministro Karachi. He's an interesting man and prefers to walk over taking the car. Even though I have people protecting him in secret, I do not feel at ease. Now I've already given them a heads up. Go bring him over to the banquet venue. The target is crossing the street right ahead. There should be at least 7 mafioso covering him from the shadows. Seems like there won't be any major issues. Would you look at that? Didn't I just say that something good was about to happen? Texas, care for some...
So make sure to stay tuned.
Ow, my ears.
Milfaya.
Milfaya. Okay. Is that right?
Milfui.
No.
Milfaya.
Milfaya. Okay. Okay. Texas, care for some milfaya? Milfui is also correct? Okay. Volsini Grand Hotel. Milfoya is, you think that's how ENVA says it, but you know Italian. Okay. Texas! Salvadori, Texas! What am I to think of you? Should I trust you? You're a Siracusan. They all say that violence and ambitions runs in your veins, that you and your familia would devour this place. No, all of Colombia. Is the man I see before my eyes truly you? So refined, so upstanding. But I've also seen the way you throw a punch, the blood dripping between your fingers until your opponent is not able to utter even a single curse. Which is the real you, Salvatore, might there come a day when you realize that your two sides are as oil and water? Might there come a day when the trail of blood in your wake catches up to you? And when that day comes, what would you choose? When that day comes, would you remain by my side? I will never do theater. A brilliant performance, Honorita. Without a doubt, you surpassed my expectations yet again. Actually, it's all thanks to someone in the throat called Mr. Ben. I would have never been able to adjust so quickly without his advice. Bun, I'm not sure if we have another one by the name of et Teatro di Milano. He was really knowledgeable about the theatre and gave me some extremely helpful pointers. So I figured he was an important person here. Sorry, no one comes to mind. That said, there are plenty of enthusiasts around the town who are very well versed in plays. Perhaps he was one of them. More importantly, I saw something on your resume that get me curious. Would you mind clarifying something for me? Sure, ask away. You've been pursuing a pop idol career in Longman. We've been collaborating with the city more and more recently, but our acting industries have often been at odds with each other due to their different backgrounds. But even with that caveat in mind, the clips from your audition sent over by Monster Siren Records convince me that you have some musical talent. What this tells me though is that you have your sights set on a lot more than just Longman. What drives you to work so hard? Well, a lot of different reasons, I'd say. But at the start, I didn't have anything complicated in mind. There was just someone I hoped to catch up to. Oh, it's just like in the script. Every time she gazed through the window, or out the door, or across the empty street, her eyes made me feel like one day she would leave both us and Longman behind. And when that day comes, what will you choose? What's the hurry? Don't you think it's a miracle for the two of us to run into each other in Siracusa again? I'm busy right now. What a coincidence. So am I. Let me guess. Your job is to protect this man. What are you? Some people really need to learn to read the room. Don't you agree, Texas? Go protect the target. I'll deal with her. Understood. So, want some milfy? I'll take a piece. Now that's more like it. So Texas, oops, now that we're in Siracusa, I should be calling you Selenia, right? I'd rather you didn't. Fine by me. Honestly, I find it easier that way too. Force of habit can sure be a scary thing, can't it? Living a leisurely life in Longman, occasionally bumping into each other at Rhodes Island, maybe even going on some mission together. Makes me feel like my swords are gonna go rusty. This ever-familiar rain is what makes me feel alive. Swords rust in the rain. In Siracusa, the rain washes away the blood. Only people like you, who walk around your town with your swords out but no intention to use them, need to worry about rust. Why are you here? It's simple, really. Because you are. Hey, Texas. How long has it been since you were last in Siracusa? Probably about 10 years now. 7 years and 5 months. For more than 7 years. The prodigal, right? The prodigal daughter of familiar Texas has not set foot in Siracusa. I still remember how your grandfather sent you back here to serve as a hostage. You stayed with familiar Saluzzo for a while. Those days didn't last long, but we sure got along great, didn't we? If that's your idea of getting along. Even though you're a Colombian, you managed to win the acknowledgement of all the Siracusa's family. Though, it was truly a shame what happened in the end. If you ask me, you ought to stay for a while this time, and take a good look around. I'm going back as soon as I finish my work here. Oh, going back, you say? Now that you mention it, there's something I've always been curious about Texas. You betrayed the Texases and decided to become a lone wolf. You even abandoned everything the Texases left behind in Colombia. So why do you still go by the name of Texas in London? That's none of your business, Lappland. I don't plan on staying in Siracusa. I will go back to Longman. There are people waiting for me there. Okay then, I'll help you. I don't need your help. Surely you don't think this is a fight you can take all on your own? Didn't you find some buddies over in Longman? Didn't your time in Rhodes Island teach you that it's okay to rely on others? Siracusa's no place for tourists. If Rhodes Island ever plans to set a branch office here, I would urge them to reconsider. But most of all, I can't trust you, specifically. Yes, trust. Texas, you know my family name, right? Saluzzo. That's right. And we Saluzzos don't place our bets lightly. You don't need to trust me, but you do need our backing. Isn't that right? Or do you really intend to let the balloonies drag you around by the leash? With a deafening boom, the sound of an explosion suddenly tore through the air, but not from far away. The flash and flame effortlessly engulfed the government official by the name of Karachi. A car bomb. Oh, now that's a classic! Signor Ministro! The banquet venue is under attack! All familiar associates, hurry back and back us up! Damn it. Simultaneous attacks on two fronts? Now that's interesting! Who would have the guts to pull that off, Texas? Show yourself. I knew it. CG! What should I do if I want to go back to London? Ever since Texas took her first step into the city, that question has always been on her mind. Going by her agreement with Zaro, the easiest way would be to obey familiar Baloney's every command. But right now, Texas can already vaguely feel that the events unfolding in the city are not so simple. Talk. Who sent you? You don't need to know. But she is not worried. She understands Siracusa well, and knows that there is no end to these things. She simply feels a twinge of emptiness, one that she never expected to feel, because no one will come to her aid in this fight. And after all is over, no one will ask her if she's hurt, or drag her off to some party. For her, this emptiness has long since been second nature. So much so that even after living Longman for such a brief period of time, everything about the city already seems so distant and nostalgic. Out of my way. Don't stop me from going back home. But Texas, the more you want to go back, the more you have to cut your ties. It'll just make you sink deeper and deeper. What I want to know is, when you finally realize that you're completely covered in mud, what will you do then? Good to see you again, Your Honor. Oh, Dan Brown, you're here. Looks like I'm in luck. You watched the card just last week, didn't you? Nothing I can do about it. After all, my job is to be hated. Don't worry, I'll get it nice and clean for you again. Why don't you take a look around while you wait? That's alright, I'll just wait here. Your Honor, I heard that the judges have it pretty good. They drive fancy cars, show up on TV, and even the mayor has to be extra polite about them. After all, they represent Senora Cecilia's will. I reckon I don't see any judge like you, Signorina Lavinia, who get paint thrown on their car every other day. You're probably right. I don't know about the fancy cars or TV appearances, but I could sure use a membership card to your store right about now. Sorry, our humble little shop doesn't offer VIP services. You look like you're in a better mood than before though. Did that one familiar stop giving you trouble? Oh, thanks to you, Your Honor. I ran into them on the street yesterday, and they all steered clear of me. Never thought there could be a judge as fair as you in Siracusa. Fair, huh? They're just scared of the people behind me, that's all. You say that, but even you're backed by the Familia Balone, and you're still doled out punishment to a Familia well connected with the Balones. In Siracusa, Signora Cecilia is justice itself. I don't know how many judges representing the interests of the old family actually bother upholding any real justice. But deep down in my heart, I know you're the embodiment of justice. That isn't actually a compliment. Oh right, I almost forgot. You said that you were having trouble sleeping. Did you go see a doctor? I did! The doc said I didn't have anything wrong with me physically. Just some mental stress. Oh, is something troubling you? Troubling me? I wouldn't go that far. Honestly, this job is basically just a way for me to kill time. I'm not exactly rich, but I'm not desperate for cash either. I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing, Your Honor. I just don't know. How do you usually like to pass the time? It's me. What? Karachi was this? I understand. I'll be right there. Sorry, Dan Brown. Let's just another time. As for your question just now, I'd recommend giving the theatre a shot. I'll often head down to watch an opera if I have the time to spare. Dan Brown exits the store. He watches as the judge deeply respects drive off into the rain, quickly disappearing from sight. She's always so busy, he thinks to himself, trying his rain-beaded gloves on his overalls. But nothing she does will end up mattering, will it? Or rather, the fact that she still holds on to hope is precisely the reason why she'll be disappointed again and again. Things weren't this complicated in the good old days. He looks at the rain falling outside the store, and suddenly remembers an afternoon many years ago. I hope it rains a little longer, so I won't have to sweep out the garbage in the morning. Get down! Then my visual can dodge. Damn! Thought you were a little pampered little princeling, but turns out you're pretty tough to deal with. They're no slouches. Stand back, Rudio. I'm clearly the one they're after. I know. There's more of them over there too. Out of my way! Slippery bastard! Isn't that Penguin Logistics? Get down. Okay. You dead, Gambino? Like I kid the bucket so easily. Never expected the real master to show up here. Cut the crap. The mission's botched. Let's split up while we still can. I think I remember those two. Here's everyone. Gone now. You alright? I think so. You're wounded. Don't move. It's easy to bleed out. I've already called for backup. They'll be here soon. I'll be fine. But how? How many people would have known about today's banquet? Are you suggesting? You're right. Such a large-scale, coordinated attack must have been planned for a while. But my identity is public knowledge at this point, and it's not exactly hard to track me down. In any case, I'm glad you arrived in time. Karachi is dead. What did you say? What? You've got to be shitting me! Karachi is dead. A car bomb detonated right as he was walking by. Karachi and 3 bodyguards near him died instantly. Based on the wreckage at the scene, there was no point even taking him to the hospital. I'm sorry. The people who attacked us were without a doubt the same people who murdered Ministro Karachi. What could their objective be? Why are you here? There's so many court cars here as well. You should have told me sooner that Benoni invited her here. Selina, Texas, is the first witness at the scene of Ministro Karachi's murder. You are also a suspect. Now, I'm here to detain you. Any resistance will be treated as flouting the laws of Siracusa and will be punished accordingly. Texas does not resist. She understands what she sees in the eyes of the judge's eyes. She came back home only to be arrested. Moreover, to all officials and associates to the family, Ministro Karachi's importance to Volsinis is self-evident. The attacks carried out on each of you will be investigated as part of the same investigation. I, Lavinia Falcone, swear upon my order to find the identity of the murderer. This shall not go unpunished. You're not serious, are you? Of course I am. Alright. The string of events that just occurred makes Leon Tuzo feel a bit fatigued. And right as this thought crosses his mind, his entire world starts to spin. Leon! The rain continues to fall, with no signs of relenting. Oh my god, why is this boy so weak? This boy is a... This guy is a frail kiddo. My god, I'm like 1/4 in, right? I'm not even a quarter! I'm not even a quarter in! Are you kidding me? How long is this story? I need the toilet. I think, right? Dark chocolate, by the way. I think this is gonna be a 9-hour stream. Isn't this in the top 5 events? It's below Near Light, which Near Light took me 9 hours. Oh, wow. By the way, I'm enjoying the story. It's pretty good. I like the setting. And I like how Havoc is. It's giving me Wolomonde vibes. Like, there's so many things going on in one go. Actually, it's going to be so fun that the next Laterano event has Penguin Logistics involved in it. Because, like, I think Texas is probably going to be in there as well. In the next Laterano limited event. In fact, I feel like the next Laterano limited event might be a continuation from Portatori. Do you think so? Not that I know what Portatori is about, but I have this odd feeling that, like, it's likely because Penguin Logistics are done with the saga here that they went back home, and then all of a sudden it continued into Exia story. So there must be some relation between this and the next Laterano event as well, which means that 6th anniversary is actually pretty huge, because it might be a very big connector towards all the other previous stories. Like, I mean, chapter 15, what was the last Laterano event? Zwillingstrom, and possibly this. Typically, any events aren't that connected to the main story. This one feels like it might be, because some people are saying it could be the situations in chapter 15 that led to something happening in Laterano. We'll see when it happens. But anyways, let's go. Wow, this... Holy shit, my voice is the most strained of all the events.
Amar tipped $10.
Thank you.
Here's for all the effort. Il Siracusano is peak story quality with an ending more satisfying than even Lone Trail.
An ending more satisfying than Lone Trail. Is this setting up for good expectations? That's a big one. Okay. Where am I? Oh, you're finally awake. This is home. Dimitri, why are you still here? Why are you here, sorry? Lavinia brought you back. According to the doctor, you passed out due to a combination of your injuries and fatigue. Want an apple? Sure. I knew you'd be hungry, so I already peeled it for you. Where's Lavinia? She left after delivering you to the guards. You should know by now that she's always been reluctant to set foot inside this mansion. Her coming here for your sake is already a miracle in itself. Karachi's death is actually a bit of an issue, and news of your injury is sure going to get out. In the eyes of the other family, the Baloney's have, in a heartbeat, gone from the clear front runner to a total mess, both inside and out. Someone could show up at any moment to try to take a bite out of us. Oh, my microphone volume just went down. My bad. Sorry. Oops. How much lines? Ah, you can get by. Did we keep any of the assailants alive long enough to get them to talk? Unfortunately, no. And we couldn't find any leads on their bodies either. I expected as much. Any idea who could be behind this? Saluzos always kept their cards close to their chests, biding their time. For them, this is a prime opportunity. As for the Rosatis, they're probably victims too, since Walash was with me when they attacked. Still, Columbia's family have never been a monolith. True, there's always the possibility of infighting among them. Besides, there are even more possibilities. They found themselves a nice opening. Mind pouring me some water? You bastard! You're barking out even more orders than usual when you're lying in bed. Did you really pour me a cup of boiling water? Is it my fault that your order wasn't specific enough? Alright, fine. I know this is how you express your dissatisfaction with me. What is it this time? It's about the arrangement with Texas. I can't agree to it. Lavinia is a righteous person who would never frame an innocent. She has her own ideas. That's not what I meant. She was supposed to be your sword. The boss handed her over to you. That came with the assurance that she would not endanger the familia. You should have forged her into a razor-sharp blade. But now, she's behind bars under Lavinia's watch. You seriously can't tell that she's looking for our familia's interests. I'll admit, holding on to Texas after today would only make things more precarious for you. That her surname had appeared once more in Siracusa draws far too much attention. In that sense, you have a point. From Lavinia's perspective, it's safer to have Texas in hand. But how is the rest of your family supposed to see this? They'll start to think that Tuzo, the next don of Familia's baloney, has gone addicted to playing house on top of the tablecloth, that you've gone soft. That not only do you know how to swing a knife, you got it taken away from you. The Bolognese have already lost the advantage. No matter who comes looking for trouble, we need to fight back tooth and nail. Leon, the development of Voss in his new district is more than a humdrum business of Il Ministro de Lavori Pubblici. It should be under Belloni's control. So that's what you really wanted to say to me. I also have my own plans, Dimitri. Let's hear them then. Alright, fratello. You are my trusted advisor. When I got attacked, I already had the feeling that things weren't adding up. And after hearing about Karachi's death, that became even more clear. You just asked me who I suspected could be behind this. I don't actually think it's a Saluzzo or Rosati. Why is that? The hitman knew me all too well, and knew exactly how to hit our familia with speed and precision, while targeting me at the same time. So what are you saying this? I'm going to lock myself indoors for the next few days. I need to recover from my wounds. I don't know why that's a very funny decision for him to make. Yeah, I get he's protecting himself, but he looks so much weaker than he should be. If people think we're fumbling in disarray, then let them think that. Until the true enemy shows their tail. So you let Lavinia take Texas on purpose. That's right. So how she wants to play her hand, that's for her to decide. In the meantime, there'll be no doubt a slew of attacks on our familia. Pay close attention to whoever's scheming behind the scenes. Understood. So was that a good enough answer for you? Of course. Since you have a clear plan in mind, naturally I'll help you put it into action. You are, after all, the boss here. It's what I want to hear. Don't let me down, Dimitri. Hello. Oh, sorry. Hello. Hello, Walash. It's me. Leon, I heard you were injured. How are you doing? I'm fine. We need to talk about what happened earlier today. I'd imagine you'd probably have something to ask me too. About that name. Texas. Bosini prison. So you were held up at that time. Who was holding you up? An old acquaintance. Awfully convenient for them to show up just then, don't you think? You're pretty used to this kind of situation, aren't you? Back in Lungman, I'd sometimes let myself get interrogated like this. Lungman, huh? Anyways, I'd have no reason to do anything like that. That's what they all say. To be honest though, I don't think you've given the perpetrator, Selenia. I can't imagine it would have done you any good. Also, Leon contacted me beforehand and gave me a few reasons why I should trust you. So that's why you showed up at a venue where there's so many important figures. Present. It was originally prepared as a stage for you by Familia Benoni. However, given the current circumstances, our best option is for me to keep you here. You're protecting Leon Tuzo. I'm protecting you as well, Texas. Also, this may divert the attention of the other family. They'll be speculating what Belloni's next move will be after getting hit like this. And those suspicions might loosen some of the feathers around my ankles. Are you really a judge? Why would you ask that? You seem to know a lot about how the family operate. I am, in fact, a judge. But to be good at this job in Siracusa, you need to know how the mafioso keep themselves alive, and even better than they do. Even I'd rather not know. You've misunderstood me. It's not at all surprising that the law enforcement official would know a thing or two about the people you're enforcing it on. But what I meant was that the judges like you didn't exist back in old Siracusa. Don't get the wrong idea, Selenia Texas. I didn't bring you here because of the so-called checks and balances amongst the family. Outsiders may interpret my stance as such, but I couldn't care less. You just arrived in this city, and you still don't understand how important Ministro Karachi really was. He was an outstanding person. He could have made the new city under construction something far better. It wasn't just another project to expand his business either. He wanted to make it possible for the citizens to enjoy a new way of life. But he's dead now, and I'll find his murderer and bring him to justice. They think they can dispose of the people who refuse to bend the knee one after another, as if they were puppets. But I'll make them realize that they're not tossing away a broken doll. They're murdering, living flesh and blood people. What was the voice I gave you again? Oh. So, Karachi's there had nothing to do with you. Right. And you didn't find out who the murderer was. Pretty much. And the task I gave you to investigate exactly why Bologna decided to bring back Texas. No leads there either. You never miss a beat, my dear father. Despite having accomplished nothing at all, you didn't even bother showing up when I called to convene a meeting. The traffic's pretty bad this time of the year. Lappland, when I kicked you out of the house 7 years ago, you lost your right to call yourself a Saluzzo. Do you understand what that means? Of course I do. It means you won't show any mercy when you decide to dispose of a disobedient tool like me. You've always been so self-aware. You have the slightest inclination to act accordingly. Do you really need me to personally deliver a little warning to the poor little judgy? Why would I feel the need to warn her? Now that that princeling pup is hiding behind closed doors, everybody's gonna think that the sharp-tongued little judgy is a baloney puppet. And with your personality, you aren't inclined to believe that the balonies are as weak as they present. So wouldn't it be common sense to use the judge's well-being to test the waters? Saying how you understand what to do, I want to see the results. Why, naturally, I'd never disobey your orders, assuming our interests align, that is. My dearest father. Is this how you found out that I haven't read any AK stories, like, at all? How many content creators do you think even read AK stories? The only person in the community that I think actually cares to read a story is Kyo. I don't think anybody else does. Salvadori! What are we to do now? Am I to thank you for freeing me from the clutches of my own blood relatives? Am I to thank you for spilling blood so that the infected workers may have full stomachs? Chaotic does. Is Chaotic still reading? Abby reads some. Abby stopped though. The man you killed was my father. Yeah, I don't read story back then because I don't have the time. I'm in school. I don't have the opportunity to do 10-hour reading streams so that I can get through. No, I do not need a list of his crimes. I should think I know them better than you. The scars on my bodies are proof of his cruelty. The deaths of those laborers were proof of his exploitation. But still, despite it all, Salvadori, I truly thank you from the bottom of my heart for saving me and so many others. But the stench of blood lingering about you grows stronger and stronger. Let us be away from this place, Salvadori. Just the two of us. Take me somewhere. We will at last be able to find peace again. Alright? It might already be too late. Salvadori, it might already be too late. The day you first set foot in Colombia, from when you first sharpened your blade. You may say this was all destined, that it couldn't have been avoided. I can't help but think, if I were in Vivienne's place, would I be able to forgive Salvadori? even if what he did could be so forgiven, the grudge would follow the both of them for the rest of their lives. Who are you? Exactly right, Signorina. The two of them were able to get together in the end, of course, artistic license. In fact, the real Salvadori did not elope with Vivian. Also, despite the fact that Vivian's father was indeed as scholar as he was wealthy, he took good care of his family, particularly Vivian, whom he doted on like a diamond in the palm of his hand. Oh, very rarely is someone pure evil, don't you think? Therefore, even if the perpetrator was someone you loved dearly, even if you were aware of your father's despicable acts, something like what he did is not so easily forgiven. Signorina Vivian ultimately chose to leave him and move to a new city, where she met someone who truly loved her, and thus began a new life. But until her last breath, she never forgot the man named Salvadori. So in a sense, this story can be seen as vicariously helping her dream come true. Did you know Miss Vivian well? I suppose you could say that. My name is Katerina. You're quite a lovely young actress. Are you new here? I swing by frequently, but I've never seen your face before. I am. My name is Sora, and I came from Langman. Langman. How fascinating. I've heard many actors who went to Langman to develop their careers, but rarely the other way around. Sometimes, there's value in bucking the trend. Too true. So, Miss Katerina, do you know what actually happened to Miss Vivian? Vivian. She never forgot Salvadori. Maybe that's why her son chose a similar path. He became a wise guy, and gradually rose to become the don of a certain familia. A familia that would eventually go to clash against Salvadori himself. Fortunately, Vivian came forward and prevented the two rivals from becoming mortal enemies, and eventually, they became allies. Wait, are you talking about the Rosati family from the script? That's right. Have you already read through the entire thing? Yes, I also want to learn as much as I could about the Texas family story. For some personal reasons. So what did you think of the story? There are a few bits that I can't make sense of. Oh, for example, Salvadori's granddaughter. Sora, the stylist wants you to take a look at the design of your costume. Okay, I'll be right there. Sorry, but I have to go. I don't mind. We'll have another chance to talk. Sora! Take your time. We can always chat at our leisure some other day. Okay then. That's great. Salvadori's granddaughter. You're wasting time at the theater again, boss. How many times do I have to tell you, Wallace? It's not a waste of time. You pushed a lot of work onto me so that you could go write a shitty play. Is that what the boss of a familia should be doing? You even gave yourself a pseudonym. Do you have a problem with that? Of course not. You're none other than Giovanni Rosati, our beloved donor. I know you're dissatisfied with me. But is there really anything in this city worth worrying over? Before, no. But now, yes. Karachi is dead. Oh. But Karachi was originally just an ordinary man, elevated by the family to keep each other in check. All his death proves is that Baloney was not capable enough. Nothing more. Someone greatly resembling Selena appeared in Leon Tuzo's sight. Say that again. Texas. Selena, Texas. Wallace, I don't recall you being the sort of man who liked to crack jokes. And you should always know that I hate people who joke about Texas more than anything else. So you can tell I'm not joking. I have no idea how Baloney managed to find her, but she had those unmistakable eyes and hair. Exactly like the one in your photo. But she didn't die. She's with Leon Tuzo right now. She would never have survived the liquidation if not for a certain familia protecting her. The logical conclusion is that Baloney saved her back then. Looks like we're going to need to have a little chat. Giovanna, this clearly is a trap. Wallace, my apologies, boss. It's not so much a trap as an entire conspiracy. Think bigger. If they really are the ones who saved her back then, What good does it do to me to drop by and express my gratitude? Big preparations. Business discussions are over. I'm paying Volsini a visit. Understood. I'll make the arrangements. Alas, it seems that the new script will have to go on the back burner for a while. Boss, I'm sure you're aware that Karachi's best presents an excellent opportunity for us, but you still seem hung up on the Texas name. If this keeps up, the Rosatis will not have a future. Wow. Wow. This story is very interesting for me. I like it. Oh, this dress looks absolutely stunning. Say that again. Sora's gonna look mighty fine in it. If someone told me about this earlier, I would have signed myself up. No way, no how. You don't know the first thing about acting. I can just act like I always do. And there ain't no roles for a Sancta in Siracusa neither. Says who? I heard that there was a Sancta with Signora Cecilia. Oh? Oh, that's law. That's law. What's this about? Signorina Sally, our boss is inviting you over for dinner. But... She's on her way to rehearsal right now. Vaffanculo. Now boss wants to have a word with Signorina Sally here. Being a little late won't make a difference, will it? I'll go get the director. The director. I might have carried water for him in the past, but these days... Please don't... The hell are you playing nice with them for? You should feel honored that our boss wants to see you. We don't want to get messed up. Behave yourself and come with us. The boss didn't say we could. You still don't understand what the boss was getting at. We're all scared of the balloonies before. But now they are out of the picture. And the big wigs are about to shuffle the deck again. We'll never get a better chance. You're right. Let's go, brothers. Time to clean the streets of these eyesores. Protect Signorina Sally. Wait. The heck's happening? Exo... Where'd she go? She already rushed out. Let's back her up. You call yourself a bodyguard? Right this way, Signorina. I know. You people are... Who the hell are you? Catch me if you can. Get her! Don't mess with us. Let's split. Your name is Sally, right? You okay? Do you know what you've done? You didn't save me at all. You're just making things worse. They're not gonna let you go. So how'd you plan to get out of that mess? By gritting my teeth? But they were gonna hurt you. I can deal with injuries. Did you really think that you were going to kidnap me? They were just trying to cause trouble. Shouldn't you at least call for help when stuff like this happens? What's the point? Nobody's gonna intervene in a struggle between family. What about that Judge Lavinia lady? She seems like a pretty decent person to me. She's indeed a very good judge, but there's nothing she can do in these situations. Besides, even if I never made it out of this part, how many people would know that I disappeared because of the conflict between those mafioso? So, you're just gonna put up with it? How else are we supposed to live our lives? This is how it's always been. Find a place to hide, wait until the dust settles, then follow the victorious sides out. That's all I can do. But why does it have to be like that? I'm sorry, I'm not trying to blame you, but to be honest, this is the first time in my life I've ever known what it feels like to be protected. That familia isn't particularly influential. The director should be able to help me smooth things over. But just as a friendly word of advice, if you plan to stay alive in Siracusa, please don't avoid trying to do this kind of stuff in the future, especially considering what's about to happen. What's about to happen? Have you not seen the news at all? Karachi, Ministro de Lavori Publici is dead. Yeah, so that assassinated looks like. I feel so bad for him. Since you all seem nice enough, I'll tell you a little more about him. I have to deal with mafiosi pretty regularly, so I heard a thing or two from them. The person who murdered him hasn't been found yet, and the young master of Familia Bologna was also attacked at the same time. Bologna? That's right. The Bolognas were poised to stand head and shoulders above the other family, but it seems like someone's been plotting against them for a while now. Many families that had previously given up are now starting to move again, little by little. Did you hear any of them mention the name of Texas? Texas? There's not a single person in Siracusa who doesn't know that name, but usually in the context of the last Texas or something along those lines. Really? You're a strange one. You know that. It's obviously all made up. How could there possibly still be a Texas still alive out there? Alright, you have a point. In any case, you should already know that our troop has some connections with Family Bologna through the director. Just as those people were saying, in the past, everyone wanted to get on his good side. But now, you all saw what happened. Do all Siracusa's family go around doing whatever the hell they want like that? Remember what I'm about to tell you. If you want to survive in Siracusa, you either need to join a familiar or stay as far away from them as possible. Then, you need to delude yourself into believing that as long as you stay away from them, you won't get sucked into any trouble. Alright, I should head back to the theater now. Right. What now? Someone's been tied up over here! Assuming nothing out of the ordinary happens, someone ought to have found the poor fella by now. I don't get it, man. Why go through all that trouble keeping him alive, just to let him go? What's so special about that guy anyways? What it proves is that shady pretender wanted him to be found. As for why, it's usually the trap. What a sinister fella. You say that now, but he ends up winning. You're gonna be calling him a genius. Dipshit. Huh. What's so funny? I just remembered how we used to argue like this back when we were kids. Never would have imagined that after all these years, after all the lies, twists and turns, the two of us still be out here, fighting for our lives. That's fate for you. Never know when it's gonna take you. Ain't that the truth? Who could have known something like that would happen in Lungman? And that after all, is to come back to Siracusa. Campino. And if I mean if, Lappland really decide to leave us alone and let us fend for ourselves, which is still stay in Siracusa. What? Do you miss your Lungman that bad? Forget it. Not like you'd ever understand anyways. Let's talk about something more practical. You really plan on switching employers? Looking at the news, the guys we tried to off was Don Molina's son. Seems like some real important died at the same time. Which sounds to me an awful lot like some unknown familiar has been using us as their weapons. Might as well go make that relationship formal then. Better than taking odd jobs and begging for scraps. Who's this? That's right, as soon as you're back in Siracusa, you participate in an attempted assassination of one of Dodici's dons. You two should have grown. Who is this? Guess the good old days are over. Lappland. Oh, today's breakfast is looking pretty good. Pay for your own. Oh, is there any way to treat your boss? So what have you been up to all this time? I went to say hi to the folks and got to enjoy some sorely missed family time. Simple as that. Huh, what a relief that despicable old mug back home is just as punchable as it's always been. You're with a familiar. Oh, did I never mention it? My last name is Saluzzo. Saluzzo? You're a Saluzzo. Capone, do you know what the thing I hate the third most is? Capone feels a chill course down through his body, but the sensation is so fleeting that he has to wonder if it was his imagination. When people start wailing and moaning once they hear the name of my familiar. Come to think of it, the way you do things really do remind me of that one familiar. What about the other two things? If I'm going to die, might as well die knowing. Seems like you've picked up on how to get along with me. Actually, I just came up with that line on the spot. Alright, talk to me. So why did you decide to hit on the family of baloney? Come in. Sorry for bothering you, senior secretary. No, Your Honor. The pleasure is mine. Your office is quite impressive. I frequently have distinguished guests here, and it's a sort of decor they prefer, so I figured I'd go along with it. So, did you need me for something? I wanted to talk to you about Karachi's death. I believe I already made my statement about that. I know. But I wanted to have a chat with you, for more personal reasons. Oh, right. I heard you swore you'd find Karachi's murderer and bring them to justice. Good. Young folks ought to have that kind of drive. So have you made any progress? Unfortunately, not yet. Sorry to hear that. I heard you'd always been on good terms with him personally, so... That's true. Karachi was greatly concerned with the citizenry's well-being. Things such as food, water, and sanitation. But I don't think there's anything I can do to assist you. I never actually mingled my way into his innermost circle. So while I'd love to help, there's nothing I can do. Anything you give me is fine. A place you think is suspicious, or anything in the government that I should keep my eye on. You're asking too much. You understand what I'm saying, don't you? Your Honor, several of other Ministry de la Republique died before Karachi. Do you remember them? 7, or maybe 8. The people in those positions were just puppets. Each familia was trying to push their own people up there. But in the end, they were all taken out by other family. When it came to a position as important as Il Ministro de la Republique, I'll be blunt here. It's clear as day why the family filled the position with a man as spotless as Karachi instead of installing one of their own cronies. For one simple reason. If the killing continued, the construction of the city will grind to a halt. If our people can't get in, then we'll at least make sure that yours can't either. That's why Karachi occupied that seat. Make no mistake, he had close ties with the Balonis. The Don's son even sat beside him as his secretary. But in one way or another, he was just as close with every other familia. There's an ancient Yen saying to the effect of he who walks oft along the river. Oh my god. He who walks oft along the river inevitably finds his shoes wet, yes? I've always trusted in Karachi's integrity. But so what? Others did not see it that way. The way Siracusans think, you either choose to be one of familia's pet, or you choose to be another's. In other words, Karachi's death was inevitable. It wasn't part of any familia's vision for the future. Do you think he was oblivious to that fact? In the end, it doesn't matter whether he died today, a month ago, or a month from now. You know how much hard work he had put in. What did he get in the end for it? Actually, let's assume he was a selfless person, as you say. What did the people he worked so hard for, those whom he eloquently claimed as his dear citizens, give him in the end? Your Honor, I also have a great many rumors about you. You undeniably have a fair number of accomplishments under your belt. But among them, how many were due to solely your hard work? And how many were influenced by the people behind your back? You already know the answer, don't you? If I may be frank, Your Honor, are you really not here to test me on behalf of Bologna? That is not my intention. I swear. I prefer it were. And please heed this word of caution, Your Honor. Let those who died stay dead. We already have too much to worry about without overly concerning ourselves with the disease. And this is the attitude of someone who was on good terms with him. If you want to have a slightly longer lease in life in Vosini's government, I suggest you learn this lesson well. Was that beat from you or Cookie? It was from me. Oh, hello, sweetheart. I'm still at work right now. Are you ready to go? Oh, alright. I'll get ready to hit over then. Okay. That was my daughter. Now, a newly opened restaurant has invited me to inspect their ingredients tonight. We'll have to set aside our discussion for later. Oh, right. Please let Master Leotonzo know that he's welcome to talk to me if he's interested in the gourmet experience. I'll remember to pass it on. Now then, please see yourself out. What do you say? We found someone conscious and tied up. The leader of the bunch that attacked the restaurant. Understood. I'll be there right away. I'm telling you, the two of us just happen to be involved in that hit. We don't know nothing. As for the guy who handed out the orders, we don't know which familiar he belongs to, but he sure was generous with the cash. They clearly were looking for hitmen with murky backgrounds like you two. So when you die, there'll be no trail back to who hired you. You might think you ran into them by chance, but it wouldn't surprise me if they had their eyes on you a long time ago. I'm not saying they didn't. So, wanna take a crack on who your employer is? Probably the Rosatis or the Saluzos. Of the Dodici who's been fighting over this city all this time. If the balloon is out of the picture, they're the only two family with enough power left. Right. I'm sure most people would think the same. But now you know the Saluzos were never planning anything like that. That just leaves the Rosatis. One more. What do you mean? Remember those poor suckers you took out early on? They were originally targeting the people from the Il Ministro de Lavori Publici. Don Belloni's son has been working there. So another way of putting it, this is that the folks you dealt with were trying to get in Belloni's way. So, what you're saying is, we helped the Balloonies put down the threat, but then turned right around and hit them even harder. So what? We see family doing that kind of power jockeying stuff every day. That, he's got a point. The first hit we made might have been some unlucky short-sighted bastards. My headphones. But don't forget, you were specifically sent to shut them up. Are you serious? Are you suggesting there's a double agent inside the Balloonies? Just another possibility. But hey, that's what makes things interesting. Let's assume that's true and do a little thought experiment here. Karachi, Il Ministro de Lavori Publici is dead, and before that, several more people in the Ministro were killed. Naturally, most people are going to see those things as connected, especially that poor judge. But the perpetrator who carried out the hit has already been silenced, and she can't find their leader either. She's at a complete loss, so what does she do next? If only some kind of clue would appear. Wait, I'm slightly lost at the sequence of events. You also lost me? What do you mean by you lost me? Oh, where did my camera go? How long was my camera gone? Was my camera gone for a short time or a long time? Oh, 2 minutes. What the hell just happened? Why did my camera disappear? I'm a bit confused. What is Lappland saying here? Let me read on a bit more. But what do you know? Isn't that assassin you dumped out there the best possible lead? So that's why they waited until now to throw that guy out. It does make sense when you put it that way. Then they set out a little ambush and make sure the judge has an accident. Kaboom! Lappland stretches out her hands and falls back into the sofa, as if knocked back by the blast. Everyone's gonna get pulled in. What a great idea. It's so great that even this is all bullshit. Bullshit. I'd want to make it a reality. So let me get this straight. You two are saying that the Balloonies are putting on a whole goddamn opera. It's definitely possible. After all, nobody understands the Balloonies better than themselves. I don't buy it. These are familiars' plans for the future we're talking about. There ain't a single wise guy in all of Siracusa who would attack his own familiar at a time like this. Campino, you should have realized by now that that kind of blind confidence is what brought down the Sicilians. But I gotta say, I think I agree with you this time. Then maybe we're putting on this show to feign weakness, so everyone thinks they're vulnerable but they were already on the cusp of victory. Do you seriously think that the balloonies just decided to give up on the city that was right at their fingertips, just to turn this whole place upside down? Are they crazy or something? Who knows? There are more lunatics walking this land than you might think. But I guess our merry meal time needs to wrap up. I hope you have a jolly old time out there. You stopped by just to say hello. What? Are you that eager to be my henchman? I wouldn't say it's high on my priorities, but at least tell us which side you're on. Last thing I want to end up is fighting against you without realizing, and dying without knowing what hit me. Me? Naturally, I'll always be Texas' most loyal supporter. Is everyone in position for the ambush? You seem like you want to say something. I was just thinking. I feel bad for Signorina Lavinia. Whatever the case may be, she's a friend to the familia. If only she's the one she befriended wasn't Leon, the next door of familia baloney. Look, I don't want to be the villain either. So she wants to play her little game of justice. Sure, that we can allow. To an extent. She thinks she has the backing of one of the bosses. What she's done over the years has had a larger and larger impact on Leon. No, on the entire familia. The balloonies don't need softness like that. She must be made crystal clear of this fact, and so must Leon. Otherwise, he'll never be able to seize ultimate victory from the chaos that's about to ensue. But young master, I know many of you are still conflicted about this. I will assume full responsibility for whatever happens. When Leon eventually comes asking who to blame, I won't get any of you involved. Selenia, I need you to stay in Siracusa for a while. You have to go. The Colombian family changed into opulent attire, took up residence in luxurious mansions, and stepped into the so-called upper class, thinking they have clearly oh, what is this hard word? Delineated? What does that mean? Delineated a boundary between them and Siracusa. Siracusa is barbaric, while we are not. They spoke those words thinking themselves superior to our homeland. Your father's been captured by this line of thinking too. As for you, I need to see it for yourself. See the place we came from. See if we're any different from them. Who's there? I've brought you some chocolate. Want some? I see prison security in Siracusa as shorty as ever. You know, they call this one impregnable. At least compared to the other cities. Texas lets out a tiny sigh and takes a bite of the chocolate in Lappland's hand. It's her least favorite flavor. Ha! And here, I thought you'd be chasing me out instead. That takes a lot more effort than just ignoring you. So long as you don't get in my way, do whatever you want. Oh, I'm almost moved to tears here, Texas. Even you're gradually figuring out how to get along with me. I never get into other people's way. I'd much rather clear the fog for them, so they can better see where they're going. How much do the Saluzos know? No more than you do. The Balonies were pretty much a shoo-in to win, but to keep the Rosatis down, they even brought you back from Lungman, as a precautionary measure of sorts. But right at the critical moment, yesterday's assassination took place. It's so blatant that people can't help but think it had to be intentional. Is the perpetrator even trying to stay hidden? So what about you? Planning to sit in this cell, reminiscing about every little thing that happened in Lungman until the judge lets you go? Or aren't you in a hurry to get back there? If you consider the wait as just another leg of the journey home, then I can be pretty patient. But what if that judge is in danger? Where is he? Has he woken up yet? Good to see you here, Your Honor. We've taken full control of the scene. The suspect is still unconscious, but he was tied up and stuffed into a trash can over there by the corner. We've already notified the hospital. Who found him? A group of actors from Compagnia. Compagnia dell'Alba. They already left because they had a rehearsal to get to. Compagnia dell'Alba. But now those people. He really cursed me back. He's really cursed me back, Lap. Your Honor, the people murdered in the witness elimination case you reported last night were these people's accomplices, right? Yes, but we couldn't find anything on them to identify with. How would their leader show up here in such a sorry state then? Want me to try waking him up? Please do. Oh, stop struggling. We have you restrained. Lavinia! Do you understand the situation you're in? Who tied you up and dumped you here? Do you really need to ask, Judge? Answer my question, murderer. Maybe I can invoke Article 14 of the Penal Code to remain silent under informal investigations. You're pretty familiar with the law. What? Are you gonna use Article 132, the right of special dispensation on me, Judge? Just who are you? You're average everyday murderer. I remember now. I've seen you before. Last night at the restaurant, no. You rescued that hapless clerk for the Il Ministro dei Lavori Pubblici. It was 3 years ago, at a legal forum. Judge Bortolotti from the city of Sorrenti gave a pretty outstanding speech. Signor, I was deeply impressed by your report. Well, I just kill people for a living now. It's an easy life. What you're talking about, I can barely even remember anymore. This isn't who you are. Stop acting so self-righteous, Lavinia. You really think you understand me? Just from a fantasy-filled report at a window-dressing legal forum. You can't hide true passion. That's what you said back then. Right. Along with all the other naive, idealistic nonsense I rattle off. All young people are like that, thinking they can change the world all on their own. I just happen to wake up sooner than you think, Lavinia. You said we should all strive to find the common line that can protect anyone. Yes, here's an example. Join a familia, listen to the boss, and kill anyone who gets in your way. Judge Bortolotti, I can help you. Help me? Oh, that's right. You have the great and powerful Bologna's backing you. Your honor and dignity will stay untarnished. You won't get chained down or beaten up for a moment of naivety. Oh, that's a very hard word. I think it's naivete. Okay. You won't come home to the sight of your house going up in smoke along with your family. You don't know one damn thing, Judge Lavinia. You have no idea how weighty the code you hold in your hand is, and how easily it can destroy your life. Luckily for you, you'll never get a chance to find out. What's your Lavinia? What? We need to get out of here, now. Texas? They've sent a ton of people. Come with me. Lavinia must be a very important person. She's not a regular judge. It's almost as if she's the target instead, but I don't know why. Is this correct? Or is it the next one? Yeah, it's the next one. My bad. She's a judge trying to control criminals and they don't like that. I mean, criminals all don't like judges. That's true. Why is she? It's Texas. We've already lost a lot of our men. Wish they had let Lavinia talk to that piece of trash for so long. Forget it. After seeing a colleague fall to utter depravity, that woman's spirit is done for. As long as we can snuff out Leon's childishness, doesn't matter how we do it. Call our people back. We're leaving. They turned around and left. He's already dead. Took an arrow straight through the heart. Thank you. If not for you, I'd have to be the one to die here. Close your eyes, murderer. What's this? A notebook. A Siracusan judge license. He is keeping in his breast pocket. His corner has been clipped. It's written here that the holder was disbarred 3 years ago from the malfeasance. Malfeasance, huh? Malfeasance. Could they really not come up with a better excuse? Are you alright? I think I should be asking you how you got out of prison. Trade secret. Fair enough. I don't have the energy to pursue that either right now. You need to rest. I can't do that just yet. This trail has gone cold. I need another lead. Yen has a saying, haste makes waste. Of course I know that. But time is luxury I can't afford anymore. Was Karachi important to you? No. I only ever met him a few times. After all, I am a judge, and our roles could hardly be further apart. But as any resident of Osini can tell you, he was an extremely vigorous man, smoothly navigating his relationships with the family. He dedicated all his time and energy to the construction of the new city area, trying everything at his disposal to give the people a safer place to live. By investigating his death, I've come to better understand his life. Carefully, delicately, as if walking on thin ice, he would desperately rack his brain to produce anything of value that could be exchanged for a little more breathing room to carry out his work. For example, building more schools and hospitals far away from the turf fought over by the family. I'm not sure how I should think of him. Maybe he was just a decent man, with the slightest bit of conscience. But the fates of decent people in Siracusa are already sealed. Just like this man, a hitman carrying a judge license. Siracusa has proper law schools. They use textbooks published in Colombia. After graduating, students aren't restricted to working in local Siracusan law firms and institutions. They also gain accreditation in Colombia. Nowadays, our exchange with Lungmans are becoming more and more frequent. Maybe with enough time, even Great Yen will come to recognize our certifications. Sounds good. It is. Of course it's good. But none of that makes any difference. My alma mater once invited me back to deliver a speech to my juniors, to give them some confidence. So I went. When I got up on the stage, I wanted to tell them to believe in what they had learned, but I just couldn't do it. In Siracusa, the law works because of the existence of a single person, not because it's based on any sort of universally recognized fairness. In a sense, it's even more absurd than complete lawlessness. More incredibly, after almost 60 years, the Siracusans have gotten so used to living in this environment that nobody dares question it now. Am I justice personified? No, I might be a symbol, but even I don't know what stands behind my back. Want to grab a bite? That'd be nice. Grazie. I didn't expect you to be here, Leon. I heard someone attacked you, so I rushed over. Nothing major happened, thanks to Tex's help. But we're on another day then. Just drop it already, Lavinia. Leon, I believe we had an agreement to not bring things up that might spark an argument at the table. Now's not the time for that. No, it's the only thing that can let us sit together and share a meal regardless of our positions. If you insist on breaking it, then I'm afraid I must take my leave. Padrone, Leon Tuzzo. You're not messing around with your life on the line here. I've been messing around with my life on the line since the moment I became a judge in the city, Padrone. I'm planning to talk to the Rosatis. I don't care what they think about Selenia's presence. It's a discussion they can't avoid. We have the initiative. As long as we can keep them down. It doesn't matter if we have a double agent in our midst, or other family in our throats. We'll suppress them all. That's not where the problem lies. Things are incredibly tense throughout the city right now, and everybody's speculating about who did it. The situation will only spiral out of control unless we stabilize it. I'll be frank. If you can really find the murderer, I'll spare you no expense to help you push the case forward. But right now, the other side has already come prepared. What you encountered today was without a doubt a warning shot. Your investigations won't go anywhere, even if you try to press the issue. You're only gonna land yourself into more trouble. So I should go along with your plans. Drop the investigation and let this case fizzle out. Lavinia, you're not the kind of person to get carried away by her emotions. Leon, you worked in Ministro Karachi before. You probably know him better than I do. Regardless of how you ended up in that position to begin with, he was still a person who could make the city a better place. These things happen every single day. So are those in Siracusa who want to be good people. Are those in Siracusa who want to be good people doomed to die? You're more important to me than he was. To you, Ministro Karachi's death might look nothing more than a spell of heavy rain. The rain won't fall on anyone who's standing inside, so you just wonder why it's lasting for so long. If you're feeling particularly generous, you might even hand some umbrellas to the people on the streets. But for me, I'm sick and tired of asking myself for how long I plan to stand there under the roof. But how are you going to stop the rain all by yourself? At least this time, I don't want to feel like a helpless bystander watching someone like Karachi die for nothing. I've already done too much against my will. Leon, if, and I mean if, my life could be exchanged for something, that might make things a bit more bearable for me. One thing I learned from the Colombians is, if you want someone to listen to you, incentives can be more useful than violence. But that doesn't mean I would ever choose violence, Lavinia. And this is exactly what I was talking about. The biggest difference between you and me. You've always got the option of violence, but you've refrained from using it because of your upbringing and self-control. I'd even like to thank you for your kindness. That's not what I meant. And I'm not blaming you either, Leon. For you even to consider why the rain hasn't stopped yet is already exceptionally rare to see. But you are the next hate of Familia Baloney. And I'm just a judge who can't help herself. Our worldviews have been fundamentally different. Let's leave things here, Leon. If you really want to help me, then keep doing what you need to do. If you're able to negotiate with the Rosatis, that would already help to ease up the situation. However, unless you lock me up right now, nobody will stop you from finding the murderer. Silence falls across the restaurant. Leon Tuzo wants to think of something else to say, but all the words he can muster in his mind come up blank. His throat twitches twice, but no words come out. Hold on. Texas. Alright, you should head back with Leon. He'll need you in his negotiations with the Nosatis. No, I have a better idea. You need a culprit, right? Then I'll be the culprit. Do you even know what you're saying? It's the quickest way to get the situation under control. I don't need others to take pity on me. Don't get the wrong idea. I'm doing this for myself. You're both right. If things continue like this, the situation will only get more and more chaotic, making it harder to find who's actually pulling the strings. The best method we have is to find the killer before everything spirals out of control. And of course, the other side will do everything in their power to prevent that. So you're going to offer yourself as bait? Yeah. Nobody else is a juicy enough target. I might just fit the bill. You'd make Texas into the real criminals and sacrifice some renown to take on all the blame, using people's ignorance for your own familia. And after that, you can release me. That will be the fastest way to stabilize the situation, while also potentially drawing the true mastermind out of hiding. An ambitious plan, but it might be worth a shot. However, you're the last of the Texas bloodline, and this is Siracusa. Personally, the most important thing about the Texas name is just the reputation it brings me. As I said before, I only have one goal: to see through my agreement with Baloney and then leave Siracusa. Then, why would you go out your way to do this? I also have a number of friends who are trying to change things for the better, in a place called Rhodes Island. I'd never accept them dying in vain either. If the plan goes well, it might even put the other forces behind the scene in countercheck. I'm really starting to count my lucky stars that you're on our side. Spare me. If this is what we're going with, we're gonna need this trial to be a barn burner. Ultimately, that's the only way we're going to keep the other family down. I'll handle the other arrangements. Now's our chance to hit back. Then can you give me an assurance that you'll let me leave Siracusa? I swear it is to you. Once we successfully execute this plan, nobody will pursue you ever again. Those who've kept an eye on you, be it the Rosatis or any other familia, will only know that. Selenia Texas broke out of prison and fled Siracusa. Sorry, Lavinia. This might fly in the face of the dignity of the law. No, I don't think so. All that remains is to see things through. Okay. crack of thunder. Sora, Sora, are you ready yet? Stop rushing me. This dress is so tight. You haven't been chubbing up on pizza behind my back, have you? What are you even talking about? I only had one extra size last night. Sora, suck it in. Alrighty, perfect. You're good. Done? Come on out already. Let me see. Coming. Oh, you look amazing. You'd say that again. I'm pretty lady. If only Texas was here to see you too. Yeah. I knew you had it in here though, Sora. You made it on stage here in Siracusa mighty quick. But of course, this time, La Morte de Texas will be presented in multiple acts. We've already finished rehearsing the first one, and the opening night is the day after tomorrow. If everything goes well, maybe she'll be the one looking for me, rather than the other way around. That could happen. Let me think. Yeah, if it comes to that, I'm definitely gonna buy a pizza to slap her face around a bit. Speaking of Texas, I've been talking up the Bologna family. I hear things been awful rough for them lately. Hope they ain't getting in her way. She's gonna be perfectly fine. Most we're doing right now is keep the faith in her. We ought to rest up before Sora's debut too. I originally wanted to take a look around the city, but it feels like I've turned into Sora's bodyguard. Bite me. But hey, I've eaten my weight in the free food at the theater. Their pizza's not half bad. Things are probably gonna get busier from here on out, so let's go for a walk. Okay. Free food! Free food! Actually, wait. This is like a quote. A me quote. Free food is the best feeling in the world. Do you all agree? I feel like free food is one of the most harmless but actual good feeling in the world. Like when you go to an event and you get to eat food for free, or you go to a buffet, or someone says it's on me, it's a very life simple pleasure. Yeah. Hey, did you hear? You're talking Tex, right? Huh? Right, Texas. Sentence. Eh? Excuse me, did you see something about Texas? Yeah, sure did. You interested? What happened to Texas? My boyfriend's with the family Bologna, and I heard it from him. You know how Il Ministro di Lavori Pubblici was killed a few days ago? Apparently they found the culprit. The one who did it was the last of the Texas bloodline. I think her name was Selenia or something. No way! They even decided on the court date. It's the day after tomorrow. What if you have a bad tasting food but it's free? If it's very very bad, then it doesn't feel nice. But if it's like passable, even passable free food feels nice. Right? Free food don't tend to taste like the most amazing thing in the world. But it's because the free that it tastes much better. Senor Leontonzo, we agreed on this meeting, but you've already pushed it back several times. My sincerest apologies, Signor Wallish, but it's too much that I have to deal with lately. I hear you've already withdrawn a lot of your men from several areas previously under contentions with other family. I'm worried about you. I'm glad to see that you're alive and well. It's nothing possible, just cutting our losses. I'm quite fond of that prudent side of yours. Don't worry, Familia. Rosati has no interest in kicking a man when he's down. But there is one problem that I must reluctantly bring up. Thank you. Aisha Athens, we're reading Il Siracusano right now. Thanks for the read. It has to be about Texas. Selenia, Texas. Is she back? And even one of your bodyguards? Is it really her? What if I say yes? We never knew she was alive this whole time. Back then, was my father who saved her. I see, I see. That was the old Don's handiwork. The construction of the new city was from the very beginning because of the fate of Salvadori. Because of the fate of Salvadori shared with Siracusa. My father only hoped that she could return to Siracusa to see the city. Such is familiar baloney. Despite knowing full well the significance of the Texas name to Familia Rosati, you still invited her to come back so graciously. Impressive. Truly impressive. Yes, thank you, Aisha. See you. I, Wallace, can only offer my admiration. Again with your jokes. Jokes? How is any of this a joke? The news that Signorina Selina is still alive means a great deal to us Rosatis. No matter how the Balloonies see it, we are in your debt. Our two families will see this new city built hand in hand. What debt is there to speak of? Very good, I love it. By the looks of things, Fratello, you've been waiting for me all this time. So tell me, what is it you want? Simple. For the Rosatis to stay out of this. Oh, you want us to stand aside and watch the last Texas go down? That's not going to fly with the boss. After the trial is over, she'll be held in custody, and you'll still be able to see her. Just see her. She's our guest, but she could be yours. Alright, it's a deal. So this is when you decide to reveal Selenia. That's certainly unexpected. Was it Lavinia's idea? No, there is no way for her to know that Selenia wasn't the murderer. Knowing her, this is a decision she'd make. Could Leon have convinced her? Never mind. In any case, I didn't expect this card to get played. Dimitri, what are we doing now? Time to run out Selenia. Do you have any idea how many heavies she put down during the chaos that broke out 7 years ago? An ambush, explosives, or good old-fashioned poisoning. We might have a way. And don't forget to take into account whoever invited her back. Whoever they might be, it undeniably was a clever move. Now that things have come to this, we're forced to resort to more brutal methods to put this trial on ice. At the end of the day, our goal is to plunge the city into chaos. From the very beginning, we've been here to provoke Signora Cecilia. Now all we're doing is to take another step forward. Gotcha. If you ask me, I think there's another opinion. Option, sorry. Who's there? Oh, Lappland. Whatever you're doing sounds like fun. Mind if I join in? Comment. Director, did you hear the news about Texas? I did. Just no. Do you have any clue what's going on behind the scenes? I got the news from Judge Lavinia on announcement. Lavinia, the judge who helped me. She doesn't seem like the type to lie, but... Are you going to postpone your debut? Could you please help me come up with something? I want to see her first. And regardless of whether or not your debut can be pushed back, I want to know what happens if you see her. Signorina Sora, I remember you said you come to Siracusa with 2 friends to look for her. You always believed in the woman you knew, and that she was truly who you thought she was. But now, you know her hidden past. You've been forced to learn that the woman you've been chasing might be an entirely different person. Say, you go see her. What then? What are you going to say to her? What is she going to say to you? If that's the way things are, then maybe it's all my fault. Maybe I never knew her well enough. Even if she was clearly keeping something for you. That depends on the reason for doing it. Anyways, Mr. Bonato, showbiz is a big melting pot, and I've met all kinds. It's way too hard to be the person you claim to be. At least, I don't think you can pull it off. I always think to myself, one day I'm going to turn into someone I'm not. So, I never expect it from other people. Everybody has their secrets. I do, she does, and I'm sure you do too. If she wants to keep her mask on until the very end, then that's the side that she wants, and that's the side she wants me to see. Isn't that also genuine, in its own way? Absolutely. Also, maybe I didn't express myself clearly enough. I'm not looking for Texas so I can give her a piece of my mind. Not at all. The four of us lived together in Langman for almost 6 years. 6 years, precious to me beyond words. And I sincerely believe they're just as precious to her. Still, she left without saying goodbye. Should I be upset over that? I'm not. I'm worried sick about her. Exia and Croissant would say the same thing. That's why we came to Siracusa. If she's caught up in some trouble, then we're going to bail her out. If the weight of her past is enough to make her crumble, we'll be there to share that burden with her. Through money plays, the fate of Familia Taxos is known far and wide, even if the rumors of Selena's death were exaggerated. Her past is likely much deeper than you can imagine. I know, but we haven't heard it from her directly. She has to tell us what she thinks herself. Only then, if she still decides to part ways with us, after everything we've been through, only then can I say goodbye without a weight in my heart. Only if I try my best, can go move on without any regrets. Well, I'd probably still have some regrets, but that wouldn't be so bad. You speak with a great deal of wisdom, Signorina Sora. I'm just trying to come up with excuses for my bravado. That's all. But I do feel much better after having talked to you about this. You're alright though. If I went to see her right now, I don't think there's anything I'd be able to do for her. Actually, I was ready to agree to your request. After the trial, you will see her. I can promise you that. But for the time being, you'll have to keep waiting. Thank you so much. I have to get ready first. Unfortunately, I won't be there to see your debut in person. You're not going to watch? That's right. I'm afraid I have something important to do that day. But don't worry, I've already prepared the best possible starch for you. Thank you. I'd better get going then. See you. Bernardo walks over to the shelf and pulls out a book, a legal codex wrapped in thorns. He remains silent for a long time, until finally, he places a call. Dimitri, tell her. Just say, I agree. With a boom, thunder surges outside the window. It seems to augur the heavy rain about to come. Wait, I'm in the mood for food again. Wait. I could order pasta. It's quite expensive though. If I order pasta, it'd be very funny. Choco pasta? You think that exists? Oh, someone's gonna die in this story. I'm quite certain. I'm quite certain a significant character is gonna die here. And I wonder who, apart from Karachi. But wait, where am I in the story now? 4, 8, 12, 16. And how many have I read? 8. I am 30% done. This story feels longer than Near Light. But this story is not longer than Near Light, right? It has less words, right? What do I mean 30%? What? It's 8 out of 20. It's 8. I've done 8 stories. There's 16 more. That's 30%. How's that wrong? Actually, one of you did give me... One of you did give me a little gift just now when I was reading. Thanks for that. You'll be feeding me with what you gave. Although I'm just thinking, do I really want pasta? It's just so pricey. That's why I'm not as tempted. Aglio olio or carbonara? They don't have calzone. They have arrabbiata, but no. I love aglio olio. As long as it's good aglio olio. Carbonara? I bet you the carbonara I'm about to buy isn't the authentic carbonara. Okay, actually I have to make a delivery order, so like... Yeah, I think a carbonara with chicken with it sounds great. Why is the delivery fee so high? Christ almighty me. Economy is dying. That felt funny when you say that. Alright, sure. Okay guys. We'll have carbonara. I'll be very happy eating it. So yeah. Okay, I placed my order. Okay. Pasta for the night. Let's continue the story. Ah. Pasta and no garlic bread. I have garlic bread in my fridge. Like, garlic bread that I can heat up. What, you want me to have a full meal? You want my garlic... you want my pasta to get delivered and I eat it with garlic bread on the side? No, it's like frozen garlic bread. Like, I just need to heat it up. Wait, is it still in my fridge? Let me see. Yeah, I'm right. There's garlic bread in my fridge. Eating that late as well? I don't mind eating food late. I'm not that picky about food. What's wrong with not having garlic bread with pasta? It's just, you'll be very full. Should I? What? Then I'll be eating here for a long time, you know. When the food arrives and I take a break later, it's gonna be like... I'll be munching for like 15 minutes or something. You want me to take this out of the fridge? Wow, but this takes very long to eat. Let's not. Let's not. I think pasta's enough. Okay. As far as she was concerned, she's always lived life the exact same way. But to other people, she was just like a Siracusan. Was she just like a Siracusan? She didn't know. All she remembers is what she once said to her grandfather. People will keep going on and on about how life in Siracusa is nobler, or about life in Colombia is nobler, are all full of it. To which she laughed heartily. The radio profile case of Ministro Karachi assassination is about to be heard in court, but it seems that only a small number of invitees are being allowed inside the courtroom for security reasons. Everyone else is waiting around the Rione della Giustizia for the outcome of the trial. The courthouse is encircled by guards, but nevertheless a large crowd has formed. It appears the death of Ministro Karachi has touched the hearts of the citizenry. We will continue to report on this situation as it develops, so stay tuned. Sora, are you ready? You two can go if you want, while I'm performing. That's alright. Even if we showed up, it's not like we'd be able to get in. Yeah, all we can do is sit tight and wait for the verdict. And you break a leg out there. Don't worry about me. I'm ready in the right headspace. Sora, are you ready? Almost time for curtain. Be right there. Quiet please. Court is now in session. The outcome of today's trial will be made public to all citizens of Bosnia. The case being heard today is the assassination of Ministro de Lavori Pubblici, Karachi. Bring the defendant to the stand. So, that's Texas. Look at the color of her eyes. There's no mistaking it. She's a Texas. Oh! How is she still alive? She murdered Karachi. Silence. Selenia, Texas, you were present at the murder of the Minister of Karachi. I was. I planted the bomb and detonated it as Il Ministro de Lavori Pubblici was walking by. She straight up admitted it. This is the last, Texas. How the mighty have fallen. What was your motive? I had none. Who gave you the order? No one. In other words, you acted alone. Yes. Impossible! How'd you get your hands on the bomb? And when you have the opportunity to plant it? Does that matter? Did you come to take revenge for Familia Texas? But, Your Honor, I've confessed to everything. I believe there's no need for two mafiosi in the juror's box to be so rowdy. How dare you! Can we just skip all the boring procedures? Leon, what are you still doing here? I thought you'd be at the courthouse. This is really so surprising, Dimitri. Would you like a drink? Let's skip the morning booze. I'll prepare some refreshing fruit juice for you. Get me a whiskey, the strongest we have. And then answer my question. How'd you guess? Simple. The attack on me and the assassination of Karachi both prove that someone wants the Dodici family at each other's throat. And as Lavinia is a below spokeswoman on the topic, she can't be allowed to find the murderer, or she will be able to bring the situation under control. Therefore, now that Lavinia has arrested Selenia, the other side can't let the trial proceed. So what has happened to Lavinia? Fortunately, things didn't work out for you. You might not have realized it, but she's influenced you a great deal. It's making you question your decisions more and more. And through her influence on you, she might come to believe that she's capable of something. I had to nip the fight of fancy in the butt. Funny how you talk all confident like. Actually, Leon, doing this brings me no joy or peace of mind. I didn't want to wait for the very end to tell you the outcome and force you to accept it. So it's just like you said. Fortunately, things didn't work out for me. But that didn't stop you. We can take all the time in the world to settling this score. Speaking of which, the safest option was to have Selena die mysteriously on the eve of the trial, but that didn't happen. Proving that the other side is afraid of her. After all, even though we set aside her being the last Texas, she is still a guest of the dawn. In other words, the only ones willing to let this opportunity slip by are from this familia. Lo and behold, nobody made any attempts on Selena's life yesterday. What if the other side anticipated your trap and purposefully held off? If they're set on challenging Signora Cecilia's authority, you'd expect there be a lot of commotion. So I did a bit of research into which family have been the most active over the last couple of days. And it turns out, you, Dimitri, behind all this. I must admit, I didn't expect Signorina Selenia to send trial for someone else's crime. I figured it wouldn't make a difference whether or not she was involved in our plan, but by the looks of things, I really should have thought that part through. Don't be too hard on yourself. If she didn't come by and say that she was fine bearing the stain of this crime, I wouldn't have thought of it either. So in that case, you should show her your gratitude. Of course I will. But before that, I have to ask, why Dimitri? Isn't that obvious? I'm the traitor in the family. I'd be more willing to believe that everybody else is a traitor before you. If I can't trust you, then who? Leon, what do you think about this new nomadic city? Obviously, it's a new way of dividing up the spoils. Whoever has the last laugh will be the big winner. Sure, but I see it more as a testing ground for Signora Sicilia. Let the Dodici family fight amongst each other here in the name of building a new city. The new generations of cubs vent their repressed violence, while the old wolves turn their eyes to a new prize. Pretty great, huh? With Columbia's return to the fold, the stagnant cesspool that is Siracusa gets a new lease on life. No matter who wins in the end, it all works out for the woman at the top of the Grey Hall, Signora Sicilia. Wait, you don't mean... You've done a great job these past few years. You suppressed the other family and took control of Il Ministro de Lavori Pubblici. If things keep going that way, the Bolognese will get that last laugh. But what will it accomplish? Our familia gets absolute control over the new nomadic city, and after that, it's back to business as usual. And you want more of that. Or rather, he wants more than that. Since Grey Hall was established, since the Dodici family was prohibited to warring against one another, who has ever really been content? We used to be hungry, unscrupulous wolves, and the struggles between the family were bloody and endless. But now, the newest generations of cubs are all nice and comfy in their shackles. They're so used to coexistence with other family. They find solutions to conflicts. They argue with each other in Grey Hall over what you call dividing up the spoils. We never did anything of that. No need to. So what he wants is to overthrow the Grey Hall. But how? One individual has allowed the family to act independently, but she will never permit them to violate her ironclad law. There can't be any fighting in broad daylight. We're about to win, and only under these conditions could our sudden fall from power get the attention of the jealous family. Wolves fight. That's nature. They don't hold back on the smell of blood, no matter how domesticated they become. They tear into each other, claws and flanks and all. But that's how we get this particular individual to step out the Grey Hall. And we'll all be waiting for that one moment. Crack. The crisp sound of glass shattering echoes across the empty room. The pup is unaware of the wounds caused by the splinters. We'll get the last laugh, Leon. And when we do, we'll control more than the new city. We'll have all of Siracusa. That's what your father, Bernardo Belloni, who single-handedly made the Bolognese the most powerful of the Dodici family, once of us. You're wrong. I haven't stopped you. Or I guess I should say, you still have a backup plan, right? You knew from the very beginning that you'd be found out, so you waited here for me on purpose. The reason I'm here is because I figured I had to face up to your anger. I owe you an apology, both as your closest friend and also your soldier. I don't expect you to forgive me, but at least I want you to know that I didn't sleep well doing what I did. Stop talking like you've given a victory speech. I lost, Leon. Really. But maybe this is just the kind of place Siracusa is. Just maybe the Dawn's ambitions were right. Just as I was about to admit defeat, she appeared. Who? Her lunatic. Tell me, Gambino, can you guess the best way to ruin somebody's day? Take his head clean off, right? What do you think of Capone? Find his friends and family, kill him one by one, sit him down, and treat him to a slideshow with their pictures. That's why I always say you two will never amount to anything. Then let's hear your bright idea. His faith, my friends, his faith. Oh, sorry, I read that wrong. It's supposed to be read together. Oops. You destroyed his faith. Destroy? No. How could you destroy a man's face with your hand? That can't be done. But you give him a gentle push and let him watch his faith fall right out of the sky. And then, whoosh, crash. It shatters into a million pieces. And how do you get a man to shatter his face so easily? Oh no. You misunderstand me. Face is pure and clean, but life is filthy. So easily? A better question is, how could it be that hard? So, does this have something to do with us getting you that truck? I get it. You're just gonna run over the judge and shake up Texas, right? Does she come across as the kind of woman who'd break down over one dead judge? What are you going to do then? You're the Lappland who was exiled from Familia Saluzzo. Why are you here in Vocini? Wait, how do you even get back into Siracusa? You know how the Balloonies have a connection with Selenia that nobody knows about. I got a connection with the Saluzzo name that makes you rich. So you're a hero on their behalf. You could say that. By the way, I think you should probably put the weapons you have under the table. Dying here won't do you or your plans any good. Let's make a deal, Balloony Cup. You want the case dismissed, don't you? I can help with that. Is that what Alberto Saluzzo wants? I'm his daughter, and I know him better than anyone. Haven't you been dying to find out exactly what I'm doing back in Siracusa? It's simple. I need her to understand. This Siracusa is a swamp. You don't just get to wade your way out. That goes for all of us. As such, you confess to having committed all the aforementioned acts. I was. Very well. I hereby proclaim that Selenia, Texas is guilty of murdering Ministro Karachi, Ministro de Lavori Publici. I pronounce you. What's going on? What's that sound? Anybody else hear that? It's an engine. But we're in the courthouse. How could that? For the mafioso of the yesteryear, the unspoken rules were held above all else. Signora Cecilia placed the shackles of the law around the necks of the family. Thus, a court of law was erected in every Siracusan city. In Siracusa, the courts stand for Grey Hall's will, and the judges are executors of Signora Cecilia's will. The judges inevitably find themselves controlled by the family, sometimes even submitting to them. However, every judge knows that there is one line that cannot be crossed. They must prevent fights between the Dodici family. Just as the Dodici all know, their every move is always under the watchful eye of Signora Cecilia. Thus, a delicate balance of power is established through the courts. But now, a declaration of contempt for Signora Cecilia. A mockery of the very laws of Siracusa. With an engine roar squeezed between the bouts of high-pitched laughter, a truck rips through the wall, and even after crashing its way inside, the engine does not stop, as if proclaiming to others, this is no mere accident, but rather by design. Ah! What's going on? What's the truck doing here? Who's the driver? Get out this instant. Not bad. Now that's the face I want to see. Who the hell are you? Ah yes, buongiorno, signore e signori. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Lappland Saluzzo. Saluzzo? I'm also Karachi's true assassin. Breaking news! Just now, someone drove a truck into the courtroom. The woman who carried out this jaw-dropping deed has just identified her as Lappland Saluzzo. And she claims to be the one who really assassinated Karachi. At present, Judge Lavinia has suspended the trial and detained this individual. We will continue to track the latest developments, so don't go anywhere. When people no longer recognize the stench of blood as blood, it becomes a natural part of society. Let this be a poignant wake-up call. The city where even the sewers are choked with conspiracy and spilled blood, such fascinating developments can still take place. Oh, wolf with a yearning for the wilderness, you never fail to surprise. But when you break free from your shackles, that I do wish to see. Over a dozen mobsters lie on the ground, howling. The only one still standing is a girl holding a longbow. Oh! Oh! I never knew city rules were this weak. Agnes was right. She pauses briefly, then suddenly turns to sniff the air. It's coming from the direction of the warehouse. Are there other wolves from the wilds in this city? No, this is not the scent of the wilderness, but it's very close to it. More people to see in the story. No one told me about this. Me neither. Did she echo known? Don't worry about it. I chose to let her do it. Don't about the what, why? A gold coin can mean very different things in different circumstances. The Balloonies would not have their way. What's a little smudge on our reputation? If it means we can cut another piece of flesh off Bernardo. Understood. What should we do now? Prepare my car. I'm going to see my doctor. Yes, Don Alberto. By the way, where is Dan Brown now? Dan Brown. I think she's working the car wash. Give me the address. Are you calling him back? Never permitted him to leave the familia. Understood. And prepare a banquet. For? A feast for the heir to the familiar Belloni. Let me go! We caught the assassins, thanks to Lappland's tip-off. They've been identified as having taken part in Leotuzo's assassination. Do you two know her? Hey, nothing ever good comes of dealing with you, Lappland. Look on the bright side. It's not every day that you get to sit in a Siracusan cell. Lock them up. Yes, Your Honor. You were the one who waylaid Selenia and ordered the bombing of Karachi. Is it still your story? You sure are persistent, aren't you? Don't you and Baloney want to get this case closed as quickly as you can? Doesn't matter if it was me or Texas who did it. You really should hang me, Your Honor. I'm just a pawn my familiar cast aside. Surely you can do it. Imagine the positive impact that my death will have on justice in Siracusa. Isn't it worth a try? I don't know what you're planning, but I'll do exactly that if you really are the culprit, Lappland Saluzzo. First, there is someone I have to see. Welcome back, Don Bernardo. Take a break. You've been working hard. Yes, Don Bernardo. Not happy. How could I be? Come with me. There are some things that you have to know. Why did you bring me here? My lord. Bernardo, are you trying to tame your unruly cub now? He just needs to understand something. What are you? I am Il Signore de Lupi cub. Leotoso feels a daze at the words Signore de Lupi. Fragments of knowledge and memory rush into his mind and take shape. The Signore de Lupi, sovereigns of beasts, beings that were never born. They have existed since time immemorial. Zaro is a sovereign of beasts. He and his kind have borne witness to the path that the wolfpack tread on the wilderness. They are engaged in a killing game, guided by their own nature. The Signori de Lupi are immortal. They gain no satisfaction from fighting amongst themselves, so they have set rules for their game. Each Signore de Lupi grooms a human to hunt the others. These are the fangs of the Signore de Lupi. The one with the last fang standing becomes the alpha. Signore de Lupi, The Hun. Thanks. Could it be? Your father has been an excellent Fang. Sorry. Rubio, Don Alberto is holding a banquet for Familia Belloni. We need the best food. Could it really be Saluzzo? Rubio. Oh, it's nothing. Let me think. Ordinary hospitality won't do, the Bellonis are involved. Please inform Don Alberto that it will be my order to prepare the banquet, personally. I eagerly wait his response. In Colombia, a show of kindness by a mafioso often results in the subject becoming a chip in the bargain. The more one cares, the higher the cost. In Siracusa, the subject may take their last breath on a dark, rainy street. The more one cares, the greater the pain. One must become cold and heartless. Texas knows that well, and detests it. I'm sorry. No need to apologize to me. You can leave after some paperwork, if you want. Procedurally, you're no longer a suspect. I'm not worried. It's quieter here in jail. Haven't you given up yet? Do you really think that your old friend did it? It's her style, but I don't see the motive. Then it's not time to give up. Signorina Lavinia, Familia Rosati sends word that Signora Wallace would like to speak to Signorina Selenia. Well, no rest for the wicked then. Lavinia realized that Texas put something in her pocket as she passed by. She reaches into it and finds a note. There is a phone number and a short message scribbled in the corner. Penguin Logistics delivers, rain or shine. Senor, if you have to sleep, can you at least put your leg down? Are you talking to me? Who else? How could you sleep in the theater? And to put your feet up like that? How rude! I'm not blocking you, am I? No, but it's really off-putting to have someone so rude beside me. Alright, I'll put my leg down. Hey, why do you have food with you? We don't sell food here. Yeah, I brought it at the corner store, since you don't sell popcorn here. This is your first time here. A friend suggested that I come here to relax. What do you think of the performance? I don't really understand what's going on. Why are they doing that? Escort this gentleman out. He's not welcome here. Hey, I bought the ticket. Give him a refund. Right away. Come with us, senor. And get the hell out. See, I saw him when the show started. Thought he was some rich boy out to experience society. Turns out, it's a pure cuzzo who knows nothing about the opera. Did you like what they're doing on stage? Of course, the actors look nice. The songs were beautiful. Is that what they call that? Stick to the bars, pleb. Oh yeah, here's a ticket money. Don't you dare say we took it. What's that? Do you want to do this the hard way? Hey, this guy's strong. I need some help here. Something's not right with his eyes. My arms! It's gonna break! Hold it right there. Just let it go. Don't waste your time on a cuzzo like that. Come on, let's get you bandaged up. Sorry, Signorina Lavinia. Doesn't look like this is something for me. Guess I should find a bar to get myself drunk, then spend the night at the porno theater. They mentioned that in this game? Hello? Want to drink? Dan Brown looks in the direction the voice came from. He sees a man leaning by the side of the alley, shaking a bottle in his hand. I want an explanation, Lappland. Isn't that what you wanted? Help the Bellonis when they're at their weakest, control them, and dominate them, rather than destroy them. I thought I taught you. I taught you what to do in times like this. No, I forgot. It's been years since I left, you know. I can't have you ignoring the business I gave you, or you're going against me. You're my daughter after all. I'm forgiving man, but I can't let you go over my head to make decisions for the familia. Even if you did actually guess what I wanted to do. I'm Don of our familia. 7 years ago, I kicked you out for this. 7 years later, you came back and did it again. You knew it would infuriate me. You knew it was the only thing that could infuriate me. Why did you do it? Figlia mia. Because nothing else brings me joy, Padre mio. I wanted to know if it's really your position that matters the most. I've always wanted to know. Holy fuck. Did he like throw her a... Did he... Did she... Wow. He threw her across the room. Lappland raises herself from the ground with great effort. Her face is full of joy, as though this was what she came back to Siracusa for. Time's up, boss. That'll be all for today. That's all. You defied me. You're still my daughter. You know what I want, better than anyone. All you're missing is discipline. It's my fault for not educating you properly. There's still some time. So all the Signori De Lupi live amongst us. No. He's the only one who involved himself in human society. The rest of them stay out in the wilderness. What? He believes that the authority over men is a form of power. He wants to use it to triumph over the other Signori De Lupi. So he wants you to overthrow Signora Cecilia and become the de facto ruler of Siracusa and help him win his fight with his kind. You, me, the entire family were all tools to him. Did you think I was going to accept that? How could you accept being a puppet for your entire life? Figlio mio, there is one thing you've misunderstood. He taught me how to win power, just as I taught you. Using it to defeat the other Funks is just a part. Every decision I make, that, including what I'm doing now, is my own. How can you be so sure? No, he's serious. Look at him, the strength of his character. He's no puppet. We're each other tools, instruments to our mutual victory. That's all. Boss, the Salusos have sent their invitation. Don Alberto would like Senior Leon to attend his banquet. I've lost count of how many times you sighed today, Sora. Can't be helped, considering what happened at the trial. How we re-raid the prison. You lost your darn mind. At least we get to see her. I wouldn't recommend it. What are you doing here, Miss Katerina? That's my line, Sora. Why are you out? It's dangerous. I live nearby. You do? Did you get scammed? It's fine. She's got me and Exia. Who's this, Sora? Oh, I met Katerina a few days ago at the theater. Well, I guess it's fine, if you have friends to count on. What about you? Oh, don't worry about me. A noisy place like this is conducive to my creative work. Creative work? See, the playwright behind La Morte de Texas is named Katerina too. Could you be... Wow! No wonder you know so much about Texas Family. I read that one. Even I could tell there was one humdinger of a script. Can I get your autograph? Sure. Not that it's worth anything right now. The Morte de Texas is gonna be a blockbuster. You bet on that. Thanks. Back to what you just said. You look like you can take care of yourself, and I wouldn't put it past you to actually get it done, if it was any other Siracusan prison. But things aren't so easy here in Vocini, with Lavinia around. The eyes of all the family are on that place. You don't know what trouble you might stir up if you act rashly. You're just kidding around. You didn't look like you were. May I ask a question? Okay. Do you know where Selenia well? Oh. Sit. There is an unwritten rule in art and writing. You can base your work on the familiar, but you can't mention the real familiar by name. I've heard that. Somebody put La Morte de Texas out there. The first work to use the name of a real familiar. And that means the family aren't trying to stay in the shadows anymore. They're out to take center stage. All thanks to the Colombians. A lot has changed since the Colombians got mixed up in the Siracusan art scene. Unscrupulous artists, or rather craftsmen, pumped out work that started to stink. They're not making observations about life, they're making pale imitations of it. So as audiences are willing to shell out money for it, which is a mosaic of pop culture. What was popular yesterday shows up in theaters tomorrow. Real quality is buried under garbage, which becomes all you find when you look for it. Isn't that terrible? If that's what everybody likes, then what you call art sounds like garbage. Something like that. But not everyone. There are those who would like to keep good art from being buried, but they don't know how to fight the tide. That old-timey opera doesn't appeal to me. But you never escaped the past, did you? Who are you? Bento Nesigius. You found my name in the review section of the Vol City Art Weekly. Ben. Just call me Ben. Ben. Okay, go on. I've got my thoughts about what Siracusa has become. People up high say we've ought to solve our problems in more civilized ways. But when I try to do something all civilized, things turn out the same way as they do. Whether we fool ourselves like that, but we don't actually have to. The family know how things are trending, but nobody wants to give what they already had. Want to drink? The wine's not cheap. It's not. And this is a cheap pizzeria. It is. Why pair wine like that with pizza like that? Because the wine is worth the same as the pizza to me. The wine is certainly finely made, but just as much care was put into growing the wheat that ended up in this pizza. Is there really much a difference in value between them if you take away the trappings of civilization? Do you believe in these things? The trappings of civilization? Like the label on this wine. Slap it on something, and you're free to feed on the people who you fool. Is this guy a psycho? So, Lavinia fled to Lungman, and you are her friends. Hard to believe, isn't it? No, I believe it. Really? First, there is no need for you to lie. Second, I always thought there is a chance that she's still alive. Now I understood why she suddenly showed up. I guess she made a deal with balloonies, and now she's here to pay her debt. Definitely sounds like her. But what a coincidence is that you found the Campania dell'Alba. Or perhaps it's no coincidence. What's special about the company? Nothing. It's nothing. The Compagnia dell'Alba is a good place to start if you want to get close to Familia Balloni. But well, come with me. Come with me. Oh my god, we go to her house. Someone in the chat. It should have been me! What's this place? It's my home. It should have been me! Wow, books and papers everywhere. Sorry about that. I didn't have time to clean up. Take this, Sora. A key? Yes, it can be dangerous outside. Come here if you want to practice. It's quieter, and I have plenty of scripts for you to look at. Just think of it as making a new friend. Alright. This was very long. I hope that just means that there's less word later on. Like, the ST2 was stupidly long. Though I consider the possibility that Leon Tozo was trying to put a fast one behind me, my suspicions were confirmed the moment I saw you. You're the real deal, a flesh and blood Texas. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Wolosh of Familia Rosati. You're Colombian. Of course, most associates of Familia Rosati are here. So how do you enjoy prison life here? There was nothing special about it. Strange. Logically, you should never have spent so long in jail in the first place. Just what was Balloony thinking? Is there something unusual about obeying the law? The law. What do the courts here in Siracusa have to do with the so-called law? Look at it this way. In most Siracusan city, standing trial and going to jail is common coming-of-age ritual for a young mafioso. After that, his familiar associates go pick him up, like a warrior returning home triumphant. Everything on the surface here is meaningless to those who live by the underworld's ways. What's your point? You grew up in Colombia. Do I need to spell it out for you? A complete joke. There is no other way to say it. But that's why we're able to establish ourselves here so easily. Do you enjoy talking politics? You obviously don't. To be honest with you, I'm not a fan either. I'll get to the point then. Why aren't you dead? None of your business. Fine, let me ask you a different question then. Why did you come back? Didn't Leon Tonzo tell you already? I owe Bolognese a favor. So let me get this straight. You knew the Bolognese wanted to bring you back to deal with us Rosatis, but you still went along with it. I didn't know that until I got here. But you could say that. Your bluntness makes me wonder if there's something wrong with me. Last of the Texases. Are you going to tell me you forgot the Texas name used to rule all of Colombia's family, large and small? That your grandfather Salvador was the lodestar for every associate in the familia in Colombia? What the Texases left behind has nothing to do with me. Nothing to do with you! Wallace smashed his fist into the coffee table next to him, and fresh blood begins to seep from his fingers. He does not seem to realize it. You are Selena, Texas, the granddaughter of Salvador. As long as you live, those things have everything to do with you. The mere mention of your name at the Rosati table forces us to change the way that we do things. Texas was our pride. Do you know how much effort Giovanni put into reuniting the remaining Colombian family so that Salvadori blood and sweat will not go to waste? Do you have any idea that what it was like to finally give it to Signora Cecilia, traveling thousands of miles of gold from Colombia to Siracusa? In order to survive, we even gave the technology to build a nomadic city, basically letting Siracusa construct a new one for free. That was all because of the fall of Texas. He has never no choice but to accept this reality. And now you, the last Texas, deign to set foot here like you own the damn place, claiming that you have nothing to do with all this, that you're just here to pay off a debt. You even go so far as to stand against us. You owe the balloonies. That you're even alive means that you owe a much bigger debt to the Colombian felony. I might owe Giovanna an explanation, but I don't owe a thing to the Colombians. After I settle my accounts with the Banonis, I'm leaving Siracusa. You think we'll take your word for it? Your very existence shakes the foundations of the Familia Rosati. Where's Giovanna? What? I'm asking, why are you here instead of Giovanna? I speak for her. She wouldn't, for example, grovel at Signora Cecilia's feet. Same as she wouldn't send a representative to meet me. You think you know her so well? Judging from your expression, looks like I'm right. Isn't that unlucky? Turns out I'm the one who doesn't know enough about the legendary Texas. I always I always thought I was a pretty good actor. You're not bad. But you speak eloquently, and at great lengths about Siracusa, as if you're seeing the country through for what it is. It feels very familiar to me. I wouldn't keep doing that if I were you. Why not? Because it proves you don't understand this place well enough. But you are right about one thing. Now that I'm back, I should go have a chat with Giovanna. You won't be seeing her. Sorry about this, last of the Texases. You're too much like a Siracusan. No, you are a Siracusan, through and through. So I cannot let you see the Donna. You'll shake her, you'll shake others too. You'll bring ruin to many great things. So please turn back. Go close to the deal that you had with the Bolognese, and then crawl back to wherever you came from. You're free to do what you want from here. But I'll ask you to bear one thing in mind. Familia Rosati does not welcome you. Texas stands up and walks to the door. Unconsciously, the would-be assassins part and make way for her. She looks around, reading anger, bewilderment, disgust, confusion, and other emotions in the eyes of the Colombians. That is what her surname brings to the table. Texas. She lets out a sigh and exits the room. What an unexpected guess. I want to see Bernardo. I've already warned you several times before not to call Don by his first name, Signorina Lavinia. You know where he is, don't you? Give me one reason why I should tell you. If standing here listening to you to mock me from your position as the big winner is enough to get you to tell me, I'll gladly play along. The big winner, huh? Whatever. It's not like you knowing would do any harm. The Don has already left for the Siracusano mansion. You won't be able to see him. If you want to stir up trouble in his household, that's on you. But if the Don has decided to open discussions with the Saluzos, I suggest you don't stick your head in where it doesn't belong. Don't need to tell me twice. One more thing, Signorina Lavinia. I don't care what you think of me, but I hope you do remember this. Leon is a made man in this familia, and he was the first to deviate from our path. We're all one familia, and the familia ought to stick together. Your path. That's a nice euphemism for a craven ambition. A droplet of rain strikes the ridge of her eye socket and rolls down like a teardrop. Never in her life has Lavinia experienced rain so frigid and biting in Siracusa, but she promptly wipes away the streaks. It's too soon for that. Who is it? I'm looking for Penguin Logistics. That's me. Do you have time right now? I have a moment. What services do your business offer? We deliver letters, messages, goods, and people. Rain or shine. Perfect. I have a job for you. That's quite cinema. I like that. Oh, Sarah, you went to Katerina's place after all. There are tons of resources here, and Miss Katerina even left her notes in a lot of scripts. She's really passionate about her job, huh? Stop sighing, won't ya? Everybody knows your acting thingy ain't just another way of chasing Texas. Leastwise, you don't want to be in it. Right, but finding her is still our top priority. After all, Lappland is back in Siracusa, and she's been doing some crazy stuff. If you think about it, it makes perfect sense. It always feels like she's there, wherever Texas shows up. Do you think she's doing it to help Texas? Looking at the scoreboard, Texas sure as Sunshine got her name cleared, but ain't that kinda strange, whichever way you look at it. I'm sure she has her own goals. I don't have what it takes to deal with that woman. Anyways, she ain't no friend of Texas. Don't take a genius to know that much, but her attitude ain't like an enemy either. End of the day, I just can't figure out her for the life of me. I just can't figure out for the life of me what it is she wants out of Texas. But the mealful she gave me earlier was really good. Don't want to hear nothing about that hungry mouth of yours. It's like how I used to look at Mostima. I couldn't figure her out. But after I gradually stopped thinking about her, she actually started to make sense to me. I feel like it's the same way with Lappland. For people like her, there's no point trying to guess what they're thinking. It's just better to accept what they say at face value. Only if every word they say is true, can you start to figure out they're ultimately trying to weave truths into a lie. Time for me to get some chow. Next year, you watch over your things, okay? You got it. Sora, are you practicing your lines again? Oh, hi there, Miss Katerina. We're about to start our performance of Act 2. Oh, my food's delivered. Hold on. Oh wait, I muted my mic. I'm so sorry. I muted my mic and I said pasta amigos. We're about to start our performance of Act 2 of La Motte de Texas, so I have to step it up. Oh, I completely forgot. Time sure has a way of sneaking up on you. Exia, would you like some pizza? Sure would. By the way, Miss Katerina, since you're the playwright, you'll be coming to watch the show, right? I actually wanted to tell you that I'm going away for a while. Huh? For how long? Well, it shouldn't be too long, if everything goes as planned. Don't worry, it's nothing major. Something happened back at home, and as the eldest daughter, I have to get back and get everything under control. Being a big sister is hard work, isn't it? It's not so bad. Unfortunately, I'm not sure what I'd do for the climax of Act 3. Maybe I can find some inspiration back home this time. Come on, don't look at me like that. We just won't be seeing each other for a bit. I should still be able to find some time to come watch Act 2. Who knows, maybe I'll surprise you backstage and invite you out. After all, I rarely get to make new friends, and I wouldn't want to miss the performance of a script I wrote myself. Right, that settles it then. If you're coming by, you have to let me know. Of course. I'm off then. Goodbye. Bye-bye. See you later. By the way, Katerina looks like a operator that people will want. As long as she's not dead. Right? She looks so ready to be in the game. But she's not yet. I wonder what her class will be. Wow, people will simp for Katerina. Well, her art is actually insane. I think she'll get released. I think it's just when. Valpis is playable, so she's possible. Is she related to Valpis? Oh, is she also a Fennel Fox? I mean, that would explain her appearance. Ah. Oh my god. Wow, the artworks for her will go crazy. I can imagine already. The community can go wow. If only they knew about her. If only non-story readers knew about her. After all, we're done here. I have to head back to finish my script. What's there for me to bring? Alright. I have the Saluzos and Ballooni's been acting. The Saluzos invited Lil Tonzo to the banquet, and the old wolf Bernardo agreed to it. That banquet may end up very interesting, and everyone has their eyes on it now. Should we respond in any way? Wallace, I may make some travel plans. I'm going to watch the opening performance of La Motte di Texas Act 2. Is the script you wrote that important to you? Of course. It is the product of my painstaking labor. Also, didn't you just ask how we're going to respond? That is my response. See how Bernardo Benone is about to step away from his own theatre. Naturally, I, Giovanna Rosati, ought to return. She's the Rosati family. Wow, there's quite a few families that's in play here. Saluzzo, Rosati, and Sicilia, and Bologna. Quite a bit. Okay, I think I'm on the halfway mark. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Oh, that's not halfway. That's almost halfway. Okay, I'm so sorry, guys. Let me... Pasta. Can I eat first? Mini break. Okay, wait. I do have some curious questions. So there are 12 families in Siracusa, right? If there's 12 families in Siracusa, then we're just not seeing all the families now, right? But I assume that more will appear in a future story, maybe, if they're relevant. Wait, but it also seems to imply that the said family was not... Well, no, the families are disjointed because they all have different surnames. Carbonara. It doesn't look authentic enough. Why is my cheese powder just scattered here like that? Okay, but it's not those... Actually, it looks like good carbonara. Oh wait, it might actually be good carbonara. You know, good carbonaras are the ones where it's not like... watery. Yeah, it looks more Japanese than it is Italian. But it's not the watery carbonara, which means it's a little bit more authentic. But, yeah, I want to understand some things about the story now that I've read this far. I mean, we still don't know what Lappland is trying to do. So, the first thing of all is that Siracusa is a place where 12 families own or live on this land, and for whatever reason they want just power over each other. to be a governing force. I don't quite get the environment. None of them are friends with each other, it seems. That's nice. I never had this pasta before. That's very nice. Wow, what a late night food. They're only friends for benefits. Penance, Vigil, and people that went to Colombia are trying to change them, and they don't like it. Why are they trying to change them? Is it because they saw the values? I mean, I saw how Penance said that she brought over the law, right? It's decided that there should be law within the country. And so the law got brought into Italy, basically. Or like, in this case, let's say Siracusa. So it's like what? People, the Colombians basically went... Yeah, like, I think life wasn't that good at first in Siracusa. And they said we need more order. And so they brought law in. Vigil and gang don't like the way the mafia operates. Vigil is such a pacifist, man. In this story. It makes me understand him a lot more now. Like, he's both likable and dislikable because he's a pacifist. And I also wonder what is the relationship between him and Dimitri. Why does he call Dimitri his minion or like his soldier when they're from different families? Is it just because his family is the bigger power? The childhood friends! Oh wow, okay. Oh, same family. Oh. Wait. This story, does it have a proper conclusion? Or does it cliffhanger? Or is it both? Oh, it both has a conclusion and a cliffhanger? Okay. Cool. It's like hair and subordinate, but they grew up together, so it's more like brothers. Why? Wait. So you're telling me in this whole story, Dimitri doesn't like that Vigil changed? Like, Dimitri wants to stop Vigil. Dimitri likes things that ways the ways are. That's why he said he's getting so poisoned by Penance. But then, why is Penance and Vigil different? You guys are saying it's because they went to Colombia? Is Vigil father loyalist? Vigil dreams of absolute peace in Siracusa. I feel for Penance, by the way. I genuinely feel a lot for Penance in this story. Because, like, I'm a sucker for people trying to live a normal life and shit just goes around them. It's kind of the worst feeling in the world. When, like, you've got a regular job, but, like, you're getting roped into shit that shouldn't matter to you. Yeah, it's kind of like Moina. But it's not, yeah, it's not so much that Penance doesn't want... Yeah, Penance is kind of the reason why things are happening around her anyways. Like the part where her car got oil, not oil, but paint spilled. I think it goes to say that the mafia hates her. Yeah, because she's the one trying to make change within the place. Okay, one thing I don't quite understand. What's the purpose of the nomadic city? It seems like the purpose that Baloney had and everybody else is different. What's the main objective of the Baloney family when they built the city? Was it just for more space? Is it just land? But even if it's land, is what for? Oh, not yet revealed. Wait. Am I not supposed to know yet? Okay. Now I feel sad for Texas. She has no family. But she has a different kind of family. It tells you why she's so loyal to logistics. Texas probably got tired of her own life in Siracusa. And when she ran away and she found a group of lunatic friends, she's like, I think it's better here. See, even though as much as Texas sighs whenever she hangs around Penguin Logistics, she loves them more than where she came from. Also, there was a mention of how Texas and Lappland are both from Rhodes Island already. So they've already been in the game for quite a bit. Or like, they've been related for quite a bit. Like even Exia and Sora know who Lappland is. But it seems like they're not that close to Lappland. Except for Texas. Oh, I'm getting spoiled. Oh fuck, this archive file will spoil me. Giovanna and Lappland each represented her past of Colombia and Siracusa. Okay, so these two was Siracusan buddies. I mean, I won't know the full context now. I'll get to it soon. I think that's meant to be a surprise though. I already spoiled the surprise. It's okay. Like I didn't know that they're related like that. Actually, this might have the ending of the story. Let's not do that. Archive file 4 is probably ending. It usually is the ending of a story, from what I see from the operator files. Oh, these files are boring. So, anyone applying to be Texas' boyfriend? Or girlfriend? You could be girlfriend as well. Texas might not mind. Anyone with a I can fix her? What a good skin. Oh, it's on now. I could literally buy it now. What? The hunter shot down the great demon Vermithrax, but was betrayed by the lone wolf emperor and banished to the barrens. This sounds like some story lore that I do not know what she's talking about. It's an AU. It's not actual. Lappland. Huh? What? What does Lappland have to do with Laterano? It says here, the outfit that she wore at the Laterano Apocalyptic Knight's Funeral Memorable Hall. Oh yes! I still don't know why she is afraid of Project Red. But I will know in the next event. Because Project Red is in the next event. I will know in this event. Okay. Project Red must be from a very important family. Because she's also a wolf. It must mean that Project Red belongs to another family that we are not aware of yet. I'm almost done. Okay, wait. Now we be real. So, who's on the I can fix Lappland up? I'm done. That was a very filling pasta. Then in the next stream, I'm gonna have to eat pizza. They didn't mention pasta in this event that much. They mentioned macaroni, but that's about it. Oh, thanks, Aki.
4 days more to 3 years following. Thank you for all the great streams and entertain me during those nights.
Sure.
Cuppy.
See you on the event.
Good
day.
night, everyone. Smiley face emoji. Have an awesome week. Enjoyed the stream.
Ah, yeah. Siracusano. Leon! I've never been one to tell you what to do. I've always hoped you'd come to your own decisions when about everything. You've done well all these years. If you really think that, then why? Why did you suddenly decide to act now? Why are you suddenly telling me this? Why did you betray Lavinia? Countless questions swirl around Lil Tuzo's head, but none of them leave his lips. What he just saw and heard seems to contradict his cognition. He suddenly feels as if the man before him is not his father. He's like a stranger. Oh, the related. Because this is the best and only chance. What do you mean by that? You'll find out soon enough. Senor Bernardo, Senor Leontoso, it's a pleasure to see you. You're not one of Sir Luzo's associates. Secretario di Sicurezza Alimentare Rubio. Why are you? My departamento is catering tonight's banquet. I'll be cooking personally. I've heard that in Vocini. No event is worth its salt and be held without the endorsement of the Il Dipartimento di Sicurezza Alimentare. You speak too highly of me. I'm just hoping to make food that satisfies the fine men and women of every familia. Yet another reason to look forward to tonight's banquet. Don't tell me I just knew that the father and son. I can't draw the family lines in this story yet. It's quite confusing. I need like a butcher paper in front of me. I need like draw, you know. I need to say, this one's related to this like this one's related to this like this. Like, you know how people do like those kind of relationship charts? And then they draw one arrow forward and back. And then they do like dash lines to indicate maybe severed relationship, shit like that. I need that. This is what Siracusa is. I need a full family chart. New King. Where is he right now? He went to the Saluzzo mansion. Okay. You're not going to ask why. I can tell that Bernardo is very important to you. When I became a judge, he didn't ask me to abuse my position to protect the familia backing me, like all the other judges. He let me do what I wanted to do. Leon too. As the Bologna boss in the city, he respects my work and the brand of justice I seek to uphold. Even if I rule against the Bellonese, he sees it as strictly business. In his words, my justice is more effective than blind violence. I don't object his understanding of justice. He even spends some of his spare time reading law literature. Even so, I as a judge, I still have to come face to face with the injustices that constantly plague the city. The power struggles between family, the oppression of the common folk, and the silent rage of the masses. The more I tried to uphold justice, the more difficult I realized my path was. I used to comfort myself that at least I'm not the tool of some familiar. But how could that be true? My hands are already dirty. I just want to admit it. It's impossible not to get your hand dirty. Even if this seems silly to you, the promise Bernardo made to me was the only reason I'm able to remain a judge in Siracusa. Promise. He once told me that after Familia Bologna emerged victorious, he would carve out a piece of land in Siracusa. There, the law I placed my faith in would no longer rely on pure power, where the justice I sought could truly be realized. He's hoped I could be patient until that day comes. Every day I start to think I can't bear it anymore. I think of his promise. Tell me, if all of this was a lie, then what purpose has my life had for the past 10 years? I think, given his power and status, he wouldn't need to lie to you like that. Right? That's why. Who is it? I'm just Lavinia. I would like to speak with Don Alberto regarding the murder of Karachi. Your Honor, the Don is entertaining an ordered guest right now and doesn't have time to. By honored guests, do you mean Bernardo Bologna? Please inform the two Dons that this matter is of great importance. I will not leave until I see them. Please, try this one. I learned it from a Litanian chef. Not bad. Times have really changed, Bernardo. The old days, whenever you wanted something, it was all, I must have it, and I'll kill anyone who gets in my way. But now, I need to find officials or businessmen who are good on good terms with me, and ask them to get it for me. Be discreet about it too. Wouldn't want news to get out. Ridiculous. Isn't that right, Rubio? Anything you desire can be yours, Don Alberto. For one to be called upon to get what he wants is his honor. Secretario Rubio, you must have been plenty lucky yourself to fill that position. I didn't have that kind of luck, which is why I had to go about it this way. I'm just a clown, carrying favor with the bosses. Look at this guy, always talking himself down. The fact that you're even here today is enough to prove your worth. You're right, Don Alberto. Alright, Bernardo. We spent enough time exchanging pleasantries, so let's get straight down to business. You want to do what the Dodici family always wanted to do, but never had the guts. Take her down. And sure, you have my support. You've only muddied the waters. If you really want to overthrow her, you're a long way away. The fact that you even dared to come to this dinner shows that the cards are still in your hand. So tell me, what exactly do you plan to do? Alberto, what do you think about Familia Rosati? Rosati? They've got ambition. Familia Rosati isn't alive today just because Giovanna's standing up as Salvadore's successor. Someone must think the legacy of the Taxos name. All Salvadore's knack for unification was an invaluable asset. If you ask me, it's a liability. Charisma this, charisma that. In the end, money is what talks. It's the only thing that'll get anyone to give a damn about you. You're right, and also wrong. From where we stand, there are always methods of convincing people. And to be fair, I do somewhat admire Giovanna. While the Taxos legacy did make it for a liability, she took it up willingly and managed to make it her own. It's true that the Rosatis have depended on the wealth and connections they've accumulated. But they've gone too far. In what way? Do you really think that she wants to hand over the key to the new city to either of our family? We've been jostling for power here. The Rosatis haven't shown the slightest interest in participating, as if they're not even here in our world. But they are the same Rosatis that took out Salvadore's legacy. They handed over the technology that built the city to Siracusa. Do you really think the bystanders in all this? To a new city built to commemorate Salvador, a new city that could change the trajectory of Siracusa. You mind putting it in plain Siracusan for me? How could I possibly be more direct, Alberto? The Dodici family have been battling here in Volsini, and to her, this is nothing but a peace-fighting exhibition. Don Alberto. Just Lavinia and Selenia. They want to see me and Bernardo. What's the meaning of this, Bernardo? They're not with me. The Saluzos have never been anything but hospitable to our guests. But to those who are not guests, you can deal with them accordingly the Saluso way. Alright then, you heard the man. Yes, Don Alberto. Bernardo, do you enjoy chatting about the plans in the future? But I like more practical topics myself. Because you know those like the back of your hand. The people know the Salusos never place a bet lightly. But few remember that the Salusos, when the Saluso does place a bet, he doesn't let it go lightly either. Rubio, the rest is not meant for your ears. I get it. Secretario Rubio, do you have any interest in the opera? I sometimes go, when I have the time. But fuck, take this. This is a ticket to La Motte di Taxes Act 2. Yes, if it sounds like something you'd be interested in, feel free and go check it out. I told you, Bernardo, the time for pleasantries is over. I'd also like to invite all Salusos and their associates to enjoy the show together. What are you talking about? It's time to go. It's a private party. And what if I told you I must see the Dons today? The Salusos have a particular way of showing hospitality to unwelcome guests. I'm sorry, Selenia. This is what I'm here for, isn't it? You dare put your sword on Saluso. Selenia, last of the Texases. Are you out of your mind? Flip that one around. To kill or not to kill, but for an honest and sincere hope. To kill, not for the sake of killing, my bad, but for an honest, sincere hope. Since her return to Siracusa, this is the fight that has felt the least empty to her. That is what Texas thinks. But hey, you're here as Penguin Logistics now. My theater manager informed me that the Familia Rosati has reserved a VIP box for tomorrow's night show. Staging a hit in the theater. Said how esteemed artistic director of Compagnia della Ba operates. It is just sprinkling of the distressing of truth onto a play. But there is one thing that I still have doubts about. Giovanna has heavies from Colombia's among her associates. Especially a boss in the city, Wallach. I've heard rumors of his methods. I'm so sure that we'll be able to bring her down together. Don't have though. Sounds like fun. Bernardo, the judge and the Texas very much wants to see us. They've already wounded some of my soldiers. They are both close friends of yours, Bernaroni. Care to explain? The associates of Familia Saluso have always been known for their bloodlust and combativeness. Alberto, if the Rosatis came to attack your home, what do you think their chances would be? Zilch, they wouldn't stand a chance. Selenia would be the blade that runs through the heart of the Familia Rosati. Oh, the Rosati soldiers can't go. Selenia can. So what are you worried about? Can the Rosati stop her? I remember you. I thought you totally gave up on this place, like you never ever lived here. My time with Salusos wasn't so bad. Then you gotta know what it is that you're doing. I do. Texas, you... Looking at the unconscious mafiosi strewn around her, Lavinia can't help but be briefly lost for words. Even with all this, Texas was still holding back. She thought she had seen it all in her time dealing with the family, but this is still beyond her comprehension. I'm glad I'm on your side. Unfortunately, it looks like this is as far as we'll get. Well, Miss Pendants, don't feel too bad. You're a very strong operator yourself. So, it's not as horrible. Lavinia, you shouldn't have come. I have to ask Bernardo something, face to face. The assassination of the boss Famiglia Rosati has already been decided. Saluso and Baluni would join forces. That's the decision they made. It was our decision. Where is he? Dinner just ended. My father is upstairs. We can see him, but nothing will change. Along the way, Lavinia keeps running over a million different things to say. There are too many questions she wants to ask Bernardo, She imagines the countless arguments she had with him, as well as their outcomes. She thinks she has mastered enough anger. However, when she steps through the door, the scene she encounters shakes her to the core. Bernardo sits upright in a luxurious chair. In his hand rests a legal codex adorned with thorns, the very same as the one she holds in her hands. He lowers her head and rubs the tome lightly with his palms, as if completely unaware of the thorns digging into his hands, of the bright blood trickling down. Her chaotic thoughts all freeze in this moment. In the end, thousands of words condense into one. Why? The game is over, Lavinia. The sentence alone is enough for her. Only a few moments of silence pass, but she is already sapped of all her strength. Lavinia turns to leave and does not look back, frightened of the tears about to roll from her eyes. Bernardo remains in place, uttering not a single word as a few drops of his blood dye the floor. Wakarimasen. I do not know what that was meant to imply. I'll find out soon. Shiryo, are you alright? Just dreaming. That's why you shouldn't sleep on the sofa. Where's the old man? The Don went to the theater. How are you going to? Leon Tuzo does not answer, only sinking deeper into the sofa. He's a lazy boy. Rosati, Giovanna. That's right. Selenia, our original agreement was to ensure the Bellonis come out on top. But I've changed my mind. As long as you succeed, you don't owe us anything. At that point, you're free to go. This I promise you as the Fang of Zaro, Il Signore de Lupi. Oh? From the time she returned to the residence and sunset to the break of dawn the next day, listening to the falling rain, Texas wiped down her sword while reading the script that was handed to her, La Morte de Texas. The story twists and turns, never straying far from what she's known. She has a faint premonition, but first she needs to sharpen her sword. Today, it may have to be swifter than usual. The sun's still getting in my eyes, even though it's raining. Present's food not too bad. You should give it a try. You're right about that. I haven't given them a Sue suggestions before. Now get in the car. Can I sit this one out? Does killing a single Colombian really deserve so much fanfare? They don't say Selena's gonna be there too. Oh, what's the plan? She'll pretend to be an actress, and once the performance starts, you'll improvise the rest. So what about my costume? What the Don Man was. You wait in the audience and play along. Oh, alright. What an insensitive old jerk. So where is he gonna be? He's not trying to find a nice place to watch the show all by himself, is he? The Don has other business. He's got a meeting. A meeting? With a car wash worker. Howdy, sir. I just know you'll be practicing in Miss Katerina's studio. I'm gonna stop here, but don't you think you ought to head to the theater early? To do some makeup and get ready and whatnot? Yeah, you have a point. Axia's already off to buy breakfast. We got just enough time to meet her. Okay. Say, didn't we set up a big old welcome for Axia's sister? Ho? We did. But now I'm not sure we'll have enough time for that. I don't know who her sister is. Wait. I need to just tell you guys. I have no idea who Axia's sister is. And I know there are two people. there's someone that starts with a letter C, and there's someone that's called Lemuin, and I don't know if who is related to X here. I didn't read. I didn't find out. I just know it's one of them. Wait, this story came after Guide Ahead, right? So we would have read Guide Ahead by this point. Yeah, I mean, I'm reading Guide Ahead after I read Portatori. Yeah, we'll find out when we read Guide Ahead. Look, whoa! Owie! Are you alright? I'm fine, I'm fine. Just trip on a little something. Dang it, I knocked over a stack of books. Let me tidy them up. Oh, a picture dropped out of something. Picture? Wait, What's wrong? Looky here. It's a photograph from many years ago. Sora can barely make out the make out the background that should be of the white bustling streets of Columbia past. In the center of the photograph stands a middle-aged man who wears a kind of expression, but exudes an audacity not to be trifled with. On his left and right stands a lupo girl and a feline girl. The girl on the left has beautiful blonde hair and sports a cheery expression, and even at a glance, one can immediately tell that she has a bubbly personality. The girl on the right has black hair, her face betraying no emotions, making it difficult for one to guess the contents of her heart. Look, this picture. Ain't that Texas? Oh wait, look, this picture. Ain't that Texas as a kid? And standing there with her, there's Katerina. And look at the back. Written on the back side of the photo, Giovanna and Selenia. 1080. Giovanna? Is that gonna be Katerina's real name? Giovanna Rosati. Oh, and she read the script. So if Giovanna is in the story, then she might link. How long has this car wash been open? 5 years. 5 years. Coincidentally, that's how long my gut task beast has been missing. If only I knew how he was doing these days. The city's a pretty big place, as well as a way to survive. It never made any sense to me before. I fed him plenty of meat, gave him a nice den. Why wasn't he happy? Think he might have been a vegetarian. Maybe. Maybe he never knew how bad meat actually was until he tried a full course meal. It's better to not eat at all than to eat something bad. Oh, you're Gaston. You're pretty good at your job. Practice makes perfect. You never fail to get it done just right. But then, Brown, nothing lasts forever. It's time for you to change your tastes. I'll think about it. Think carefully. Once you figured it out, you're always welcome to come back. Are you the backup bassist? Yes. Oh, is that your natural hair color? Yes. That's special. Usually you have to dye your hair to work as a bassist. I've heard that only with the familiar Texas blood have that eye and hair color. And now I'm seeing you up close. Your eyebrows look really similar to Salvador's. Are you his bastard or something? No, I have nothing to do with Texas. All sorts of coincidence out there, huh? Okay, take a seat over there. Your foundation's really good, so I should be able to get you squared away in no time. Pardon me. Are you satisfied with your seating? Yes, I've got a fine view. Excellent, excellent. If there is anything you want, please don't hesitate to call for me. Let's sit down. You're not going to stay and watch. You know, I've never been a fan of this sort of stuff. How about I grab you a nice drink? That like brandy, I know. Are they related? Sorry, I'm late. No worries, everyone's still getting ready. Go ahead and take a seat. I'll do your makeup first. Okay. What's wrong? You don't look too well. Are you getting stage fright? No, I'm fine. Don't worry, Sora. You've been working so hard. Everyone's gonna love you for sure. I hope so. Alright, did you know? What's wrong? Apparently, the bassist got sick and couldn't make it for the performance. What? What are you going to do then? It's no big deal. The director was able to find a stand-in. She's getting her makeup done in another dressing room right now. A stand-in? Are you sure that's going to work? Just trust the director judgment, alright? Speaking of the director, he didn't come tonight. He just dropped by to give some direction before leaving again. I think he's meeting with a guest. Important people are always so busy, huh? But it's okay, Sora. You just need to play your part and that's all. Yes. Oh, if it isn't Judge Lavinia. I haven't seen you here for a while. Have you come to watch tonight's opera? No, I'm just passing by. That's too bad. But did you know we're putting on a highly anticipated La Motte di Texas? I'm sure you'll love it. Sorry, I'm not in the mood. That's alright then. I look forward to your next visit. Huh? Dan Brown. What's he doing here? Did he really take my advice and come to the theater to unwind? But today's performance is... Wait a second. Oh, did you change your mind? That's right. One ticket, please. Don Bernato, someone's here to see you. Oh, it's Rubio, Segretario di Sicurezza Alimentare. Let him in. Of course. Don Bernato. You can just call me director here. Yes. It's an honor to be here, Director. Take a seat, Signor Secretario. Let's enjoy the show first, then we'll talk. Signori, thank you for being here tonight. You are about to see another spectacular performance brought to you by Compagnia dell'Alba. La Morte di Taxos Act 2, written by Signorina Caterina. Every Siracusan already knows the story of Salvatore, but how many truly knows the details? Signora Caterina, with a deep understanding of Familia Taxos, provides us with her frank and yet intricate perspective. Let us delve deeper into the life of Salvatore. Break your leg, Sora. Right, time to go. Finally found them. Atta girl. Sora's got a seat with a great view. Great expectations for her all around. Excuse me, would you mind letting us through? Oh! A Sancta girl. Unusual sight in Siracusa. You're a Sancta too? I've been in Volsini for a while. It's the first time I've seen one of my people. Looks like it's one good thing after another today. Go right on by, child. What's wrong? That's weird. I didn't sense any emotions from him. Is he a straight Sancta? But he's unlike any of the other Sancta strays I've seen. Oh, whatever. By the way, am I the only one who thinks too much of this crowd looks like mobsters? I hear tell the head of Rosati's family is here tonight. Isn't that just what you were talking about? Yep, but let's just enjoy the show for now. I can't sing. Oh, I'm just gonna read. In an era, I'm so sorry. No tunes allowed. We do reading voice. In an era when chaos and opportunity came hand in hand. I'm quite sure it's sung opera like. Okay. Some were swallowed by the tides of the time where others found in it their promised land. Violence and wealth, power and order. Onto Colombian soil steps a Siracusan, bringing with him only scars, hardship and ambition. And thus begins our tale. Ladies and gentlemen, come and bear witness to whom this era truly belongs. Bro, my audience is throwing fucking trash in my face after I said that. That voice. I see how it is. You're here to bring her back, aren't you? But do you really think that's going to happen? Who the hell are you? Signore e signori, let the show begin. It really is you, Lavinia. Huh? Texas? Eh? For a brief moment, Texas shifts her eye to one of the boxes. She knows Bernardo is sitting there, gazing down upon everything. She feels it in her heart. Whether coincidental or some form of necessity, in this moment, Sora is both a danger and a safe haven. Everything depends on her. The movement in the auditorium and the faint sounds in the distance all prelude to the start of the assassination. She gestures to Sora to stay silent, then proceeds to pluck the strings in her hands. A most wonderful performance has begun. Fun. Where the hell am I? No, I've probably seen this. Where the fuck am I? Is it this? Me watch the 3D PV? Let me get past this. I know the 3D PV is good. We can always watch it at the end. Back up. This one's tricky. Don't fight her head on. Cover the aisles. The stairs leading up to Donna's box. Rosati soldiers are pretty capable after all. Looks like they're trying to brute force my way through isn't a realistic option. Silly Texas. It's pretty obvious she's gonna record her in that base. Sounds convincing though, the way she's plucking those strings. There it is. If I can break through the front, I'll just have to make a path. Don't panic. Stand your ground. Aren't you afraid to die? Oh, what did she just say? How are the others doing? The stairs and the aisles and the stairs leading to Giovanna's box are all guarded. They're ready for this. Leave it to the Rosatis. But we've never been one to underestimate Giovanna. Throw more shoulders at them. We're not letting Giovanna out today. You might not have underestimated Giovanna, but don't you think you underestimated me? Huh? You're Wallach. And I know today's show is gonna be so exciting, I would have gone to buy a drink for the Donna. It's sooner Giovanna appreciates a fine wine. I happen to have a selection with me. No thanks. The Donna enjoys many things about Siracusa, but the wine isn't one. Siracusan's wines are too weak, same as you people swing your weapons. Doesn't make for a good time. Maybe you just haven't tried the best Siracusa has to offer. So isn't this a great opportunity? Do you know how long I've been waiting for this? Balonies and Saluzos, let's find out what Siracusa's final wine really tastes like. Trying to get up this way. Stop her! Who said I was going up? What? Explosives! Get out of there! Whew. The seats over yonder just collapsed. Is that Lappland? Look over there! It's that another family gang war? Move. Shit, weapons in the instrument! Texas! Texas says nothing. She only shoots a glance, parting her lips for a second before rushing up the stairs. Sora reads those lips. She said, wait for me. My prince! In the moment as Sora looks at Texas. Run for it! What you think we ought to do, Axia? Sora's in danger. But... someone save me! Get down! You're pretty tough for an old guy. Do I look that old to you? Well, I guess I wouldn't go that far. Looks like today's performance is not La Morte di Taxus, but rather La Morte di Rosati. Find somewhere to hide, children. That sounds nice, but our friend is still up there on the stage. It's a goddamn hurricane around these things. We can't just go hopping into that. Let's go backstage then. Okay. Come on, out of my way. Go, brave children. Thanks, old man. I'll buy you a slice later. Thank you kindly. Kids these days are so full of pep. It's a plan now, Giovanna. Donna Giovanna. Hey, got everything locked down. Let's get you out while we still can. It's a rare opportunity to watch a wonderful show from a fantastic seat. I'm gonna have to savor this. Sora, you really are a true friend, aren't you? Now, how are you gonna get up here, Selenia? Even if you find a shortcut, getting to me won't be so easy. If I were to run away right now, do you think the Bellonies and Saluzos would just give up and call it quits? This is a war now, my dear. The Bellonies and Saluzos have decided to ignore Sicilia's ban on violence. Have decided to. Okay. And started a gang war. Spread the word. There's only one thing we can do now. Fight to the end. Of course. Looks like a fine Siracusan wine was nothing special at all. That wouldn't gloat just yet, Colombian scum. Yes, I know. You Siracusans think the Colombian family was just rowdy upstarts who haven't paid our dues. And yeah, there are a whole lot of incompetent folks in Colombia. But what about you? Can you even sniff out the scent of the blood under your so-called guns in order? I've never looked down on Siracusa. From what I've seen today, you don't even deserve my attention. Olash, we got a situation at the theater. Someone blew the seats. Selena is heading straight for the split floor. You got 5 seconds for your last words. Last words. What's there to say? If you're really gonna do it, then tell Leon Tuzo that I'm sorry. What? Leon, you... I'll handle this my way, Dimitri. Senior Leon Tuzo. Here I thought we could get along. You just lost your chance for that. Well, turns out the hair of the great family just oozes charisma after all. You made a fool of me, and still you tell me I had the chance to make things right. What's done is done. I'll make a bet, Wolash. You're a betting man. Senor Leon, mio amigo, we're not in the dining hall of one of our offices. We're in a war, and only one of us is walking out of this alive. Trust me, you'll love this one. These Rosatis are the pain in the ass. Your Honor, we never heard you're joining us on this one. And anyways, this ain't something you can just walk into. I'm not here to stop you. I'm not interested. I'm looking for someone. Ooh, we got one hell of a mess here. Not gonna be easy to find anybody. All I need for you is to stay out of my way. But even if I die here, that's none of Familia's Baloney's business. Suit yourself then. There you are. Hold it! I work here. We're gonna get rid of all the workers. What is he doing here? Look out then! Blood splatters and a few drops splash across Lavinia's face. Signorina Lavinia! What are you doing here? The path opened by Lappland is doing its job. Only a short distance separates her from her old friend. She lets out a soft sigh. Chaos swirls around her, but she knows what to do. I knew you'd come, Selenia. What a look in your eyes there. It's like I'm the prey. Let's see what the last Texas can do. Senor, Director, is this chaos part of the show? Chaos. In my opinion, Secretario Rubio, everything is in perfect order. What comes next will be even better. I see. You lead one of the most prestigious troops in Volsini. You put on the play unlike any other. We do have an intermission coming up, though. You may tell me what it is that you want from me. What I want isn't very complicated. With Karachi's death, the seat of Ministro de Lavori Publici is now vacant. You must be thinking about who the most suitable candidate is. I take it you've decided that you're the candidate. I don't think there's anyone else better suited than me. Oh, there's still mercy in you. At a time like this, the Siracusa psycho isn't gonna finish me off. I'm not interested in a pointless fight with some punk who was never taking it seriously to begin with. What are you waiting for? What do you want? I made a bet with someone, and I hope I lose. Wallace looks in the direction Texas went. No one can stop her from assassinating Giovanna. Except Giovanna herself. Why does she need to assassinate Giovanna? There is nobody else in the empty room. Texas immediately realizes what's happening, but it's too late. A knife is already up against her neck. Since I came to Siracusa, I've been thinking of all the ways someone might try to kill me. But I never once thought it might be you. And I imagined you'd let your guard down. At a time like this, did you think that when I saw you, I'd give you a big hug and cry, thank goodness, Selenia, you're still alive. And then we'd sit down and share a drink and catch up on everything that's happened over the last few years? I'm here to kill you. Great! With that word, Giovanna drops the knife in her hand. She wears a radiant smile on her face, her expression full of longing, as if the murderous intent from a moment ago was but a light-hearted joke. Long time no see, Selenia. Long time no see, Giovanna. I can do this, 10 more. Zara, are you alright? Yes, I'm fine. Are you going after Texas? When I saw her a minute ago, she told me to wait for her. Let's hunker down until this mess blows over. There's total mayhem out there. If you don't want to lose her, you're gonna want to go after her. Lappland? I feel it's the same with Lappland. For people like her, I'm gonna skip this because it's a flashback. Why is that? Well, do you want to know who is waiting in that room? Giovanna Rosati. If there's anyone who could actually get Texas to come back to Siracusa, it ain't me or Bernardo, and it sure as hell isn't Signora Cecilia. It's her, Giovanna. Selenia, you're a lot taller than you used to be. Makes sense, doesn't it? It's been years. By the way, I met some of your friends from Lappland. Your name came up a few times, and from what they said, I can tell they were worried about you. I didn't think to come here. You're nothing like them at all. I never thought you'd make such lively, outgoing friends with that personality of yours. You don't count. If you really thought that I was your friend, you wouldn't go so long without writing me. Alright, I know you must be hiding something else. What about you? Me? Nothing much. The liquidation came too suddenly. None of Columbia's family could sleep at night. I could barely see that any longer, so I stood up to take charge of the situation. I opened up doors with Signora Cecilia, and we basically managed to sort things out. That's all there is to it. You make it sound so easy. Honestly, I should be complaining to you. But it's been too long since I've had anyone to confide in. So that's why you poured your heart and soul into your scripts. Could you tell? La Morte de Texas, my magnum opus. There were some details in it that only you'd know. I guess that means my memory's pretty good then. But I could never decide on what to do with Act 3. With your death. I guess there's no need to think about it anymore. Actually, becoming a playwright had another purpose. It's an open secret that Bernardo passed responsibility to the familia to his son, while he went on to become the artistic director of his troupe, Compagnia dell'Alba. I wanted a chance to meet him. You know, there aren't many mafiosi who would do something like that. But the one who ended up shattering all expectations was him. I guess I should have expected it after all, from the man who built Familia Belluni into what it is just a single generation. By the looks of things, he really wants to challenge Signora Sicily. You don't seem worried about it. All I can say is, if Bernardo considers you his trump card against the Rossatis, he's counting his foul beasts before they even hatch. You're right to come to me, Selenia. No matter what's going on between you and the Bellonis, I can help you. Join me. The two of us together will make a difference in Siracusa. And not just because you're Salvadori's granddaughter. Because I know you, Selenia. You can make a difference. We'll start over together, Selenia. Don't you want to know how I managed to survive? Giovanna, it was no fluke that I survived the liquidation. So you're here, standing on this stage, performing this play. How much do you know about what happened 7 years ago? 7 years ago, Texas' father, Giuseppe, murdered his own father, Salvadore, and decided that the Texases would no longer operate under Siracusa's control. That upset Signora Sicily, who sent an elite force from the 12 families to Colombia to liquidate the Texas family. You were part of that, weren't you? Look who's such a smarty. At the time, Selena Texas was a star-studded name. She was Colombian, but even the Siracusans had nothing but wonderful things to say about her. This whole time, you've been trying to beat Texas. Beat her? No. Back when the Saluzos were looking after her, we were pretty competitive. Sometimes I'd win a little contest, sometimes I'd lose. I didn't want to beat her, but that had nothing to do with what happened later. Then, you certainly do care deeply for her. Unfortunately, that has nothing to do with the plot of the story either. At least tell me what happened. I joined in the liquidation. I was fantasizing about how she would fight me to the death for the sake of her family. It got my heart pounding and my blood racing. But nothing could have prepared me for what I saw that day. You're a hitman too, aren't you, Dan Brown? I am. Signorina Lavinia, 7 years ago, I was part of the team that carried out the liquidation of Familia Texas. I arrived in the city at heat time, took out the job at the car wash, and secretly observed Texas's every move. Then the team from Siracusa arrived, and a group of Colombians found me. Colombian mafiosi are pretty careless, really full of themselves. I could have dealt with them easy enough, if it wasn't for that one girl. I knew her. She was a Texas, but everyone says she was like a Siracusan. Selenia. When I see you, I'm sometimes reminded of her. Was she as stupid as me, rambling about ideals with a murderer? No. Signorina Lavinia, I never meant to make fun of your ideals. It's just, I can barely believe it. Hearing you talk about that stuff, it's like listening to a real pretty fairy tale. To me, your ideals are so pretty, they're kinda like a shortcut to get me a good night's sleep. That day, I was ready to fight for my life. I was convinced she would see right through me. But she let me rot right by her, just like this. The audience has scattered in every direction. The battle between murderers has moved on. The theatre has emptied out. As Lappland speaks, she takes light dance steps out onto the empty stage. The associates of familiar Texas were already pretty much wiped out. But what about Selenia? She was the only one missing. We couldn't let anyone live to talk about what happened, especially not the eldest daughter, so we all went to track her down. And that was when chaos broke out. The Texas mansion went up in flames, burning away all the family's very existence. And the arsonist was standing there at the front door, right in front of me. She slowly turned and walked towards me. At that moment, I understood. She decided to stand by and watch the end of her own familiar. But who could blame her? Her father murdered her grandfather and didn't want to be an accomplice to that. Only she had the right to blame for herself. But there's more to it than that. When I looked into her eyes, what I saw was exhaustion. Selenia's story is no secret to Familia Saluzzo or to me. After all, the one who led the Saluzzo team at the time was none other than Signorina Lappland. She got kicked out because she went out of her own way to hunt down Selenia. Her men got caught up in the counterattack, and a lot of them died. I won't run away, nor will I avert my eyes. For so long, she has told herself as much. But this time, her words fail her. Look at the bodies on the street of Lavinia. Listen to the shouts and cries in the distance. What can you do? The only advice I can give you is the same I gave to Selenia. Run. The farther, the better. Even if your past is going to catch up to you, you'll at least enjoy a moment of peace. Otherwise, you will die. But I still don't want to. Her past kicked down her door. It might have been against her will at first, but she was forced out only to find nothing changed. Maybe she'll decide the things she ran away from weren't actually all that bad. Her life in Langman might have been a slightly extended vacation. And now, the most intimately connected with her family in the past is standing right in front of her. That's what you wanted to tell me, right? If that's the case, I'll respect her decision. Even though you're her best friend? Because I'm her best friend. Darn tootin'. Unless the pizza in Siracusa becomes inedible. What a caring bunch of people. My grandfather was a sentimental man. He sent me to Siracusa, hoping I would remember my roots. I lived there for a while. People there told me all the time that I fit in, like a Siracusan. But for me, I was just doing what I've always been doing. The way I lived my life in Colombia was no different than the way I lived in Siracusa. And what I saw in Siracusa was no different from what I saw in Colombia. You might know the story of familiar Texas like the back of your hand, but I saw it with my own eyes. Life isn't a play where every move is sprinkled with a little heroism or villainy. What happened was just an undignified slaughter. My father bought a counterfeit gun for the Black Steel. When he pulled the trigger, it exploded and did a number on him. My grandfather fell to the ground. My father drew his knife with his injured hand, but the first step went wide. I heard everything from the doorway. Hoarse curses, groans of pain. The commotion lasted for a long time before it finally ended. In that moment, I was exhausted. Exhausted with everything. So I decided to leave. Are you telling me that Langman is now your home? I don't know. I can't say for sure. But I at least know I had a pretty good time there. You're just like you were back then. Blunt and straight to the point. Looks like I'm the one getting ahead of myself. Here I was thinking you came to ask for my help. Or at least, you'd want to catch up with me. But in the end, you're here to tell me that we can never go back. You know, Selenia, that's awfully heartless of you. I was shocked when I heard you were still alive. But you went ahead and stamped out my hope all over again. I'm sorry, Giovanna. I don't want to be Siracusan or Colombian. I just want to be Selena, Texas. This is your last chance. If you walk through those doors, you'll be my enemy, the Rosati's enemy. You'll be in our way, and I, as Donna Rosati, have a responsibility to eliminate everything that stands in our way. Don't make me do this. We're just too sentimental, Giovanna. Wait, when she said that the house got set on fire, am I to imply Texas set it on fire? Right. Wait, did I then catch how did her father die? Did her father get hunted down? And then there comes to the question of does she have... She just said that she's a sibling. So that means all her family died. That's so sad. The people younger than her died. And they probably... Oh my god, they probably died at a very young age. That's cruel. Pretty sure the fire is the thing that killed the family. A part of me thinks like Texas wouldn't go in to kill her family. The most remarkable Dipartimento di Sicurezza Alimentare it is popular but under presciotto secretario. At this point, men like Karachi, who were propped up to maintain balance within the major family, are no longer needed. What you need is a puppet that is safe and useful. Am I wrong? Signor Secretario, a truly safe and useful puppet who would never refer to himself as such. I just happen to be a bit more self-aware than others. And mightily self-aware you are. You're right, Rubio. You are the best candidate to replace Karachi. But if you're willing to be so frank with me, I might as well share something with you. My associates killed Karachi. You've got guts, and I like talking with men like you. So I'm willing to give you a chance. Turn around and leave this room. Forget what you just said. No harm will come to you. Go back home, spend some time with your wife and daughter. Savor the last moments of peace in this city. Doesn't that mean you need a puppet like me all the more? You're after this chaos. What's happening all around us? You want to overturn the law laid down by Signora Cecilia, but you don't care if she rules, or if we go back to the old ways. The conflict among family never had anything to do with us commoners. When something happens, we just want to see the results. It makes no difference to the commoners whether Signora Cecilia rules or you do. But the winner will need someone to maintain the facade of others. And the dawn of a familia, surely you know this principle. It isn't impossible for the commoners to survive without the family. But the same cannot be said for the family without the commoners. You're telling me that you hold the real power. I'm making a self-serving justification for the weak. A good justification at that. But it doesn't tell me what you're really after. Power, Don Bernardo. Since I was a kid, everyone looked down on me because I'm weak. And I look like, you know, this. The oppression I feel for the people around me is more real than anything that any family ever did. I've suffered that my entire life, waiting for this chance. You tell me you're the one who had Karachi killed. All I can think is, thank goodness I came at the right time. You may not want to hear this, but if you're going up against Signora Cecilia, it's probably not going to go your way. But who cares? Doesn't matter if you win or lose. In the end. But power is something Signora Cecilia can't give to me. It's got to be you. You're an honest man, Rubio. I like making friends with honest people. Damanano. Give my order. Tell them it's enough for today. What just happened? That room over there started shaking. Looks like she chose you. The earthquake is Giovanna's arts. Oh! Arts! Sounds like they had a falling out. Texas just out the window. Let's go after her. Right. Texas. If, and I mean if, we were friends back then, could I have kept you in Siracusa? Fat chance, right? We would have just slaughtered each other. Lavinia, don't make me kill you. I've got a job to do. Signorina Lavinia, I pray that you aren't born in Siracusa the next time around. Just a second. Who are you? You're the one of the Saluso's hitmen, right? This operation is over. Don Bernardo's orders. Just in. Lavinia, you shouldn't have shown your face here. That's not up to you. You've interfered with the Saluso operation. You're going to ruin the relationship between two families. So why don't you go get back Alberto's forgiveness with my head on a silver platter? Wait, please. Senor Bernardo. I mean Don. I have a presumptuous request. I imagine Senor Tuzo will be very busy in the future. It's be unrealistic to expect him to help me the way he did Karachi. I'd like to ask you for a new assistant. A judge here would be a suitable pick. That certainly is one option. What are you two talking about? How impertinent of me, carrying on this conversation without including the subject, Signorina Lavinia. Don Bernardo has decided that I, Rubio, the humble ex-secretario di Sicurezza Alimentare, shall take Karachi's place as the next Ministro de Lavori Pubblici. And I have to admit, I'm not too experienced with bureaucratic affairs. So I hope that you, as someone with ample experience, will become my assistant. I wonder how Sora and others are doing. What? Why are you here? When you get old, start looking for a place to enjoy the rest of your days. Found her! She's right over there! Surround her! Looks like you insist on getting in my way. She's still worried about you after what happened. As for me, I'm old now, so I spend my days taking care of my youth. It's a hobby. Stay a while and have a chat with your elder. Next time. Oof! Texas. Texas, we'll protect you! Croissant? Woo! Let's have a look and see who's all fighting by herself. Why are you all here? As far as I can tell, the Siracusan families always fight together. It's your culture. And Penguin Logistics' culture is... to party hard? In this case, it should be. Don't be afraid to rumble, right? You got it! Seriously though, old man, you think you could let this one slide? A favor from one sancta to another. Get your head on straight, Lexia. You do have a point. The rainy season in Siracusa is a long one. Didn't bother me when I was young. But now, the arthritis is such a hassle. Children, striving for strength is fine, but remember to put your health and safety first. You're pulling my leg. Thanks a bunch. By the way, if I ever did want to talk to you, how can I find you? If you're searching for redemption, I'm afraid there's nothing I can do for you. If you're searching for order, you will find me everywhere. That's a banger line. Not that I know what he's trying to say, but that's a banger line. That's enough. Let's get out of here. Woohoo! What's the situation? The Blonies have retreated. Good work. Where's Selenia? Gone. Gone? She couldn't kill me, and I couldn't kill her. Let's head back and prepare. The balonies aren't gonna let this go. Right. You've won, Leon Tuzo. Your original plan wasn't to win over Wallace, was it? But was it the best option, given the circumstances? Can't deny that. Alright, enough talk. Let's get you in the car. Leon, you still haven't given up yet, have you? Compared to what Lavinia has been through, this setback is nothing. You're going to do great things. Maybe one day, you might actually be able to realize your dreams in Siracusa. And when that time comes, you'll be my right-hand man. I don't get along with Lavinia. There are some things better left to her, and other things better left for you. You cheeky bastard. You're already thinking about that kind of stuff. Dimitri, I'm still angry about what you and and my father were plotting. Don't understand why he insists on continuing, even now. But in the end, I'm still part of his family. Safe landing! It feels great to be back on our own turf. Siracusa sure had a pain in the ass. I'm totally wiped. You can hang in there, Sora? Yes, but my dress got a little torn up. Well, shoot. That one was awfully expensive, wasn't it? We'll figure something out. Alrighty. 1 bottle per person. Come on, knock it off with that stone face. Just think of it this way. The 3 of us also happen to be on vacation here. Then, what's with the show? Oh, that's just a way to grow my career. Plus, I thought it might make finding you a little easier. I reckon it sure did. Looking at the way things turn out. Sure enough, the atmosphere remains chilly for a while. But finally, an unavoidable problem emerges. Where do they go from here? Texas does not have it in her to ask. Texas, I had an agreement with the director. Now that I found you, I'll stay here and complete my performance contract. But I've spoken to the director a few times. It's a little scary, in retrospect. But I don't think he's the kind of man to hold our lives over you. You have a point. If he wanted to do something like that, he would have locked us up a long time ago. Okay, alright. Let's keep the jaw in. You keep talking, and I keep getting scareder and scareder. We really are here to see you. If it wasn't so dangerous out there, I'd like you to show us around. Okay, when we're through all this, I'll give you a tour. Anyways, let's celebrate this Penguin Logistics reunion in Siracusa. Cheers! The biggest thing. And a number. I don't remember ever giving out this number. Hello? Who am I speaking with? It seems you're safe and sound, Signorina Sora. That's a relief. You know what happened with Texas, right? Don't worry, Signorina. The Penguin Logistics France may be enjoying a joyous reunion. And I certainly don't want to interrupt it. But I was just thinking you might have a lot of questions for me. So I'll be waiting for you at the theater tomorrow. Right. I'm 60% done. Ah! 8 more. 8 more. It's engaging. Yeah, but I think I chose the wrong time to read the story. It's 2 a.m. and like, the more I read, the more bedtime calls. You know what I mean? Coke. Yeah. I kept yawning. Was I yawning? I feel like I'm stretching more than I'm yawning. Has my opinion on Sora changed? No. While it is true that Sora's simpness has came for her to make Penguin Logistics the savior of Texas. No, she's still a simp. I'm not a big fan of simping. Here's the pizza you ordered. Grazie. Someone's sitting here. Yes. Great. Glad to join you. I say the seat's taken. You should go and continue your familiar work. Don't bother a commoner like me. Lavinia. I'm not blaming you, Leon. I don't blame Bernardo either. If there's anyone to blame, it would have been me. It's my fault I was born into this country and still cling to these fantasies in my heart. I have no reason to blame either of you. I'm not trying to reason with you at a time like this. I know full well that comforting words mean nothing right now. Even though I'm a victim just like you, it's only natural that you see me as a perpetrator. All I can tell you is, I still haven't given up. That's all. There are too many things going on in the city these days. Do keep an eye out and stay safe. If you run into any problems, give me a call. Secretary Rubio. Are you free right now, Your Honor? Folks on the street seem mighty jumpy. What happened yesterday was pretty big deal. You really gonna talk to that director? Yes, there's some things I need to set straight with him, no matter what. But it'll be fine. Keep doing what you need to do, Croissant. I'll be there, don't worry. In that case, I'll be Croissant's bodyguard for the day. Thanks, I appreciate it. If things go south, you'll give us a holler. Will do. Croissant, you're thinking about the whole business with Texas again, aren't you? Reading me like a book, huh? You can say that again. I'm the same after all. I know what Sora is thinking. If Texas really wants to stay, she's going to respect her opinion. And I agree with that. But I still want my sister to meet my friends. At least, if there's any way to get Texas out of Siracusa safely, you'd want to find it too, wouldn't you? Reckon I can't hide anything from you. Probably couldn't hide it from those two either. Just like we can understand what Sora is thinking, they understand what we're thinking. But this is still Siracusa. Texas tangling with some big shots, some of the biggest shots in the country. I got no clue what I'm even supposed to do. I thought you've already figured it out. Speaking of big shots in the country, didn't we meet one of them yesterday? Okay. Okay. Welcome, Signorina Sora, Signorina Sicilia. Why are you dragging Sora and the others into this? Sora's resume coming across my desk was honestly a coincidence. Of course, it could also be something of an inevitability. After all, Compagnia della Ba was a pretty now well-known troupe in Siracusa. But what most fans don't know is that the troupe's director is actually the Don of Familia Belloni. That, of course, is a secret. After all, I have handed the Familia business in the city to my son, and I'm no backseat driver. Signorina Selena, Signorina Sora, I've been directing the troupe for over 6 years. I hope the two of you can at least believe that my pursuit and my love for arts has nothing to do with my business. I too would like to see Signorina Sora shine dazzling bright on stage, and if I could, then let the two of you finish your heartwarming reunion. But you don't particularly care if she does get dragged in, do you? Drop the pretense, Bernardo. No matter how you try to sugarcoat it, even admitting Sora was just a coincidence, how could I expect you to care about her safety? Enough jokes. Lovely, Sardinia. It's the first time I see you angry since that you came back to Siracusa. Director, there's something I need to know. by all means. Is the agreement between the two of us still valid? We're talking about that even if I found Texas, I stay at the troop and continue performing. Oh, and here I thought you came to terminate our contract. What I can do is totally insignificant in the face of the conflict between families. It'll be too hard for Texas to protect us all in that chaos, and I trust that you're a man of your word, at least. So to cut to the chase, I'm willing to stay here and be your hostage. Your bravery never ceases to impress me, Signorina. But there's no need to be nervous. I didn't call you here to castigate you. In fact, what happened at the theater was meant to be a healthy exchange of pleasantries with the Rossatis. What you've accomplished has already surpassed my wildest dreams. And so, I'd like to inform you that the contract between us is terminated. You're free to go. From now on, Selenia is no longer under the family Bologna's protection. Is this bargaining chip enough to satisfy you, my friend? Satisfy me? You think I'd forget who brought her here in the first place? All I want to know is, what's the point of this, from the very beginning? You should thank my son. He was the one who convinced me that you were someone to cooperate with. Leon, I see. I've always been optimistic about family Rossati's development. Selenia was just the one who built the foundation of the cooperation we have today. In other words, even if Leon Tuso didn't come to me, you would have. Like father, like son. Touching. I just hope my son can learn a thing or two from your drive. Listen, Bernardo, other people might fall for your tricks, but I wouldn't. Of course, Wallace. I did the things only to show you who really stands in your way. It's my biggest obstacle not sitting right in front of me. Really think you can get me to betray my Donna? Keep dreaming. Perish the thought. No, this is a reminder. Deep down, you know the truth. Selena's visit has greatly affected Giovanna. Everyone in Siracusa respects Salvatore, but respect isn't blind obedience. Salvatore's era ended 7 years ago. In this day and age, are you still willing to serve Giovanna to protect his legacy? You've soared high. You could have soared higher and farther. The Donna works for the greater good. Is the greater good she wants the same as what you want? Familia Rossati used to dominate Colombia, standing on equal footing with the Texases. Coming back here to Siracusa, they're pushed around by the other 11 family. Shouldn't you Rossatis rise above the other family and drag Signora Cecilia down from the Grey Hall? Stop talking like you know me, old man. I don't know you, but I know people like you, and I know the look in your eye. Not a single man alive could ever get comfortable with the stagnant cesspool that Siracusa has become. You understood that when you saw Selenia walk out of that room alive, didn't you? Even if that's true, even if that's what you say is right, there's something for our family to figure out. Aren't old-fashioned family like yours the most reluctant to get their hands dirty? Are you telling me this is what Siracusan's dignity means? Wrong again, Wallach. I invited you here to share an opportunity with you. An opportunity to overthrow the existing order in Siracusa and establish a new one. Why the Rossatis? 60 years ago, Signora Cecilia brought back two things from the Toranos: guns and order. Today, people think a unified decision of the Dodici family created Grey Hall. But they forgot how Signora Cecilia got the Dodici to sit down. Absolute power. Alberto is too prudent and too analytical. She's been cautious his whole life. And prudence isn't what I need to take on Signora Cecilia. What I need and what I want is a friend who's also looking to overthrow the existing order. Think about it carefully, Wallach. This is the best opportunity you're gonna get. Is the Donna here? Over in that room. Go and tell her that I'm going to deal with Selenia by abducting her friends. Are we seriously gonna do that? What you should be asking instead is this really what you want the Rossatis to be? And the story goes on. You sure the guy we met yesterday was all that wonderful? Yeah, I've got a hunch. Why would such a heavy hitter be hanging around in a town like this though? I think it makes sense. If I were in his position, I'd do the same thing. Hearing it for you does make it more convincing somehow. But do you know he's at the courthouse? Oh, there you are. Wait, well, do you remember the last thing he said? It gave me the impression he'd be normally in court, not at church. Right, sir? Sir? I'm thinking we should leave him be. Oh, it's you kids. Hello there. We came to ask you a few questions. Good. Take a seat. It's never a bad day to talk to the youths. We got a friend who's all mixed up in the contract with of them families. They got her doing all kinds of things for him. We've been noodling on whether or not there might be a way for her. Your friend's surname is Texas, isn't it? Yes. I've heard that Bernardo is a man of his word. As a Don, must never break his promises. But even us foreigners can tell all this hubbub is the balloon family trying to rile up Signora Cecilia. We're not about to go sticking our heads in all this complicated business, and to be honest, it's got nothing much to do with us neither. But we don't want to get Texas getting any payback from Signora Cecilia. Back then, Cecilia's fury towards Giuseppe for what he had done was just as great as her admirations of Salvatore, because it was the most direct challenge to the order she had established. Cecilia accepts all comers within this order, but she will not allow anyone to upend the entire order. So what you're saying is, there ain't no loophole in this order, is that it? I used to think that, my child. But there are no absolutes when it comes to order established by men. Just as why me meeting you has nothing to do with Selenia. It was just because I happened to meet a fellow Sancta here. Before Sicilia, the land of Siracusa was not without order. The only difference is the order that the families believed in came from themselves. And as no two families could ever share the same order, they could only fight. Cecilia's actions did not completely break this order. Instead, it unified the orders among different families into a single universal standard. All the families were united into one, and thus, Siracusa became Siracusa. Now tell me, do you know what this means? You're saying Siracusa before and after Signora Cecilia never actually changed? Clever girl. The problem that existed in Siracusa in the past still exists today. We are all aware of this fact. But all these problems can be resolved by seeing Cecilia's fall. Methinks, Signora Cecilia, that's a tall order. That is one thing I will not help you with. But for her, it might be a way. However, the price may be too high to pay. Donna? You've been staring at that necklace in your hand since last night. This is a symbol of trust given to me by Signora Cecilia for picking up the pieces of familiar Texas and leading the Colombian family back to Siracusa. Well, it must be pretty valuable. Are you gonna use it to help somehow? I'm still on the fence. You say Wallace plans to attack Selenia's friends? Yes, they stepped out a while ago. But when they get back, we'll have an ambush in place. Where are you going? To buy some chocolate? Turns out, your guess was right on the money. Rosati's associates have started to infiltrate the block. When those ladies from Penguin Logistics get back, I'm afraid they're gonna die a gruesome death. But let me ask you a question, Lappland. Lay it on me. I figured the Rosatis would try to rub out Texas, but you're still Saluzzo. You really need to send Gambino after that Sancta, while you stay here and house Sidham for a while. I never knew you were to give so much for the sake of friendship. Am I that type? Definitely not. Which is why I want to know, what the hell are you waiting for? You plowed that truck right into the courtroom, turned yourself in, and cleared the name in the process. Then you went on and forced the Saluzos and Ballonis together. I got no clue why the two families actually started working together. But there's gotta be another reason for it, right? You know that by helping the balloonies, you're also helping her. And that's before we talk about how you gave her a hand in yesterday's assassination. You say you want to prove to her that Siracusa is a swamp you can't escape. But it looks to me, you're trying to help her escape. If I need to kill a few of her loved ones, or do something to piss her off, just to prove my point, all that to show how paranoid I am, couldn't get anywhere with that. If it's real, if it's a fact, then it'll happen, even if I just stood by and watched. But actually, even that isn't good enough. I can't just get out of her way. I have to give her enough help in the end. So that in the end, she has to finally admit that all her struggling was for nothing. And doing like that would bring you some satisfaction. Don't know. All I do know is, there is no other way. So basically, you don't want to do either. Yep, and I never said I did. And you, Capone, you should be more like Gambino and realize you'll never get the answer you want from me about the two of you. You already know, huh? He wants to stage his comeback by joining out the Bolognese. But what about you? You're still standing here. Do you seriously think you're my vessel? Or are you hoping there's enough room for you on my path? Give up that hope, or I'll kill you. There's only room for one. What about Texas? Texas? Might just be the path itself. Capone stays silent for a minute before turning and leaving. What a pleasant surprise. I haven't been here before, but it looks like I'm in the right place. So this is Penguin Logistics' little stronghold. Miss Katerina? Sora, oh, right. I gave you my number before. Would it be better if I called you Miss Giovanna? Katerina will do just fine. I like the name. Do all Siracusa's mobsters like to work in the performing arts? Why not? We can be fighting and killing each other all the time. Are you all together right now? Miss Katerina? Never mind. Sora, would you mind telling me more about your penguin logistics? Huh? For example, how it came to be. Now Selenia joined. I'm not too clear on the details myself. After all, Penguin Logistics was already a thing by the time Texas saved me. The boss mentioned a few times how he set up Penguin Logistics after he maxed Texas. But when it comes to stuff that happened after I joined, I could talk for days about that. We've been living together for years. I'd really love to chat with you more, if we get the chance. There's a lot I'd like to tell you about Selenia. I also want to hear from you about her life in Lungmen. If you ever get the chance to drop by Lungmen, we'd be glad to show you around. Really? You're not worried about my business. What matters is you are once Texas' best friend. Selenia truly is blessed to have met a woman as kind as you in Lungmen. If you ask me, she's blessed to have a friend like you in Siracusa, who's always thinking of her. Oh right, Sora. Yes, I had a flash of inspiration just now. I'm always thinking about how I want the grand finale to play out. In my story, I thought she would just meet her end just like a Siracusan would. Surrounded in a narrow alley, incinerated by a car bomb, so on and so forth. These little excerpts from reality are so overused that they've turned into their own troops. I want to escape the troops, and in this story, have her become the least Siracusan. I've been trying to find a Siracusan archetype, but haven't been able to define it. That's the source of my writer's block. But right now, it's starting to come to me. There are no Siracusans. Selena, Texas finally disappeared in the conflagration, and nobody knew what became of her. Miss Katerina, are you... I'll be back later. I have some presents for you girls. Wallach, if memory serves me right, you're trying to kidnap Selena's friends. They're not even back yet. They've gathered a whole mob. I would have if you didn't show up. I'm extremely disappointed, Donna. No, Giovanna. Why are you that impatient with me? It's not a question of patience. It's just, why should we wait? Why should we have to sit here and wait for the blessing of some antique? We followed you to this country, wanted to become masters of this land. And now, we have an opportunity. How are you so sure? You're certain victory is within your grasp. No, I'm not even certain I can deal with that antic. But I know Baloney really wants to bring us to a new age. And I've got a hankering to make a big bet. How many are willing to follow you? 70%. What about the rest? I'll convince them. Or you could do it for me. If we decide to change your mind, Giovanna, you're still our boss. Looks like I brought up some good soldiers after all. Sorry, Wazalach. Is Texas more important to you than Familia Rosati? I just don't think this is how things should play out. The way I see it, some things can only play out like this. Oh, you really came, just Lavinia. You must be Secretarios Rubio daughters, yes? Yeah, I thought my father was just joking around when he said you'd come babysit me. My friends and I all adore you. Compared to people like my father, you're like the only clean person in the government. Do you not get along well with your father? So, I guess. I still like him as a person, because he always makes time for me and plays with me a lot. But you know, I think people like him, who only cares about protecting themselves and not rocking the boat, really should have bigger goals in life. His old friends, who started out on the same level as him, are way up there now. It took him this long to land a half-decent job. He doesn't want to do anything more with it. His old work friends? One of them was Karachi, Ministro di Lavori Pubblici, who just died not too long ago. It's a dangerous job. I know, but I saw him on TV every day, and wise guys from all the big family treated him very well. I don't know. I just think it doesn't make sense trying to be a politician if you can't make it to that level. That might be true. So that's why I was really surprised when my father suddenly decided to become the new Ministro de Lavori Pubblici. I'm not sure what finally made things click for him, but if he did it sooner, my mother probably wouldn't have divorced him. Divorce? Yeah, she thought he was a good for nothing, so she left him a few years ago. But my mother has a temper, so I decided to stay with my father. Oh, by the way, you know how he got appointed Ministro, right? Can you tell me more about it? Sorry, I don't actually know anything. Okay then. You can sit anywhere you'd like. I'm not going anywhere today, but I do want to listen to my father's inaugural speech. Secretary Rubio keeps his room tidier than I would have expected. You're surprised too, huh? He probably seems like a total slob, but he keeps things pretty organized. Oh right, he keeps a diary. Really? Let me think. He keeps it over there. He only writes it in it when he feels like it. It's not an everyday thing. After years of jotting stuff down, he's still got all these blank pages. Does he not care if you snoop around his things? It's totally fine. He left it there because he doesn't mind people reading it. I flipped through it a few times, but it's all boring stuff. I call it like Chronicles of a Middle-Aged Man. Boring. It drags on and on. You can take a look if you want. I've ran into Karachi at the restaurant. We had a drink for the first time in a long while. Reminiscing about old times. I couldn't help but get teary-eyed. Senor Rubio, this is where you'll be giving a speech. Please, leave me. But we've got orders to protect you. Nobody could get in here, right? Right, okay. power, huh? Now barricade the door with the sofa. It's about just as much as I can do. Okay. Well, Karachi, I won't keep you waiting much longer. See you soon. How's it looking? The doctor says the strike just missed her heart by a few centimeters. So she didn't die instantly. But she's still in really bad shape. Where's Texas? She's been in stupor ever since she got back yesterday. She just sits there motionless. Won't even respond if I ask her if she wants to eat. Just give her some time. Croissant and I will guard the hospital, so please take care of her. No need to worry about me. You have to look after yourselves. So bored. Oh, right. I heard there was supposed to be some speech today. Maybe I'll give it a listen. Buongiorno, my dear friends and citizens. I imagine most of you don't know much about me, but I can't blame you for that. After all, I came help very minor and unimportant role of Secretario di Siracusa Elementary before this. In fact, I believe that most of our dear citizens, apart from the late Minister of Karachi and the Honorable Judge Lavinia, know very little about our government. I do not know Judge Lavinia very well, but I do have somewhat of a history of the late Minister of Karachi. I believe it would be appropriate to begin my speech with him, a figure everyone should already be familiar with. Karachi and I both joined Autorità Garante della Concorrenza e del Mercato about the same time. He was strong and energetic, taking care of the field work while I handled the paperwork behind the scenes. He became known within the system for his bold words and actions, and he even dared to challenge prominent family. To be perfectly honest, it seems like the guy was indomitable. He was almost taken away a few times by dissatisfied family, but managed to weather the storm or push through the situation. But at the time, El Autorita staff saw him as a pain, and nobody wanted to help him. So the job of reporting him naturally fell to me, unpopular as I was. Let me tell you, that job took a whole lot out of me. But at the same time, it filled me with a sense of accomplishment. Though I could never be as direct and straightforward as him, I could do what I wanted to do through him vicariously, and there was a reward in itself. Throughout this process, the two of us became fairly well acquainted. Leon, you were working with Karachi for the past 2 years, and I know you thought highly of him. Does this account match with what you knew of him? He certainly was energetic. He knew exactly how to deal with the family, and that went beyond just being tactful. He knew how to help them under the table, while also getting to serve his interests. A lot of what he wanted to do would have been blocked by various family, but in his hands, he always managed to get things done, step by step. I can tell you learned a lot from him. I just thought there were some similarities in the way I saw things and the way he operated. The days when problems can be solved with fighting and killing are over. Padre mio. If the family is gonna survive, they have to adapt accordingly. You still don't understand, Leon. What do I not understand? You're subconsciously laughing yourself in with Lavinia and Karachi. But don't ever forget, you are not one of them. I know. If you really knew, you wouldn't be standing here. Unfortunately, you're out of time. Padre. Leon, if you get through this alive, it's what it is. Everyone's killing blows to everybody. Even though he was a thorn in the side of the many family, his talents were evident to all, and so he rose through the ranks long before I did. In fact, I thought he wouldn't last long after his promotion. I used to think that, because he was never in a place where too many different interests overlap, he wouldn't face any serious attempts on his life. If he kept behaving the same way he always did as he rose through the ranks, sooner or later, He was bound to step on the toes that he could not afford to step on. I was wrong. I never knew my father could be such a talkative person. What do you think, Judge Lavinia? Judge Lavinia? Lavinia seems completely oblivious to the calls of Rubio's daughter. She is engrossed in the word of the diary in her hands. May 3rd. Just resolve a small case, but it touched me deeply. There's a problem that everyone is unaware of, or should I say, is turning a blind eye to. Why is everyone in the age of Signora Sicilia? Does Siracusa have two different sets of rules at once? One internal and one external. The brutality and greed of the family have long been documented. But as brutal and greedy as they may be, they have not chosen to control things themselves. There's a reason for this. It's actually quite simple. Population. The institution of the familia is based on bloodline or personal identity. And this inefficient organization means that the numbers in any given familia will never reach the order of magnitude required to manage even a nomadic city. This means they must rely on a system established by the common citizenry, and they can only seize control of a behemoth such as Siracusa by manipulating this system behind the scenes. Signora Sicilia was acutely aware of this fact, so after she rose to power, she drew an even more pronounced line between mafiosi and ordinary folk. By emphasizing her absolute might and control, she, over the past few decades, has gotten everyone in Siracusa to believe that in Siracusa, the existence of two orders, internal and external, is taken for granted. To the extent that everyone was forced to forget how the establishment of Siracusa's underground order was only made possible by the consistency of the outward-facing order. This cannot be called anything other than a manifestation of political wisdom. Rubio, you... In fact, in our system, there is no shortage of people with the same fundamental intention as Karachi. However, for various reasons, they finally chose to submit to the family, even becoming their cronies. But Karachi was different. Not only did he not give in, he was always looking for ways to fight against them. And his efforts pay off. He did not die as easily as I thought he would, and he even managed to climb higher. And when we met him again at the banquet, he said something that I will never forget. The family these days are weak. This dude's pretty brave. Texas, there seems to be something happening outside. Let me go check it out. Exia, do you think... Siri just operated. Do you think we could bring Giovanna back to Lungmen? Why not? She seems fun. But it doesn't feel like that's what you think, right? Texas turns her eyes to the table by the window, upon which a necklace sits. It was a symbol of trust from Signora Sicilia. A gift that Giovanna left for her. In her grandfather's eyes, the Colombian family had sought. They do anything for the sake of profit, getting involved in the lowest businesses, committing murders with no morals at all. In her father's eyes, the Siracusan family had decayed, passing up profit and opportunity, not fighting for their interests, limiting their progress for the sake of supposed morality. All of it was the pinnacle of stupidity. In Texas' eyes, her father and grandfather were right and wrong. If she is only angry about what happened to Giovanna, then she could leave just like she did 7 years ago, only this time bringing Giovanna with her. However, when she got the news of her grandfather's death, when she turned a blind eye to the car wash worker, when she turned her back on her father's order to help, the only thought in her mind was, there's no end to it all. He showed me how to deal with the family in a comical, simple way. He offered them goods they couldn't refuse, benefits. It's not as if the family couldn't take what he had. But what they always lacked was a great manager. They only know how to plunder, but never actually... Oops, burped. From coke. Never actually learned how to govern. Relying on his outstanding abilities, he gradually became a celebrity to several prominent family. And when they fought over who would fill the role of Ministro de Lavori Publici, He became the candidate that everybody was happy with. Having said all this, I'm sure a lot of you will have questions. You might think Karachi sounds like a guy who played both sides. But what I like to say is, in a country like Siracusa, a country rooted in evil, it has never been possible for a good person to exist. To put it mildly, we are all evil. Should he be saying stuff like that in an inaugural speech? I met with that judge, Lavinia. From the way people talk about her, I imagine someone like Karachi, a righteous person who wasn't willing to throw away her integrity. Meeting her only confirmed that. There's no way she's unaware of the futility of what she's doing in our current landscape. There's no way she's unaware of the fact that should she ever cross any of the familiar, her life would be in grave danger. The irony of all this is the rights of ordinary people that she strives to protect as a judge mean nothing in the eyes of the family. They mean so little to them that she has not been snuffed out on her path forward. Talking to her was torture, because I had to hold back my admiration for her and treat her like I would anyone else. Karachi once joked that my position made him feel at ease, because even if he died, he knew I would be there to pick up the torch. But what if I also died? It's not as if I haven't cultivated and won over a number of youths, but I've never had a leader like any real sway like Karachi. And undoubtedly, just Lavinia would make an ideal successor. Of course, I can push my ideas on her, but I'm afraid I don't have much time left either. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity in front of me. I don't have time to convey each and every one of my thoughts to her. I do believe, however, that if my plan goes well, Judge Lavinia will at least be able to look after my daughter. Alas, Karachi, my old friend, let me put your death to good use. If our souls can meet once more, I'll have to apologize to you again. But a noble soul like yours probably won't end up in the same place as mine. I knew we should have relocated as soon as we could. But we're just gonna have to work with this, considering everything that happened yesterday. The sector's a pain in the ass. Just one woman. Surround her. My trusty partner here is trying to relax, so mind keeping it down? You guys sure love raising hell, don't you? Oh, if anyone else was here, they'd probably be like, but Axia, you also love raising hell too. It sure sucks having to do this alone. What's this? Someone need a helping hand? I've been wondering, do you have way too much time on your hands? I'm just like you. We're all waiting for an answer. What do you mean by that? Does it make a big difference to you whether or not Texas goes back to Lungman? Absolutely. As of right now, I want her to go back. Does that mean you're on our side? Sure does. Great. Can't party alone. Sorry. I should have said all those depressing stuff. However, it should be clear to everyone by now that I'm not here to give an inaugural speech. I came here to speak from my heart. Karachi, as bold as his vision was, never mentioned anything to me about his outlook regarding the new city. The reason for that is when he took up this position, he was already prepared to die. We've all borne witness to what he did over the past 2 years. And just when I thought he might make it long enough to see the birth of the new city, he suddenly died a few days ago. As for me, that was the last straw. So I cozied up to Familia Baloney, recommended myself to them, and obtained this position. In that process, I discovered the shocking conspiracy that Baloney and Saluzzi family have been brewing. From the very beginning, they plotted to plunge this city into chaos and seize the newly built nomadic city. Then, they will seek to leverage it against Signora Sicilia. Don Alberto, this... I need this one Bernardo yet. No, Don Alberto. What's the meaning of this, Bernardo? Dan Brown. Dan Brown. I'm here. You're near Rubo's location, right? Yes. Whack that lunatic. Yes, Don Alberto. Alright, I guess I can't keep you out if you really want to come in. You're an idiot. What's the point of all this? The way you're dressed. I'm an ordinary worker. I work at a car wash. It's called Auto Lavagio Dan Brown. Oh, that rings a bell. Yes. So you must be Dan Brown then. That's me. Do you have any particular concerns about your job? No. Siracusa's gotten soggy and stale. I've had nothing to do, so I found some work for myself. That's a shame. You should have looked a little harder. You arrogant wise guys think you can lord over us forever. You think you're the only enemies? Your only enemies are each other. You never take any of us seriously. But the times are changing. Nothing stays the same forever. No matter how nice your words might sound, they are just words. Can words overthrow the family of Signora Cecilia? No, but I've taken this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and said what I need to say. There's a whole win between the Maloney's and Signora Cecilia. I don't know, or care. All I know is, this new era has no rooms for the likes of you. The next chapter of Siracusa's history is about to be written. The heroes of this story would not be the family. We may have no power, we may indeed be weak. We know that civilization rose to overcome this savagery. We pursue a form of equality, an order not rooted in violence. Violence is in our nature. Really now, why then are all the family moving in the same direction? Why are they chasing money and power instead of violence and conflict? It's killing me today. It's a cathartic release of this violence. Or is it because I got in the way of the people behind you taking power? See, you already know the answer. If you don't mind, I like to be the one to finish myself off. Do you know what this is? A gun? That's right. I purchased it from Blacksteel a few years ago, through my connections. It's hard to use. It's not very useful against a pack of wise guys lunging at you. All it can do is to offer a little protection to one as weak as myself. By the looks of things, I already figured out who I should be pointing it at years ago. Rubio slowly raises the gun muzzle to his temple. Alright, Dan Brown. I hope that one day, you can just be a regular car wash worker here in Siracusa. One who has never held a weapon, has to hold a weapon, ever again. Oh, not yet. I yearn to unload everything on my chest in a speech, but I cannot. I have to convince them that I decided to take revenge on the family because of Karachi's death. Plus, there's some words that cannot be spoken yet. I'm not here to usher in a new era. I'm not arrogant enough to think that. I don't even know how many hearts my words will be able to reach. But I believe that as long as this country still has people like me, Karachi, and Lavinia, then there is still hope for Siracusa. So I'll write what I wanted to say here. Having said so much about Karachi, the reality is, as you may realize, I'm not here to talk about Karachi. I'm here to talk about myself, and all of us, my dear citizens. We live in a cage called the family. They may not always directly affect our lives, but they are always a part of it. Every ordinary person in Siracusa, over the course of their lives, will come to gain their understanding of the family through various ways, and eventually, they get used to it. However, we can take a good look at the people around you, and look back at your own life. There is one thing we should all understand. We are human beings. Our lives are very much real. We are not lies stuck in a pen. And above all, we are powerful. Our power comes from the very lies we have created. The lies that mafiosi relish in were also created by our own hands. This is the country we've built, brick by brick. Just Lavinia, am I dreaming? Why is my father talking with a hitman like that? No! Father! He's in danger! Lavinia feels tears welling up in her eyes, but she does not have time to wipe them because she already has a premonition in her heart. She moves to Rubio's daughter and gently covers her ears. The inhabitants of Volsini will never forget this day. On a clear morning, the crisp clarion call of a pistol muzzle reverberates across Volsini through every radio. Former Volsini Secretario di Sicurezza Alimentare Rubio died during his inaugural speech, taking over as Ministro dei Lavori Pubblici. the chaos that ensued, though it would be subdued before half a day's time, in fact became the very first step towards a new era for Siracusa. Did I skip IS-8 after? No. Isn't that next? Isn't that what I'm supposed to read next? Oh wait! I might have skipped one. I missed the part where Giovanna is in the hospital. I was quite confused. I was like, why is she in the hospital? Oops, sorry. We're reading backwards. I didn't understand why she was in the hospital. Texas, what? Miss Katerina, I mean, Giovanna might be in danger. What do you say? I just called her, and really have an uneasy feeling. Lappland, yo, what do you want? I just wanted to give you an update on your old friend. She's somewhere near your little hideout, surrounded by wise guys from her family. Texas, we should go help her. I know. Just a sec. Are you seriously going? You were all ready to make an enemy of the Rosatis to get out of here. But now you're going to stay in the swamp just for her. Think, Texas. This is your best chance to turn around and walk away from it all. Sora, you know, Texas, this was supposed to be a little job that I picked up as a way to go looking for you. But I soon came to realize that I've fallen in love with Siracusa's performing arts scene. People here have a certain arrogance to them, but they're much better at the materialistic Langmanite businessmen. And Alexia won't stop raving about how she's going to find the best pizza in Siracusa. As for Kusan, he's always been easygoing. I just wanted to catch up with you. Maybe we can go back to Langman after everyone's had enough fun here. We'll go back to Langman eventually. The four of us together. That's right, the four of us together. Well, actually, I just had a chat with Miss Giovanna and asked her to take a tour to Langman with us, so that makes us 5. Okay. A number of people have collapsed in an alley. A number of wounds have appeared across Giovanna's body. Everyone, including herself, knows there is no escape for her. Give it up, Giovanna. Got anything to drink, Wallash? Go grab a bottle from the car. Yes, sir. I've thought about it before. If we would have been better off getting into a certain businesses back into Colombia. Original weapons, designer drugs, military channels. I've also thought about it. If there were certain opportunities that I should have seized. Getting on good terms with those officials, or even extending an olive branch to the Colombian government. But in the end, I decided that some things had to be done in moderation. We're too deeply invested. We're holding too much. I won't claim to be a good person, but at least we can't forget that there are some things we can't do. You could call it principle, or you could call it stubbornness. Times have changed, Giovanna. A new era calls for new norms. The so-called morality and justice of the old guard should be cast aside. Even if we don't do it, someone eventually will. And when that time comes, we'll be the one to get pushed out. Or you think sitting around watching Colombia's other family get their mitts on these things is the right way to do it? What would you do in my position, Wallash? I'll control it. You will know. Everything will be at my disposal. We're not taking the world back with our old ways. We're turning away from them. Got the booze, Wallash. Come on. Have one last drink with me. Fine. This one's my favorite. You've been waiting a long time for this, haven't you? It was supposed to celebrate your return. Well, how about that? From here on, you're a Don Rosati. Giovanna. Do it. The sound of sharp metal slicing through flesh appears in the alley. It is quickly drawn out by the sound of the falling rain. Texas knows she is already too late. The alley is scarred by traces of battle, and blood spreads across the ground. Her gaze goes to the source of the bloody water, where a familiar figure lies fallen. Her heart quivers. Giovanna! You should be able to have a nice discussion over here, Your Honor. I won't become your accomplice. Accomplice? That's a rather extreme choice of words. Shouldn't you be thanking me for saving your life? Forget it. Just treat it as an act of kindness on my part. The upside about you young folks is that you're go-getters. The downside is you tend to overdo it. There's nothing I particularly need you to do for me, actually. I just don't want to see an outstanding young woman like you fall. You... really? I think the Karachi incident has given you some misconceptions about me. No, I don't think it has. I happen to care no more about what's in front of me, that's all. The government is just a cloth draped over Grey Hall's round table. Lavinia, everyone in Siracusa knows that Signora Cecilia's lament. But I'd imagine there are a few who understand the source of this lament. 30 years ago, there was a group of youths like you who naively believed that they could free Siracusa from the family. But there was no end to the dark clouds that hung over the country, and they couldn't conjure up any support. So they chose to try to win over the number of family by catering to their interests, trying to fight, the thing they thought they could resist. And so what happened to them, nobody knows. Nobody knows? Try to picture this scenario, Signorina Lavinia. Your father is a clerk who works for the city government. One day, you get up, shower, and have breakfast as usual. That's when you realize your father forgot something at home, and your mother asks you to bring it to him. It's the rainy season, and you're in a bad mood because you had an argument with your father. But then you think to yourself, it's partially your fault, and it would be better to just apologize. But when you walk into City Hall, you feel an unnatural stillness. The place shouldn't be quiet at this time of day. Soon, you see blood seeping from beneath the doors of various offices. And that's when you realize that streaks of blood are painted all across the floor. You find that everyone in the City Hall has gone missing. What scares you even more is that not a single soul will comment on it, no matter who you ask. Even your own mother is completely silent. It's as if the disappeared never existed in the first place. After a while, people began to appear at City Hall again. And a bit after that, the normal hustle and bustle returns. And you finally realize that that's all there is to it. That's when Signora Cecilia's saying really starts to spread. The government is just a cloth draped over Grey Hall's round table. And naturally, the tablecloth can be changed at will. When you've lived through it, you understand. Anger, of course the anger is there. What happens after the anger passes? After anger, comes nothing. Just as you are now, not knowing who can vent your grievance to. The Don Bernardo, the Familia Belloni, or Signora Cecilia. Of course not. They're all cogs in the existing machine. And you as the gatekeeper to this machine know better than anyone else. It can't be shaken. And that's why you want to tell me that all I can do is to cover my eyes and ears like you, pretending to be oblivious to everything that's going on. Pretending that I'm living a semblance of what you could call a life. Signorina Lavinia, you are even more naive than my daughter. And as someone who's experienced it all, my advice to you is the same as the last time you came to me. No matter what your ideals are, you must first live on. And if you're really in that much of a hurry to die, at least find a successful first. Sometimes, living to pass down your ideals can be even more difficult than dying a merciful death. Alright, I'll be taking up my new post in a few days, and Don Bernardo has arranged a speech for me to deliver to the whole city. There's nothing I need you to do for me, but if you'd like, you're welcome to keep my wife and daughter company. I do believe that isn't anything that would violate your principles. You're not going with the rest of your friends, my child. I have somewhat of a personal question I'd like to ask you. Oh, please continue. I've learned a few things about you back when I was in school. Back then, both you and His Holiness the Pope were seen as promising young talents. But after Signora Cecilia visited Laterano, you left with her, didn't even hesitate. You want to know why I left Laterano with Cecilia? Not exactly. What I'd like to know is, you must get along very well with Signora Cecilia, right? That depends on what you mean by get along. But if you mean in terms of understanding, It may be the case that nobody understands her as well as I do. However, our personalities are actually quite incompatible. At least these days, I'm happier hiding in this city to avoid the headaches that she brings me. Isn't that also part of getting along with someone? That I cannot deny. Then, how are you able to stay on good terms with her for decades? Senior Arginia, I'm serious. An excellent question indeed, my child. You certainly ask much more interesting questions than your friends. But first, there's something I'm curious about. From the description you just gave me, you seem to get very well along with Texas. That's right, we're the best partners out there. You don't doubt your friendship at all. Not even a little. In that case, I see now the reason behind your question. Shared empathy allows you to treat people without reservation, but you still have doubts about the process of getting along with those who lack that empathy. Moreover, it's not deception that you fear, but this doubt itself. You're ashamed of this doubt when you are reciprocated with nothing but sincerity. But at the same time, you're also afraid how you will handle yourself in these doubts, if these doubts prove to be true one day. Is that the case? Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. I think every Sancta who leaves Laterano will encounter this problem. When Cecilia came to visit Laterano, I was tasked with serving her as a guide. However, I did not leave Laterano with her because I was persuaded by her ideals, as the rumors claim. Cecilia was still young at the time. No matter how talented she was, it was impossible for her to instantly come up with a way to change Siracusa after but a brief stay in Laterano. Her ideas were puerile and unrealistic, but they happened to resonate with some of my own thoughts at the time. We discussed and argued our ideas day and night, until finally, I decided to go to Siracusa to settle them. Discussing and arguing? Yes. Even after coming to Siracusa, we never settled the arguments between us. As a matter of fact, our views on Siracusa have never quite lined up. But this does not prevent us from understanding what the other is thinking. So, the key is discussing and arguing? What do you think? I don't think that's right. I don't think Texas and I ever had any serious discussions about anything. I'm not even sure when it happened, but we somehow really became really good partners. You're a perceptive one, my child. In the end, what kept me bound to Cecilia was not ideals, convenience, or even emotions, but time. Time? The passage of time will bridge most gaps and bind people together, regardless of what they think about it. You'll always be good partners, won't you? Of course! Always and forever. Then all you need to do is keep moving forward. You'll experience many different things, as she will. Perhaps your stories will individually have very little in common. But as long as your lives intertwine at some point, well, you'll have nothing to worry about. Wait. Which story happened first? Kinda hate of this story. Oh, Guy the Hate happened first. So does that mean I will encounter Agonier here first? And then he appears here again? Huh? Wait, where did Agonier appear? Is he a boss? Wait, I forgot which event he was fighting. I forgot, he appeared somewhere. He's an elite in this event. Ah! Okay, interesting. So you don't see him on I get the hit. Oh my god, I got 5 more! I can do it! Cheer me on, guys! We'll finish the story, and so sorry that I messed up the order. I knew this was gonna happen one day, where I will misread the order. And somehow I wasn't alerted. It wasn't too bad though. This was more like filler. I mean, yeah, the part that I was missing is Giovanna getting hurt. Which I didn't encounter. Very mad. Those people rewatching the stream are gonna be so confused. And then after they're gonna be like, wait, I could have just played forward. Alright, 5 more, okay, 5 more. Let's do this, even though it's quite late. It's 3 AM now. Leon Tuzel forgot what happened that day. He was still too young at the time. He knows only 2 things for certain. That day was not the day his mother died. That day was the only time he ever saw his father look somewhat lost. He walked through the rainy streets and saw his father sitting outside the church without an umbrella. He tried to run over to hold up his umbrella for his father, but slipped and fell. His father picked him up. The rain was heavier than usual that day. He could not clearly see his father's expression, but was still acutely aware of his father's chagrin. He still remembers the question his father asked him at the time. Would Siracusa be better off without the family? I killed your mood for the NPC that you like the most. I don't think it was that bad of a mood kill. I get the mood kill, but it's not like severe. I felt it too, okay? I nearly cried for him, but I didn't. Wake up! Dimitri. Why are you lying on the ground here? Where's the Don? What do you attack? No, father, he... Right, my father. Where is he? Nobody knows where the Don is. And just now, Rubio broke the news about our alliance with the Saluzos all over the radio. He also slandered us, accusing us of joining against the Signora Sicilia. Now all the family are looking right at us. Would Siracusa be better off without the family? That's not exactly slander, is it? Leon, I know what my father wants to do. Who would have thought this Rubio guy was actually a complete idiot? What are you talking about? He's clearly a good man. No, what I mean is, what's the point of him even saying stuff like that? He finally managed to climb up to that position, and now he's gonna die over a few sentences. What a waste of perfectly good life. Are you crying? No, I'm not. Want a tissue? Thanks. Who are you? Employees only. I'm the boss of Famiglia Belloni, but you can just call me Bernardo. The Don of the family Belloni. What brings an honor to the Don here? If memory serves me properly, this place is supposed to split off and become the secondary command tower of the new nomadic city's core. That's right. Then, there's one thing I'd like to ask of you. What are you doing? Begin the separation sequence for the secondary core area. Impossible. But that does explain everything. What my father told you, that we were planning to ignite an all-out war between all the family to flush out Signora Sicilia out. It was a feint. From the very beginning, Familia Benoni has just been a bargaining chip for him. Everything you see now was his design. Everything was for the sake of a Siracusa without family. Do you seriously expect me to believe that the Don was the most powerful family in the country? Is trying to destroy all the family? You have no choice but to believe, Dimitri. You just said all the family are looking towards us, right? Yes, but even if they believe Rubio, nobody would dare do anything rash so soon. But it's just a matter of time. The fuse has already been lit. Would Siracusa be better off without the family? Padre mio, this is what you've believed all this time. That's why you had Dimitri test me in the first place. But what do you want me to do? What can I even do? You said before that you'd handle things your way, Leon. I did. And you should focus up. Whatever the situation at this critical moment, the Don is not here. You're another boss of the Familia. You have to do something. I know. Go and tell the Saluzos that I want to meet with Alberto. And get in touch with the Rosati men, Wallach. You mean... I see. What is it I hope to do? By building goodwill through Karachi's legacy, you got the people to believe that he really chose to throw all the fire purely out of the desire to avenge him. It wasn't until the end that you finally revealed a sliver of your real face. Your self-control is admirable, Rubio. Unfortunately, I knew a long time ago that you and Karachi were on the same path. Neither of you were willing to accept the yoke of a family rule forever. Only, you stepped onto the stage like a moth to the flame, while you concealed yourself a bit better. After all, I was in charge of the liquidation 30 years ago. I remembered him, and naturally, I remembered you as well. It came as a surprise to me that you chose to make your move now, but that brings it with opportunity. Is the separation sequence still not complete? It'll be done shortly. I hope you know that stalling for time and playing petty tricks won't accomplish anything. The lives of all my colleagues are in your hands. I'm not kidding. I don't want anything to do with the conflicts between your big family. I just want to keep your promise. You say that, but the looks in your eyes and the beating of your heart tells me that you're ready to die with me. Relax, I just want to ask you a question. Have you ever thought about what a Siracusa without family would look like? Dan Brown stares blankly at the scene unfolding in front of his eyes. He has slain many people and seen his fair share of corpses. He became numb to the sight of blood a long time ago. But this is something altogether different. Dan Brown, why are you still here? The Don wants to meet with the Baloney and the Rosati bosses, so hurry up and do what you need to do. What is the Don doing? Be deaf, Dan Brown. The Don is about to meet the Baloneys and told us to prepare. Prepare what? You don't get it? The Don sincerely wanted to cooperate with the Baloneys, and the broadcast just now was then trying to drag us underwater. How could the Don let us go unpunished? The Baloneys were the first to sully our honor, so it's not our fault that we're a little discourteous with them. The Don's meaning is obvious. Follow his orders at the meeting. Family Baloney is about to be wiped from Siracusa. I will skip this flashback. Dan Brown suddenly understands why he hasn't been able to sleep at night. Texas knows why she has been hesitating. She doesn't like to think. And that means when she encounters a situation in which she is forced to think, she plans everything to the letter in advance. She anticipated this well before she ever set out on her trip to Siracusa. She knows she would have to fight, but she believes that what she did in Lungmen was not fundamentally different from what she had done in Columbia or Siracusa. She does not believe that her life in Lungmen is righteous, just as she does not believe that her life in Siracusa or Columbia was evil. She has always dealt in the logistics of life and death. She knew she would have one day have to face the land of Siracusa. But she had already made up her mind, just as she had once asked her grandfather this question. Isn't Siracusa morality just trampling on the lives of the people all the same? She even anticipated meeting with an old acquaintance like Giovanna. She really did anticipate all this. And that's why she has been tossing and turning sleeplessly for several nights. But the one thing she did not expect was that she would meet people here who would want to change the place. Leon Tuzo, even though he is the heir to the familia, his way of thinking is progressive. His ideas may still be immature, but they are never violent. Lavinia, a papa of Senora Cecilia's will, but a judge who nevertheless wants the law to apply equally. Karachi, even though she has never met him, she learned from many sources that he served the people as Ministro de Lavori Pubblici. And finally, she used to feel that there would never be an end to all this, that she was powerless to change Siracusa, that everything was too deeply entrenched, so she chose to run. However, after returning this time, she's met people who wanted to make this land a better place, and they were hurt, one after another. Would she still choose to run? I found her! Celidia's over here! She has been hesitating because of a desire to return to Lungmen Israel. But at the same time, her anger towards the plight of those people is just as real. And right before her eyes, a good man with good intentions is forced by this country to cry out at the cost of his life. That is when Texas realizes, never in her life has she felt so outraged. Ooh, what's with the crowd? Looks like some of them are starting to charge. Don't blame me for this, Texas. I've already done what I could. Why would I blame you? Hey, partner. You get a good rest? Good enough. You look really mad. So you can tell. Of course. Just like how you can guess what I want to eat from my mood. We've been partners for so many years. Next year, a good man just died. I heard. There's something I want to do for him. I was thinking the same thing. Do my ears deceive me, Texas? You're planning on staying, aren't you? Lappland, thank you for doing your best to help me get back to Longman. But I've already made up my mind. There are a few people out there who don't deserve to die like that. They need help. They deserve it. Can you actually do anything about that? Is this little fairy tale enough to make you choose a different path? This little fairy tale is more than enough to make me choose a different path. Some things aren't that complicated at all, Lappland. You, on the other hand, how long are you going to stay on a leash? What? Are you lecturing me now? Take it as a little advice from someone who's been there. Exia, I'm going to break the encirclement. Back me up. You got it! Texas, you're always so full of surprises. The sound of footsteps and screams gradually dissipate with Texas and Exia's departure, and the alley falls silent again. Only the hollow laughter of the lone white wolf continues to reverberate, until she too stops laughing. She turns her gaze in a certain direction, not the one Texas left, but rather where familiar Saluzzo resides. Father... You any better? Yes, Your Honor. Why would my father do something like that? I wish he would have kept doing what he did before. If only he kept on being an ordinary secretario. You might not understand this yet, but your father was a great man. I'll send people to keep you safe. Stay inside, and don't wander out, alright? I can feel it. After what my father has done, the whole city is going to turn upside down. You should hide here with me. Thank you, but I have work to do. Lavinia walks out of the room. The peal of the gunshot resounds through Volsini. Even the dark clouds part for a few minutes as if spooked, letting a few strands of sunlight filter through for the first time in ages. Her agreement with Bernardo was once her only goal, to the point that when she found out Bernardo had broken his promise, she didn't know what to do with herself. But now, she knows, because she's been told she does not stand alone. And the one who told her made a sacrifice 100 times more heroic than her struggles. Compared to them, she might actually be the lucky one. But she does not plan to stand by and rely on this luck. Ministro Rubio, your sacrifice would not be in vain. She strokes the codex in her hands, a few names by Rubio's diary still lingering in her head. She has either seen them before or heard of them. This is the most bountiful legacy that Rubio has left behind for her. Moreover, who is it? Penguin Logistics. Need something delivered? Don Alberto. I came because I heard Baloney wanted to speak with me. What does Bernardo not... What? Does Bernardo not even dare to show his face? My father made his own decisions. There's trust that I can speak on the behalf of the familiar Baloney. Oh. You mean to tell me that you have a satisfactory explanation for all this? Or are you confident enough to deal with the fallout? What I wanted to say is... Done, Brown. Then call for you to come out yet. No. The time is now, old man. Dan Brown points the weapon in his hand at Alberto. Oh! Dan Brown, I'm afraid you're pointing your knife at the wrong target. I don't make mistakes. Look what the family bosses have become. Y'all sit high and mighty above the rest of us, talking all fancy about your politics, trends, and country and future. But what's the reality? The only thing you give a damn about is your own business. We took times with violence, our old men. But I take a little pride in it. The times have changed, Dan Brown. Whether you understand this, we're shaping the times as we want. I don't understand it. I just see us turning weak and stupid. We don't take pride in our instincts and we don't use peace to fight for peace. If we keep this up, what will we become? We won't become anything. No. We're not in the pack of wolves anymore. We're the monsters hiding in human skin. And our leaders, you, and you, you're more civilized. You're just more hypocritical. Looks like I should have kept you on a tighter leash then, Brown. This is your podium. Nobody could have caught what happens next. In the blink of an eye, Alberto appears behind Dan Brown. A streak of blood appears across the car wash worker's throat. He grips his neck, his eyes wide, unable to make a sound. Then he slowly slumps to the ground, maintaining this posture. He will never speak again. Now that this matter is resolved, I won't beat around the bush, Leon Tuzo. Your father convinced me to agree to combine our family's forces to take down Signora Cecilia. No, but I don't see sincerity in anything you've done. The people know that I, Don Alberto, never place a bet lightly. What they don't know is that once I do, I never stop until I win. Leon Tuzo, summon to the family Saluzzo, or die, here and now. You have 10 seconds. Alberto takes out an antiquated pocket watch from his waist and begins counting down Leon Tuzo's feet. This is a complete flashback from the first story. I'm not going to read that. So I'm just not choosing to reread the same lines. Leon Tuzo thought he understood why they were trying to say. He could never truly be Lavinia's ally. He would always be his father's son. This is the life he was born into, something he cannot change. And in spite of that, he's always believed he has done his best. Is his best not good enough? But I mean, this line just happened. This is the moment he finally awakens. It isn't a question of good enough. He has been wrong from the very beginning. We aren't more civilized. We're just more hypocritical. We aren't more civilized. We're just more hypocritical. Right. That's right. Why is he sitting there? Why do you think he could still resolve like the family do? He knew the answer all along. But he chose to ignore this answer for the longest time because of who he is and where he came from. Everything he's done before was just violence wrapped up in pretense. And civility can never be born from violence. You're running short on time, Leon Tuzo. I choose. What just happened? Boss, the secondary core area. Someone started the separation program. What did you say? So this is your last resort, father. Then now. Too naive. You're pretty fast for your age. Rosati. Leon, I'm here. You go on ahead. I'll handle this. Alright. You see. So this is Baloney's trump card. But are you sure you really want to make an enemy of Don Alberto, and of the Saluzzos? You expect me to believe that you're ever going to be our friend? Shared interests could have been the bond connecting us, Pop. But there's something to your Yosu delusions, thinking you can actually turn things upside down. You old fossils always think you can control everything, but you never stop to consider whether the times have left you behind. Come then, pups. Let me try your hand. Leon Tuzo knows that, as the Don of the Familiar, he should return home and navigate his people through these turbulent times to maximize their profits. But as a man who thinks he understands Lavinia ideals, a man who saw the way Karachi conducted himself, as a man who has always been lost, he's never been clearer about what he should do next. He can't lie to himself anymore. I'm sorry, Dimitri. He does not walk the path of his familiar. He knows where his father is. I did what I had to do. It won't be long before it reaches Zaro. The time has come. Agnes Fang, Luna Cup. You've got me waiting. You're never alone, and I'm not good at taking a lot of opponents at once. I don't make a wise target. Arknights told me that the remaining of Fangs, you're the one who deserves the most to die. You've toyed around with the thing called power, trying to use the garbage to win this. Quite a profound insight from La Signora de Lupi. Do you know where the remaining Fangs are? No. One now lives in a company called Rhodes Island. She returned to Siracusa not long ago. Another, knowing that there was no hope for victory, went into hiding and cultivated a student early. These two wandering wolves have now returned to Siracusa. Another is still hiding in the wastes. As long as I remain here, I can track their movements. With a little more power, I could exercise my will to find them, and have my men eliminate them. That is what Zaro discovered. The might of power. Does that count as victory? It's what he believes. How strange. The strange one is you, Fang of Arknights. You didn't come here to kill me, did you? I was just a little curious. You don't seem like an evil man, or one who wields power as you claim. What do you see when you look at me then? A beast who went looking for a place to die, now laying peacefully in it. Those wise guys gone yet? They're gone, right? Thank goodness. I thought you were gonna start fighting. But what are we gonna do with this body? I don't want to touch it. Still, I can't help but feel a bit bad for this guy. I'll handle it. Who are you? Just a friend of this nameless man. You've discovered something important, my friend. Violence is done in the name of civility. It is the true nature of the family. We must come to terms with what we call civility, even if it's another pretense, even if it's just a form of self-restraint, even if it's only a stone's throw from our basest instincts. Another's desire for civility will always be different from using it to whitewash your sins. Neither this country nor this city will remember you. But I will remember you, Dan Brown, the car wash worker. Together with Rubio, the two of you have proven the lie that the family can change and adapt. Okay. We ended up letting him go. Stop wanting to fight us halfway through. You felt it too, didn't you? If he really wanted to kill us, he could have gotten it done. He just didn't want to take the time. We can't underestimate any of the Siracusan family. You got one thing wrong. I've never underestimated any of them. Every family is my enemy, including the Balloonies. Don't you think you're jumping the gun a bit there? You don't seem surprised. You betrayed your own boss. You expect me to believe that you go in with us. But let me point out, now isn't a good time. Dimitri does not waver in the face of Wallace's sharpened blade, instead turning back to his shoulders. What's going on in this city? Nothing good. The family know about the secondary core separation sequence started. People are pretty mad at us and the Saluzos. Wise guys with the other family are now hitting us hard too. What about the thing I asked you to handle? You're right on the money. The eyes and ears we planted in the other family tell us that even though the people are angry at the Pelodis and Saluzos, we aren't their main deal here. All the chaos is down there is exactly what the family are looking for. Everything Signora Cecilia kept down is bubbling right up to the surface now. There's already fighting over how to divvy up Peloni and Saluzzo assets. And we've got some old grudges out there getting started. Everybody's hopping in, directly or indirectly. This is exactly what you wanted, huh, boss? So you betrayed us after all. Wallace, you're not an idiot. You get that there's no point to us fighting us. You get that there's no point to us fighting right now. Isn't it better to solve the big problems first? This is how the Rosantis have always handled. This is how the Rosantis handle everything back in Colombia. You really think you can solo out Siracusa all on your own? Pick your friends wisely, Wallace. Don't feel too bad. Not like I'm jumping for joy to team up with somebody like you. Where's Leon? He didn't go back home. Oh, no traces of him anywhere. He's avoiding us, obviously. Leon, don't tell me. Dimitri takes a deep breath. There's no point in overthinking things now. He has to face reality. Now that the family is starting to bite one another, this is the best chance we'll have to take the secondary core area. If we're gonna have a future, we'll have to take hold of it first. Donna Porto. What's the situation? There's mayhem out there. Whilst guys from multiple families are taking advantage of the confusion to attack us, and our soldiers have started to fight back. Things have spiraled out of control. That's funny. This can possibly be what the Leon Tuzo kid meant. Now that I think about it, Bernardo, even though Lappland showed up on the whim, you included us in your calculations, didn't you? The ironclad law laid down by Sicilia is crumbling. You set fire to everything that took decades to make Siracusa what she is. Is that what you wanted? Why? Where's Lappland? We haven't been able to reach her since yesterday morning. Forget it. Boss, it's a madhouse out here right now. You want us to wait and see if anything changes. Even if I want to keep Familia Saluzzo out of this, it's no longer possible. Bernardo, that old run. Can't believe he even accounted for all this. Tell our people out there to come back. And send some of our heavies to the command tower in the secondary core area. The Bolognas and Rosatis aren't gonna let go. Do you mean? I have no interest in that new city. And I'm not gonna let it fall into the hands of those who betrayed me either. Padre! Leon, I never expected you to find this place. I happen to recall it from memory. Since you're here, come take a seat. I know what you're trying to do here. Do you? Since the very beginning, you wanted to see Siracusa return to the dark times of 60 years ago. You want the family all tearing into each other. If Signora Sicilia didn't step in, Siracusa's family may well have mortally wounded each other. But this time, we want to break free from Signora Sicilia's chains and to fight each other until nothing is left. So you do understand after all. But you didn't come here to confirm your conjecture with me, didn't you? What I want to know is, what exactly makes you think this way? When I was 20 years old, I was just an ordinary but lonely wise guy. They wanted me to rob somebody out. I couldn't pull it off, so I had to flee into a nearby village. I took a new identity and went into hiding. I lived there for almost 6 months. Nothing particularly notable happened during that time. But those 6 months gave me an entirely new perspective on the country I live in. There's no corner of Siracusa completely free from the influence of the family. But in places like villages outside the city, the family are just the run-of-the-mill thuggish police. I found a job as a cobbler, and for the summer, I plied my tray by the side of the road and watched them go about their business. In the end, nothing they did impressed me at all. But I will never forget that summer when sweat flowed from my brow like rain. Leon, whether it's you, me, or any other wise guy, we've all been branded from birth. But it was during the summer that I realized life in Siracusa will continue, even with no family. So that's why you helped Lavinia, and you didn't mind that the two of us were growing closer. You genuinely wanted to support her cause, don't you? In all honesty, I did want to see the kind of justice she envisions. Which is why you didn't have insurance for this plan. You don't need me, Lavinia, or anything else assuming of this risk. You think that when you tear down the family holding down the people, their lives won't be negatively impacted at all. Absolutely. But that doesn't go as far, Padre mio. It doesn't. No, it's far from enough. Letting the family tear into each other until they've worn themselves out may overturn the existing system. But that isn't enough to get Siracusa back into the hands of the people. Are you worried about Signora Sicilia? No. What I'm worried about is inertia. I came to realize something while working as Karachi's assistant. The family have had their roots here for thousands of years. Even if the people reject the family, they have no idea what shape Siracusa might take. Even after they overthrow the old system, will they manage to build something new? I don't think so. The people will be overwhelmed, not knowing what happened. All they'll know is that their house has suddenly collapsed. And when they go to build on top of the ruins, they'll build what amounts to a familia. Nothing will change at all. If we continue down this path, we may bring about a Siracusa with our family, for a bit. But the Siracusa you're dreaming of will never come. You're dreaming too big, Padre mio. You want to give them your Siracusa, but you never stop to think if they're willing and able to accept it. All we can do is to let everybody out there know what's happening, and involve them in the process. That's the only way we can start the conversation on the Siracusan without family. Looks like my son's all grown up. I thought you came here for a good old-fashioned father and son argument. I didn't spark you to teach me something. Padre mio. So, what are you going to do? I'll go find Lavinia. Organize a coalition of non-familiar forces. And seize control of the secondary core's command tower. As long as the new city is under my control, I'll have the advantage. So whether I'll be able to negotiate with Signora Cecilia, or if I have to confront her directly, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. But no matter what happens, we'll be betraying Dimitri and our whole familia. Do it your way then, Leon. You were the one who started this whole mess. Don't even think about sitting on the sidelines and leaving everything to me. Don't worry, I'll catch up with you. Good. Don Agony, I heard you never set foot in church. Siracusa doesn't need churches. If we accept the teaching of Laterano, we're doomed to be influenced by their culture. In the end, all I can choose is to distance myself. But it's worth making an exception for a man like you. Why does he reject the church as a sancta? Your Honor, everyone's all here. I've counted over 50. That's a lot less than before. The people planted in here by the family have all gone back home, haven't they? That's right. Ironic as they may be, it does save me some effort. Listen up. The courts occupy an awkward position in Siracusa. We represent the will of Signora Cecilia to some extent, and in return, gain a certain amount of power. But this power is not enough for us to fulfill our obligations. Quite the contrary. In many cases, the power we hold only makes us more aware of how powerless we are in the face of entities known as family. We can neither lower our heads and accept it as most ordinary people can, nor can we truly integrate into this family. Throughout this process, many of our colleagues have been ostracized, pushed out, or even killed because they cannot bear the situation any longer. In fact, even if they ended up betraying the law, I will not be in position to blame them. The truth is, it's only where I am today because of my connection to familiar Bologna. You all know what happened, and what is happening out there. At first, I assumed all I could do was what I always did before. Pray that the familiar struggles don't shield through too many common folk, and that Signora Cecilia would come to mete out justice for us in the end. However, a brave man told us that he thinks that the familiar system is evil, and that all of this is unjust. He wanted to change everything, so he pinned his hopes on me. All of you, just like me, come from outside the familiar system. You've all worked with me for so many years, and I believe that among you, there are those who harbor even greater grievances against the family than I, and those who understand the status quo more deeply than I. Therefore, I would ask that all of you to help me. A moment of silence passes. What can we even do? The separation sequence of the new city core area started not long ago. This confirms the conspiracy conjured by the Bolognas and Saluzos, as revealed by Ministro Rubio. For the family, this was the spark that ignited new conflict, and for us, it is an opportunity. The new nomadic city will be a bargaining chip against the chaos, whether negotiating with Signora Cecilia or jockeying for power with the family. Another moment of silence passes. Even with All of us together. We don't have enough people. I have two reliable friends. Hello everyone! Selenia, why are you? And how come I never heard of another Sancta in Vol City? All you need to know is that Selenia and her friend are on our side. Also, Ministro Rubio have left some resources to help me, and I managed to get in touch with them. They will assist us. But I must be honest with you all. It's a perilous road, and I can't guarantee that everyone will survive. Those who don't want to put their lives on the line are free to leave. Even if we succeed, will we really accomplish anything? I can promise you it will. The only thing I can promise is that I'm willing to give my life for this. Only 30-some odd people remain, but they have no intention of leaving. I should be thanking you for giving me this opportunity, Your Honor. I would have gone crazy without you here at the courthouse. I heard the radio broadcast. I knew right away what happened. And honestly, I can't take this anymore. Maybe we wouldn't actually maybe we wouldn't actually be able to do anything in the end. But I at least want those white guys to know that we're not lump of fin meat for them to butcher. Thank you, all of you. Signorina Lavinia, radio now and so soon. The family are all stirred up now. They don't usually give the common folk a second look. Even now, they probably don't think that we can get in their way at all. But we have to let them know that they've never really had a hand in running the city. This town belongs to us. Take your people and go to the control tower. We'll use everything at our disposal to hold back the wise guys as best as we can. Thank you. Do your best. We're the ones who should be thanking you. We never took the family head on. And now, we're leaving the most dangerous work to you. I'm ready and willing. Imbocca lupo. Crappy. You use Karachi as bait, got your son involved. They even took your own association under the righteous pretense of handling Sicilia, all to muddy the waters of the city. They even waver in the face of Saluzzo's lone wolf. Instead, you took the opportunity to drag Saluzzo into the mud with you. The high-profile assassination of the Rosati girl was, on one hand, to convince Alberto that he had an ally in you, while on the other, serving as an example to the other family. You made a full use of Texas as your final card. In Giovanna's hands, the Rosatis were a deadly but hidden saber. But in Wallach's hands, they are a savage and ostentatious knife. Ostentatious knife. Wow, that's a hard word. You saw Rubio's connection with Karachi, and even took advantage of his anger. He thought no one knew his self-restraint, and he never expected that you already uncovered him. I knew you'd be in town, but I didn't expect you to see through all my plans so easily. It always is easier to trace back the steps in retrospect. Your plan has already been set in motion. Even if I was able to deduce all this, there is nothing more that I can do. Even if Cecilia were to pop up right here, right now, even she would be hard-pressed to resolve everything. Who would have imagined that the Dawn of the most powerful familiar would use his own people as bait to bring all the others down with him? You don't seem particularly upset about it. Cecilia never asked me for a Siracusa that would flourish forever. I was never after wealth or power. What you've done undoubtedly breaks the rule that Cecilia established. And so, I really did come to end you. But your father's son talk here there surprised me. Cecilia have never tolerated any disruptions to her order, because no one came up with an answer that could satisfy her. But you, Bernardo, have an excellent son. You won't be able to shake apart the society Cecilia built with her own two hands. Not by yourself. But if your son came along with you, then maybe. It wouldn't be completely impossible. Life is full of surprises. I thought I realized my lifelong dream could die happy today. Who knew I'd changed my mind, that I want to live to see what Leon can do. It's too bad. For a moment, I can hear Cassie's gaze in the direction of the Grey Hall. Something inhuman is approaching. I see. I heard of this. Is it also part of your plan? It's something that has to be done. That's all. Please go, Don Agania. It's the price I have to pay. So be it. Just a moment, Reverend. Don Agania, or rather, Padre. I've never prayed to anyone before in my entire life. I don't think I'll find closure with anyone else. The Lord can't answer me. But right here, I do have some questions that only you could answer. By all means. How did Signora Cecilia feel when she came back from the Laterano? Conflicted. She was distressed about the challenges she was about to face. She was looking forward to the society she was about to create. More or less the same you're feeling right now. Alright. Okay, I know. You be careful too. How are Texas and Axia doing? They're with Lavinia right now. Said that they were doing her a favor. The judge lady, she's a bit more put together than the Baloney family fellas from before. Hope nothing bad happens to them. Yeah. Miss Giovanna, you're awake? I'm not dead. The assassin missed your heart by a couple centimeters and you pulled through. I gotta say though, it's a good thing you're in such excellent shape. Otherwise, you probably wouldn't have made it. Wallach, how long was I unconscious for? A day? I'm guessing a lot has happened over the course of that day. Tell me what's going on. Alright. Finally here. Don. Or should I say, Zaro. Bernardo. What are you scheming? Don't play dumb. I can tell you're in denial about the conclusions you've drawn. You dare. Why wouldn't I dare? You've pushed me into a lifetime of power and betrayal. You're so prideful and arrogant. You never imagined the day that I could betray you two. Don't forget, Bernardo. I'm the one who made you everything you are. A pitch black mist wraps around Bernardo's neck, but he pays it no heed. You still don't cut it, Zaro. The game you, Signori De Lupi, are playing means nothing to me. Siracusa is the absolute limit of your imagination. You think that the ultimate power is to control a country, multiple countries, or even to subjugate all the lands. But I don't think so. Real power is the power to command an entire airport. In my original plan, Siracusa would fall along with me. Now, my son has shown me that he's seen a bigger picture. You should take comfort in that. Now, take that comfort back to your mountain forest. In this round of the game, you have lost. I lost. I still have countless ways to. Il Signore De Lupi has many ways to control his fangs. However, Zaro immediately notices a trail of blood running from the corner of Bernardo's mouth. Poison. You're planning this from the very beginning, weren't you, Bernardo? Bernardo does not answer. He has already lost the strength to speak. He simply lifts his head and looks back at the wide open doors of the church. His gaze passes over flower beds, tall buildings, and dark clouds, until it finally passes through time itself. He sees the summer of that year, when he, as a cobbler, was sweating profusely beneath the scorching sun. But he felt an unprecedented fulfillment from it. That feeling would haunt him for the rest of his life. He slowly closes his eyes, like a true king. Imbecile. You imbecile! The giant wolf's roar reverberates through the church, but no one is there to answer him. After a while, he turns his gaze to the direction Leotonzo left. He does not accept such failure. Absolutely not. The streets of Volsini are either packed with fighting family or completely empty. Not a soul notices an old woman walking slowly over the city gate. And not far away, a blindfolded sancta quietly awaits his arrival. Oh? You can already see the buildings of the new city from here. That's right. Spectacular, isn't it? If you ask me, the edges and corners are a bit sharp for my liking. That just means your days are behind the times, Cecilia. How could yours be any better? So have you made up your mind? Not yet. Let's send out warnings to the noisiest family. As Signoria Cecilia's voice falls, a few black shadows spring out not too far behind her. They quickly disappear into the buildings of Volsini. Then, I'd like to go see an old friend. It's my opinion alone not sufficient. It's always better to get a second opinion, and a third. So, you are here. Agony told you that, didn't he? Sure enough. Love the food here. It's great stuff. It's been a while, Ben. Certainly has, Cecilia. What brings you here, I wonder? Any guesses? You just wanted to get the city back under control. You probably wouldn't come to me. Bernardo understands the wolf pack, and his plan ultimately boils down to 4 words. Don't rock the boat. He's gotten the Dotisi family all bloodthirsty, and their bloodlust doesn't quench easy. It's not too hard either. But I heard some other things from Agony. I would like a little input from an old friend. I don't have anything in particular to say. It's a legitimate dining establishment and it needs a new head chef. That's about it. I thought you'd have some feelings about the current state of Siracusa. Nostalgia is also a feeling. You're fickle, aren't you? Do you really need my opinion? Not really. But I am interested in hearing the thoughts of a man born to civilization who's removed himself from it. In every era, people are bound by the chains of the times into which they were born. You don't escape from that. Bernardo's ideals were an obsession born from your era. You're stuck with using violence to tear it down. You couldn't get past it. What about his son? Who could say? It's not like I can predict the future, but you see it too, don't you? We're watching the birth of a new era here. Signor de Lupi. Recon complete. No horses sighted. The route map they gave us sure is nifty. We actually managed to get here without any real obstacles in the way. All the tech used in the new city design comes from Colombia. It has lots of functionalities that none of the mafiosi ever understood. For example, the road leading directly to the control tower will be blocked off after we pass through it. They've also managed to block other intersections with various methods. Not to mention what we saw along the way. The conflicts between family have been spreading. At this point, even if any of them wanted to attack the control tower, another familiar would get in the way. Most importantly, they never expect us to take it right under their noses. That's right. However, it's too soon to rest on our laurels. The Bellonis, Rosatis, and Saluzos, those 3 families will never give up the secondary core area. They will definitely make an appearance. With me and Texas here, we've got nothing to worry about. Sorry, I wasn't trying to get you dragged in this mess. I chose to do this. Same here. In exchange, I'll need you to tell me where I can get the best pizza. Deal. You see the tech here comes from Colombia. That's right. Familia Rosati laid most of the groundwork, so I'm a little concerned. Okay, wait. My camera just died, didn't it? You see, that's a sign that I streamed too long, guys. Death of a camera. Everyone, RIP camera. Hi, I'm on my old webcam now. Shall we continue? Okay. It's a nice shot. No, I'm not gonna keep that. Yeah, my camera, cause I'm not running by. I was planning to buy like a always charging mechanism for my camera. I need to do that soon. But I got to make sure that my money is okay before I do that. Because I do want to set my camera to a bit of higher settings. But I'm running my battery for now. It's been like that for the past few while. Yeah, it's almost 8 hours. My camera can only last like 8 to 9. And I was filming something before this, that's why it can't last. Anyways, let's continue, shall we? That's right. Famiglia Rosati laid most of the groundwork, so I'm a little concerned they will have some way of breaking through. If there's one place they have no choice but to pass through, where would that be? Something's not right here. You feel it too. There's something to do with the other family getting in their way. But, well, it's possible that the big gate over there might have been activated accidentally. We've been taking detours for a while now. I'm pretty sure these blockades were set here on purpose. In other words, someone's one step ahead of us. Yes, they also happen to be very familiar with the area. And only the Rosatis fit the bill. The only other possibility would be that those who helped in the conversion of the secondary... The only other possibility would be those who helped in the conversion of the secondary core area. Let's not worry about who it could be for now. How do we break through? I can give it a try. One of my soldiers should know how. We're wasting too much time. And if someone really set this up on purpose, they'll definitely find a backup plan. They definitely have a backup plan, sorry. I know what you're going to say. Even though we haven't had the most fun partnering here, we're about to get to the part where our agreement formally ends. Guess so. You know, in a sense, we're brothers in misfortune. We have nothing in common. Am I wrong though? Can already tell that you're a guy with a smart look to him, but you're actually a complete idiot, loyal to a fault, same as me. Don't bother trying to talk yourself up like that. Nobody's buying it. I'm not looking for excuses here. I know what I'm doing, and I don't regret it. But if what you said is true, and your boss was the one who set all of this in motion, you're probably gonna find yourself standing against your own fratelli. Are you prepared to do what you've gotta do? Will you really get what you're looking for? How about you? Did you get what you're looking for? I've got a guilty conscience, but there's nothing I can do about it. Your Honor, I found a control tower technicians hiding in one of the rooms. They want to talk to you. Deal. You're a judge. Don't worry, I'm not here to hurt you. I'm not here on behalf of any familia or Signora Cecilia. Then who are you here for? Right now, no one. Alright. As long as you don't hurt us, we should be able to help you. I want to ask you something first. What? Who told you to start the separation sequence of the secondary core area? Was it a mafioso from the Familia Bologna? He said he was the Don of Familia Bologna. Bernardo. It really was you, Bernardo. Did you have to do this all for the sake of your so-called power? He also asked me if I ever imagined what Siracusa would look like with a family. What did you say? Up ahead is a central facility that controls the gate, isn't it? Then, life keeps bringing us together, doesn't it, Selenia? That's right. Only one of us can walk out of this alive. Lavinia, the judge. We followed your instructions, but not to break through right away. We took some detours and nabbed ourselves a government guy. That's what he told us. He's already taken the control tower. I'll have to admit, no Familia would have thought such an insignificant judge could pull off something like that with just a few paper pushes. But even if she managed to stall all the family with her family business, what good will it do in the end? Boss! Bad news! Out with it. It's Lappland! She suddenly showed up at the estate and started chopping our boys. She's making her way over to you. Stop her. You got it. Lappland, you should have gotten good at killing. Back in the day, you have taken a lot longer and picked up a few more scars on your way here. You haven't changed at all. You don't even bat an eye at your own boys getting killed. What's the point in crying over some incompetent associates? What about an incompetent child? Oh, spiacente. I almost forgot that for you. There's basically no difference between an associate and your own child. You know what I hate more than anything else, Rehearsal? Incompetent idiots who are also obedient. Been waiting for a long time for you, ever since you came back home. Waiting for you to bare your fangs at me. Now, the time has finally come. Tell me, figlia mia. All these years, what is it that has made you like this? Made you disobey me, rebel against me time and time again. Speak up so that I can discipline you. Upon hearing Alberto's words, Lappland cracks a smile. However, she lowers the weapons in her hands. For the longest time, I've been thinking if I should try rubbing you out. Don't do that. They've been saying that line for a while, but this is the one time that I'm like, that's out of context. Don't do that. Surely, killing your own father isn't something that would give you a moment's hesitation. It's not the act that I'm conflicted over, more the meaning of it. The meaning? A woman like you cares to go searching for meaning in things. Meaning is pretty important to me, like profit is to you. Padre mio, you know why I care so much about Texas? You've never explained it to me. From the moment I was born, I grew up a part of this familia. You raised me with the most popular Siracusan education, and I met your expectations. As a Siracusan, I am second to none. But here I thought you never acknowledged who you were, Rehearsal. When do you think I managed to wiggle out of your control? Or I guess, not from your control, but from Siracusa, from the familia, from our blood, from the control of our rules. I hated it, all of it. But in the end, I couldn't escape any of it. All of those things are like strings of a marionette over my head. No matter how much I rebelled, in the end, I'm still dancing in the palm of your hand. There's no way out. Only you would look at Siracusa and see as an inescapable swamp. And everybody, including you, Padre, you're a scum, whether you realize it or not. Of course, I didn't realize it at that age. The old me thought she was crazy enough, rebellious enough, but looking back, I was just in denial. And you thought I'd grow out of it after a few years, isn't that right? That goes without saying. I was well aware of your rebelliousness, but I never understood where it came from. From you being totally convinced that your way of life and your actions were completely right, you never doubted for a second that I would eventually become you. And that's when she appeared. At first, it was because there was someone out there, and far out of Colombia, who was better than me. Selenia, Texas, the granddaughter of Salvadori. Cold, strong, honorable, and loyal. After popping back over here, she quickly became the most famous Siracusan amongst all the family, even though she was Colombian. You're just as good as her. Of course. But that's not the important part. The important part is, she clearly was a Siracusan, thoroughly poisoned by the swamp of this city. But in the end, she chose to turn her back on her blood, letting her entire familia get liquidated. The blame for that rests on with Giuseppe, wherein Selenia's sin in the righteous judgment of a king. Not like betrayal is particularly rare among wolves, but she chose to turn her back. She chose to get out. Can you imagine, Padre? That day, when I found out she wanted to leave Siracusa, to leave everything behind, I was so exhilarated. You figured it was an act of rebellion, and a successful one. She didn't succeed. I knew from the beginning that the land itself wasn't going to let her go. So why are you standing here in front of me again? For her. For her? No, Padre mio, no. I'm here not because I learned anything in particular from her successes and failures, but because she taught me that the choice exists in the first place. I knew she would eventually return here, and I look forward to seeing what she would do when she comes back. And she did absolutely nothing. No, you don't understand. She made up her mind. Selena, what do you think you're doing? You don't need to know, and you're not going to. You ran away from Colombia before, from Siracusa. You ran from all of it. Now, the stones to stand on this story again. Isn't that the kind of ridiculous? This land isn't a lost cause. So I'm not running away anymore. Simple as that. You stopped running, so you came back. What about the people you left behind? Well, tell that to them. Blame it all on me. You decided you had to kill Giovanna, so you pinned that blame on me. Not that shameless yet. But you will pay for it all at the same time. You're gonna have to die, Selena. Don't worry. Death is where I belong. You. Now, it's my turn. This used to keep me up at night. But when I finally stood in front of you face to face, I realized this was never such a difficult thing in the first place. Turns out, it's not that I wanted to rebel against you or kill you. All I needed to do is say goodbye to you, my dear father, to this familia, to this swarm. That's why I'm here. You want to become an enemy of all of Siracusa? No. Siracusa became my enemy. Goodbye forever, Padre. Lappland gives her father a deep parting bow. A vague thought creeps across Alberto's mind. This is his best chance to rid of this monster. That's right, monster. A monster he raised with his own two hands. She is by no means invincible, but it seems like nothing is capable of touching her. He is 100% certain that if he strikes now, he will be able to slay his daughter on the spot. She is by no means dauntless, yet she chose to throw everything she had to throw away. He knows he should act now to rid himself of future headaches. But, Padre, she is a monster, and yet one that he raised with his own two hands. If all she wanted was simple freedom, why would she still come to see him? Lone wolves eventually remembered the pack to which they belonged, but after today, his daughter will no longer belong to any pack. Alberto lets out a heavy sigh. The next time I see you, I will kill you. My daughter, my pride, my traitor. Lappland smiles, but does not answer. She is no longer a lone wolf. Never again will Siracusa have a place for her, and never again will she need one. The only thing left is you, Texas. Are you letting Selena go alone? Are you sure letting Selena go alone was the right call? Don't sweat it. She asked to go herself, so she must have a reason for it. You don't want to find out what that reason is. Let me give you a little tip. One of the prerequisites of being a good partner is to never ask a counterpart about stuff she doesn't want to share. You two have a great relationship. You betcha. What? What is it? You've got somebody coming up on you. He's moving really fast. Just one? Yeah, just one. Black hair, just like a really flamboyant mob boss, holding two pistol-shaped wands. Leon? Lavinia, I knew it'd be you. Leon Tuzo, why did you come here? I'm looking for you. You cut all communication in the Familia, so I haven't been able to get through. I was looking around. I overheard wise guys from another Familia talking about how someone had blocked off some passages in the secondary area core, which didn't sound like something any of us would do. Which is why I came here. That's right. You're in Karachi so long. You must have known this was the best place to break through. But I have nothing more to say to you, Leon. Wait, Lavinia. I'm here too. Leon, Lavinia, and the court guys too. Alright, so you're the one who's been messing around with the secondary core area behind our backs. Leon, where the hell did you go after that meeting? Don't tell me you've been with her this whole time. No, I went looking for my father. What? Why didn't you tell me? Because when I was face to face with Alberto, when I heard the things that the car wash worker had to say to me, I finally realized I've been wrong about my entire life. That's why. Dimitri and Lavinia stands on opposite side of the wide avenue. Leon Tuzo takes a deep breath and finally walks over to Lavinia's side. That's your answer, huh? Correct. From now on, I am no longer Don Benoni. Leon, know what this means, don't you? I do. Do you? No matter how grand the Don's ideals were, he still chose to abandon his familia. You, no matter how grand your ideals may be, you're gonna do the same. We're a familia, goddammit! Leon Tuzo! Look at me in the eye and answer me. We grew up together. We've been through so much together. Does all of that mean nothing to you? My father saw the familia as nothing more as a match to light the fuse of a new era in Siracusa. He was wrong in his ways, but Leon Tuzo gradually raises his eye and looks directly at Dimitri. In the end, I'll stand against all familiae, since it's bound to happen sooner or later. Let's not drag out the sufferings, Dimitri. Just when everything is about to teeter over the edge, a chill engulfs everyone present. You shall not leave. You will accomplish nothing. Not even your bones will remain. What is this? There's a voice in my head. A black fog congeals around the area. As the fog condenses, an impalpable coercion gradually presses down on the heads, shoulders, and hearts gathered there. From this coercion, they feel a thread of kinship, as if its very existence is entangled with the blood in their veins. No, it's an existence entangled with their blood. But the thread immediately snaps, leaving only bottomless fear behind. Because within this coercion boils bottomless anger. In this moment, all reason is suppressed, as if a voice is screaming out to them. Bow down. Surrender. It's freezing cold. Those unable to bear the pressure fall one by one, until only Leon Tuzo, Lavinia, and Dimitri remain standing. I remember this feeling. Leon Tuzo turns his gaze towards the entity emerging from the coalesced fog. Watch out! Something's off about that stuff! Il Signore de Lupi. Before the words leave his lips, a pack of wolves formed from the fog lunges at Leon Tuzo and the others. The big boss angry. Do the stage. Bro, it's 4 AM. Let's hurry and read so that I can get to bed. Didn't the Signore de Lupi agree not to meddle in the affairs of the mortals? I changed my mind. Bernardo ruined my plans. I spent 68 years grooming him. Now he's killed himself just to deny my victory. What did you say? My father killed himself. His father's interpretation of the Signore de Lupi and the game flashed through Leon Tuzo's mind. He suddenly understands that the word of his father spoke to him in the church were a kind of approval for him. In his last words, his father had planned to take his life all along. Price for insulting the Signore de Lupi is a heavy one. He may be dead, but I won't stop until his bloodline ended. Son of Bernardo, you'll pay for the sins of your father. The price is his bloodline and your life. Price. Did you say price? My father may have been wrong, but his dream was always about bringing change to the times. He wanted a Siracusa without family. He spent his entire life planning it. I thought his own family was a chip to him. I thought he acted when he did because... No, I thought he acted the way he did because it was the right time. But now I know. He decided he was out of time. That was his only chance to get revenge on you and achieve his dream. I taught him everything he knew. He repaid me with betrayal. You wouldn't understand. Signor de Lupi on high, thinking everything is under his control. To father, even his own life was just another chip. He was determined to make his dream come true, even if it meant paying the ultimate price. But you're the one who will pay. Ignorant whelp. Welcome back, Texas. Are you done over there? Yeah. Time to clean up the trouble over here. The last Texas. Do not forget who permitted you to break from Siracusa. How dare you defy me? I kept my bargain with Bernardo. I owe you nothing. Fool! Bernardo killed himself? Why? So that's what you really meant. A Siracusa with a family. That was your true dream. Why didn't you tell me? Try to keep your head in the fight, Judgy. Lappland, why didn't you tell me you're throwing a party, Texas? You would have come anyways. You're right. Get lost, cup without a pack. There's no place for you here. Let me tell you some good news, Signor De Lupi, Figlo De Lupi, whatever you are. Starting now, everything Siracusan is my enemy. Even supernatural beings like you. Idiot. What about you, boss? If you're not there, looking me in the eye, you tell me without a doubt, and you choose your dreams, like Leon. I mean, I don't know the answer anymore. Stay focused, if you don't want to die. You're the feeble fang of Arknights. You really think yourself worthy to stand just before me? It's because you got a glimpse of death of my fang. I promised Monado that I'd help his kin. Arknights raised a feeble fang. It's time to put an end to a part in this game. You cannot destroy me, no matter what you do. You cannot even harm me. Humans build cities, trap themselves within, and think themselves the masters of land beneath them. Do not presume to have risen because you learned a few new tools. You have never conquered the wastes. Ladies and gentlemen, you stand in the presence of the Emperor, Longman's superstar. Boss? Let me take this chance to remind you your vacation's almost up, Texas. Why are you here? You asking me? Sora and the girls ran off after you. You know what the past month's been like for me? I ain't been this bored in 3,000 years. I got nobody to party with. Bro. Oh, there's Zaro. Gonna say I got no business in Siracusa? Ain't my right to stick my flipper in here. Honestly, I don't give a shit. But if I think on it, I'm gonna bust some dumbass fight with you. Beating you in your own game, that'd make me happier. So, shadow after shadow emerges from behind the Emperor's feet and takes corporeal form. Zaro knows them, of course. They are the Signor De Lupi who have lost in this round. They are here for one reason. He broke the rules. They can accept however he played, but they will not permit the rules to be broken. Look, I brought the other Wolf Lords. They're bored too. Let me give you the good news. You're a loser. Pretty much every way a man can be a loser. The Signor De Lupi are immortal, but over the long years, they have long learned how to contain, suppress, and even torment each other. Against so many beings of his kind, Zaro knows that resistance is futile. After a moment of silence, he lowers his proud head. Tell you the truth, Zaro. You know the whole thing, the way you talk about power, the way you play with it, gives me the heebie-jeebies. The way you stew in your anger, looking to tear everything down into pieces. That's what shows you're still true to your nature. But all you wolves, when you get bored playing a dumbass game like this for thousands of years, you ought to come to Longman. I'll teach you to play poker. Or mahjong. Mahjong ain't bad. Zaro ignores Emperor's jabs. He takes one last long look at Leon Tuzo. Then his silhouette becomes less and less distinct, until he fades away completely in the wind. It is as though he never existed. Thanks, boss. Don't thank me. Someone would have done something, if it wasn't me. Just delegated the job. Didn't you, sexy? It's been a long time since anyone called me sexy. You're welcome to spend some time enjoying Siracusa, if you like. Just call me Emperor. Interesting name. You're not arrogant or ignorant, like the Signor De Lupi. Siracusa welcomes you, Emperor. Think Siracusa's gonna like me. Signora Cecilia. The games of Signora De Lupi are archaic and stupid. Leon Tuzo, son of Bernardo. Rest assured, he'll never trouble you again. Leon Tuzo cannot move an inch. He realizes that everything ended the moment the old woman appeared. Not just the game of Signor De Lupi, but their resistance as well. The old woman before him looks kind and cordial, but he knows that he will die in the most painful way possible if he makes one wrong move. He also knows, however, that to back down now is to see all his effort, all that he believes in, fade into dream. He looks over at Lavinia. and sees the same thought in her eyes. Pardon me, Signora Cecilia. I didn't expect to have the honor of your presence in this way. You may already know what happened. You may have already made your decision. But I hope you'll give me and Lavinia a chance. A chance. A kind of chance. A chance to talk. Even if we're doomed to die, I hope you'll grant us an audience before that happens. Agony always says I should listen to the youth more. I think he overestimates his age. Come with me, children. You've earned the chance. May I have a moment first? I would like to take one last look at Bernardo. Alright. Exia, Texas! You okay? You're fine. Yeah. What are you doing here? I was too worried. Giovanna's stable now, so I brought Cousin. Looks like everything's more or less hunky-dory over here though. I guess so. Still feels like something's missing. But I guess we can throw our party now? Yeah. You guys decide what kind of party you want. Where are you going, Texas? Toilet. Oh no! It went from funny to wait. She lied. Toilet isn't that way. I know. Feel a weight off your shoulders? Now you just got over a hill. There's still big trouble waiting, right there. Shall we go? We'll go. By the way, Texas, I got a letter from Signora Cecilia before you went back to Siracusa. Cool. Guess what it said? No thanks. Nah, you're no fun. Signora Cecilia invited me to join the Boca El Lupo. Boca El Lupo? Basically, become one of her wolves. So I burned the letter. I figured I was gonna get some Siracusans giving me trouble for a while. Then you went back to Siracusa, all of a sudden. Do you have any idea how surprised I was when I realized you were gone? So you have made up your mind? Yes. I'll stay and help Lavinia and Lutonzo. What about you? I've made up my mind too. I heard you made a hell of a scene with your own familia. I just went to say goodbye to my father. Texas, do you really not get what I see in you? Sometimes I think I do. Sometimes I think I don't. All I know is that you seem to have gotten over something. Huh, are you showing concern for me? I just think you're kind of annoying. The pair were walking side by side, but now they head to opposite ends of the clearing, as if by some silent agreement. At the end of the day, we have to do this. I guess so. Do you remember? 7 years ago, you came to me, in front of the burning mansion, looking to get away from all of it. I got hell for it that day. 7 years later, you came to me again, in a rainy park, to issue a silly challenge to Siracusa. I'll kill you today. That's my line. The sound of weapons clashing fills the park. No tricks, no fooling around. Every attack is intended to kill. You could call me your past, Texas. I believe that no one could escape this swarm. You escaped your past once, and made up your mind to cut all ties with it after returning to Siracusa. You proved to everyone that you had what it took to escape the swarm. You're staying here on your own accord to help that young cub change the place. You're giving me too much credit. My dream has always been to live a simple life with a few good friends. I'll defend it if someone threatens to destroy it. There's nothing complicated about it. I never truly knew you, Selenia. I didn't realize how Siracusa exhausted you, or how you resented Colombia. Now that I think about it, I was like my grandma. She spent her entire life hoping that old Salvadori would change his mind. But she never even asked, never tried to fight for it. The same for me. I assumed good times would last forever. I was proud and arrogant. You wouldn't mind me staying with you. I would love to chat more with Sora. But I don't deserve that. Not yet. And so, let me close the curtains on Act 3 of La Morte de Texas, on Selenia's Texas story. You're free, Selenia. No one defines you. So let me put it a different way. You're my nightmare, Texas. You always surprise me. You're always a step ahead of me. You made all the decisions that I couldn't. And now I can finally say this after finally taking that step, like you did. You're right. There's nothing complicated about it. If I hated everything about Siracusa so much, I should have destroyed it. In the end, you're the one who made me take this step. That's why you said goodbye to your father, and why you're standing here in front of me. You want to settle things with your past. Just like you. We didn't have to go at each other's throats like this. But it happened. We each decided on our own that to kill each other is the way to settle things. The best way to say our goodbyes. The one who survives will become stronger. Not that Lappland has become stronger than Texas, or that Texas has become weak. Just like how Lappland did not lose to Texas 7 years ago because she was weaker. They were evenly matched from the beginning. What determines the outcome is Lady Luck, perhaps, or more importantly, the strength of will. 7 years ago, Lappland lost the Battle of Wills. But now, having said goodbye to the Familia, her will is no longer weaker than Texas. Either may win, and either may lose. It's over. Texas! Stay back. Texas takes one look at Sora, then closes her eyes. Lappland thought she knew Texas well enough. What did she not know? She bore witness to Texas' extortions with Siracusa and the decision to declare war on the country. Texas' decision surprised her each time. But this time, she thought it would not be so. One lives, the other dies. There would be no end. But as she saw the unwillingness to let go in Texas' eyes, she once again realized that she was wrong. At the very end, in the ending that Lappland wrote for herself, Texas has surprised her once again. Alright! Lappland sees this battle as a farewell, a liberation. Lose, and she'll accept her death. Win, and she'll be able to let it all go. When the pain by the name of Texas is pulled from her consciousness, a lunatic by the name of Lappland would be born. But it never happened, because Texas. So you were just Texas after all? Of course I'm just Texas. What about you? Looks like I'm just Lappland. Lappland extends a hand to Texas. Texas takes the hand. Texas, am I your friend or your enemy? You're my friend and my enemy. Oh! Then go. Let me do what a friend should. Texas nods to the others and walks towards the Great Hall. It is all so natural, as though it was always the way things should be. When Lavinia walks into the church, she sees the body sitting silently on the pew. She finally accepts the truth. Bernardo is dead. She sits by the man who was born father and brother, the man who had such an impact on her life, and stays silent. Both father and brother. I was trying to figure, because the story didn't quite imply it. Is she siblings with Vigil? Are they sibling related? No, right? She wasn't exactly part of this family as well. She just joined. In the end, she says nothing. But she holds Bernardo's lifeless hand, as though communicating something or getting something from him. Then she turns and leaves. The dead are dead and gone. She must move on. I heard my friends talking about what you did. Let me ask you one thing, child. While the nations across the lands are seeking change, trying to move with the times, but the impetus of change is an awareness of inadequacy, or a search for breakthrough. Does Siracusa need that? Siracusa really need to change. do you think? That the familiar is something that must exist? Nothing is. But it existed for centuries before I was born. We can't deny our history, or so easily destroy what already exists, can we? That's what you choose. That's why you choose to continue the familiar system. When you established Grey Hall, said now all the family have to operate under your control. I don't intend to deny it. In fact, I think it was the correct decision in its time. But things are different now. Correct. The return of Colombian family brought advanced technology and philosophy. The Colombians are exerting an increasing influence on familiar style rule, but many haven't realized it. Some of what my father did was overly radical. Our motivations are different, so are our means. But one thing is the same. We both believe that Siracusa doesn't need the family anymore. What are you planning to do then? The simplest thing would be to kill you here, or die trying. That's the choice my father would have made. As for me, I would like to borrow a city. An interesting proposal. And his city needs new blood. You're on your own, child. Am I supposed to believe that you can reach your goal? The doors of Grey Hall are pushed open before Signora Cecilia finished the sentence. Selenia, the last Texas. Come here and let me get a good look at you. I see your grandfather in you. Thank you. Looks like Giovanna has given you the necklace that I gave her. What is it you want? If you want to go back to Lungman, I guarantee that Siracusa will never disturb you again. I want to ask you to spare Familia Rosati. Oh, that's a surprise. Wallach assassinated Giovanna and tried to kill you many times. Do you really want to spare him? They're only trying to survive, in their own way. You can keep the necklace. Never intended to do anything to them. Or you can trade it for the right to leave Siracusa forever. Texas sits down by Leotuzo's side. Don't need. I'm extending my vacation. What about you, Lappland? Lone wolf, Saluzzo's traitor. Lappland walks to Texas' side with a jesting smirk on her face. I got a simple dream. I want to destroy Siracusa, just like them. The difference is that I'm not as civilized. And you, Judge Lavinia, instrument of my will. Lavinia stands behind Leontuzo. Your will was once Siracusa itself. But now, I'm going to change it. You believe that I'm wrong. I believe that no one can be right forever. Signora Cecilia cast a gaze at the four young people before her. One who came from the strongest familia in Siracusa, whose upbringing made him long for a civilized future. Denied by his position, he chose to bury his head in the sand. One who came from modest beginnings, who earned the favor of family. It filled her with doubt about herself, and so she chose to deceive herself. One who came from the oldest familia in Siracusa, who hated everything that it asked of her. It drove her to rebellion, down to a path of madness. One who came from the strongest familia in Colombia, who became exhausted with the existence of familia itself. She chose to run away in silence. They want to change Siracusa for different reasons, but they all came together, in the end. I won't live forever, but I have a few decades left. Until the moment that my eyes close forever, Siracusa will continue to enjoy the peace I bring. What about you, child? Stand on your father's shoulders, seeking to make the system better and fairer. Do you think that you chose the correct path? If I gave you Siracusa, could you guarantee that she would walk a better path and become a better country? I can't guarantee that. But just as you're willing to listen to me here today, if someone else comes along, looking to change my ways, I'm willing to sit down and hear him out. Signora Cecilia smiles. You see? I don't hear any fighting. They're fine. You're the one who could be so at ease like this. That's the head of state there, you know? Sorry for making you worry. It's fine. Where's Lappland? Texas casts a gaze in a certain direction. She's fulfilled her duty as a friend. Who knows what form she'll take, when she'll show herself next time. The only thing I can be sure is this. We haven't seen the last of her. My head hurts just thinking about it. Never mind. Let's go see how Giovanna's doing. Yeah. Giovanna, we're back! The room is empty. Sora's joy quickly turns to confusion. Then she sees a stack of paper on the desk. It is a script. Sora flips over the first page. Dedicated to my dear old friend, Selenia, and my new friends, Penguin Logistics. The part that Giovanna was struggling with is in Act 3 of La Morte di Texas. Is this what you left for us? You didn't have to leave. Wait, can I ask? Does she appear in... Does anyone know? Does she appear in Pototori? Does she reappear in Pototori? Don't know. It's okay you don't know. I'm wondering if someone has a yes or no. Find out in 2 days. Because if it's a no, my sort of reaction is she might reappear in the Laterano event. It would be weirdly fitting. Because a part of me thinks like, okay, yeah, actually, no matter if she appears in the next event, I'm suddenly thinking she could be the next unit. But then again, that's quite hard. There's so many people who will land in the next unit category. Now that I've read like more and more of the story. Like Lemuel needs a place in the game, right? Then afterwards you still need to consider the outers like Mostima and Exia. And yeah, she needs a place in the game as well. But I'm like, when? Dimitri also needs a place in the game. Yeah, and Crown Slayer also needs a place in the game. Agree? My tail's all wet. Nothing's changed at all. Either these filthy streets nor this damn rain. Don't know what it is, but it's even the snow and nurses can kill people. The rain here is somehow more unpleasant. Who does a hair dryer at my master's place? The master's house is located at the end of this alley. Years ago, Crown Slayer stormed off in a rage to prove that she was strong enough to take revenge on the conspiracies looming over her. Now, Lyudmila has returned once more. Whether or not her efforts have poked a hole through the gloomy sky, she cannot say yet. Possibly, nothing else at all has changed. Possibly, she has become an accomplice to an even greater calamity. But luckily, Lyudmila is still able to return to this place. She thinks to herself, surely her teacher will be able to tell her what to do next. At that moment, she suddenly feels a chill. At first, Lyudmila assumes that it's because she's nervous about facing her teacher again. But just as quickly, she realizes that she was wrong. She starts to shake uncontrollably on the spot. Maestro! The thick, inescapable stench of blood. The teacher lies face up on the ground, fresh blood still flowing outward and spreading. A small knife has been dropped nearby. Lyudmila tries to approach and stifle her teacher's still bleeding wound, but she finds herself unable to move a single step, unable to even to tear away her gaze. From the shadows waft an aura that is both familiar and terrifying to her. A wolf with grey hair, wearing a red hoodie. The true wolf is dead. I did as grandmother asked. It's you. What have you done? I'm a wolf hunter. I do as grandmother asks. The true wolf is dead. The true wolf did not fight. Kazo! I kill you! I promised Kelsit to only kill wolves. You're not a wolf. Was she your Kelsit? That's why you smell of wolf. You know she couldn't fight anymore, so why? Grandmother said, these are the rules of the game. And now, she's out. I have to go. There are the wolves here. I have to find them. But another wolf is out of the game. Is someone faster than me? Don't you dare leave! The wolf in red hoodie does not respond to the Lyudmila's cries. She hums a fragmented ditty, flitting past Lyudmila with brisk steps. Lyudmila's outstretched hands grasp only thin air. She suddenly remembers what her teacher once told her. Lyudmila, do you know what it means to be my student? I've become decrepit and weak now. Are you still willing to be my student? My too. We'll both regret it, right, Gaza? Lyudmila falls to her knees. Drink deep the suffering of the disease. A performance warrior, Signorita Caterina, well worth the wait. So we finally know that Selenia, the ideal Siracusa, was just a fantasy concocted by the collective Siracusa's consciousness. But because she was so well known by the public as a symbol of perfection, her existence was reasonable enough to explain away through the common imagination. It's blown away by the big reveal at the end. She never existed at all. What a profound conclusion. After the incident with that broadcast a while ago and everything that followed over the next 12 hours, I thought that was going to be the end of Rossini. But despite all that, here we are enjoying a fantastic production. Go see La Vita. You can say that again. I thought the sky was going to fall. Who would have ever expected things to unfold like that? So, are you planning to move over to the new city? Depends. The Signorina Caterina plays are still available over in the new city. I could see myself heading over. A city with a family, ah. Growing up, I never dared imagine a future like that. Now that you mention it, did you know the Signorina Caterina is working on something completely new? New production. Yes, that's right. The title of it alone is enough to get my blood pumping. It's called I Siracusani. A shovel digs into the dirt. Then again, Leon Tuzo is struggling to dig a grave in the cemetery. It's not meant to be funny, but this boy's so weak he cannot even dig grave. Next to him is a coffin in which his father Bernardo sleeps. Today is the funeral of Bernardo, the former Don of Famiglia Belloni. A funeral for one of the Dodici's dons should have seen the entire cemetery packed to the senses. But not a single soul will mourn the passing of a man who betrayed his familia, his city, and his society. Leon Tuzo also asked Lavinia and the others not to come. This is his last farewell to his father. Padre mio, how would you be seen by future generations? As a man who ushered in a new era, or as a man who betrayed the old one? I guess that all depends on how well I do. You've passed one hell of a weight onto my shoulders. But I guess that means I'm a worthy son. And I'm sucker here to clean up your mess. Leon Tuzo continues to chat animatedly, as if his father is still alive with him as he digs. But other than that, he doesn't know what else to say. Oh right, Signora Cecilia agreed to my request. There will be no family in the new nomadic city. I guess a part of your dream did come true. After talking with Signora Cecilia, I think I finally understand her a little bit better. Seems she wouldn't mind taking Siracusa with her to the grave. Doesn't bother her at all that Siracusa can only enjoy a semblance of peace while she's alive, because for her, Siracusa doesn't need the future. How should I put this? Signora Cecilia is more like the caretaker of a bygone era than an actual ruler. The reason she was willing to give me a chance was just because she decided it was worth a try. Nothing more, nothing less. What a terrifying being. I thought I'd be here all day digging your grave, but it turns out it wasn't so hard. Enough space has been made in the ground to accommodate the coffin. The last thing that remains is to lower it in. Leon Tuzo walks to the front of the coffin, hesitates for a moment, but finally reaches out his hands. The coffin is extremely heavy, and pushing it is a very demanding task. Just as his strength is about to wear. Why didn't you just get help? I mean, even for a single person, the coffin is heavy. He is suddenly joined by a pair of helping hands. Leon Tuzo turns his head and sees Dimitri right next to him. Dimitri, you. Dimitri says nothing, simply taking an object that shines with a silvery light out from his coat and tossing it into the grave. It's a pocket watch. Don't give it to me. Now, I guess it's been returned to its original owner. You've already apologized to me, Leontuso. Even if I can forgive you, our fratelli who died in the conflict could never forgive you. If your familiar Bologna is gone, I won't forget them. I hear you plan to organize a new familia. Most of the guys who survived left already, but some stayed behind. They need a place to go. Even for you, it's one ass backwards familia. That's how it should be. You're walking down a thorny path. I know. Eventually, I'll stand in your way. I know. So don't go dying on me. The rain continues to come down hard, but Leontuso can faintly hear a soft yawn at the end of the last sentence. Same to you, Dimitri. He lifts his head and lets the raindrops strike his face. You won't be needing most of this furniture anymore, right? Guess not. Family of Bologna is no more. Most of the old associates have left already. After all, it's not an easy thing to stomach getting betrayed by your own Don. Bernardo, who practically stood at the highest pinnacle of the familiar rule, has repudiated the very existence of family. He also repudiated many things once seen as priceless. Honor, trust, loyalty, dedication to the familia. Did my father teach each and every wise guy those rules without ever believing in them himself? I don't know. I've been thinking a lot about it. The last few days. Did I ever know the real Bernardo Bologna? The artistic director of Compagnia dell'Api was one mask that he wore. The cunning Don Bologna was another. Then, is it not possible that the smiling, bright-eyed Bernardo, who once shared his ideas with me, was just another mask? But it doesn't matter. Not anymore. Leon, the two of you together, gave a chance for that new city to truly be born. I guess so. The movers will be here soon. Alright. None of this has been in vain, Leon. I know. In the new city area. Well, I guess it's a proper city now. We'll build something new. Something brand new that Siracusa has never seen before. An order that belongs to everyone. Leontuso looks at Lavinia, his eyes shining with determination. Civilization. Each wolf from its moment of birth knows that its existence is a symbol of the wastelands. After countless eras and countless conflicts, they finally selected the alpha wolf through the rules of the game as it had been played up to that point. For Zaro, his defeat this round was undoubtedly a disgrace, but they will continue to live on. As long as there is another round of the game to be played, he will stage his comeback in time. To this end, he has already started searching for suitable candidates, and almost immediately, he found Lappland, wandering the wastes after having left Orsini. However, are you done napping yet, Zaro? Zaro and Lappland have been fighting in the wastes for the past 3 months. During that time, Zaro had countless opportunities to sink his fang into the net of this black woman. There is no way for her to defeat him. But he gradually comes to realize it is actually he who has no way of defeating her. No thought can be nourished in her blood and sinew. No victory can be proclaimed in her head, and no meaning can be derived from her death. She's an empty husk that has been filled. Is she also the waste? No, she's an overgrowth. He understands in an instant that if Bernardo's betrayal was an unexpected act of rationality, the being before him is completely beyond his comprehension. No, he has seen humans like her before. She is hardly unique. But at this unique point in time, she is indeed the only such one before him. An omen, a summon, and thus, for the first time in thousands of years, and perhaps the last time, the incarnation of the waste lies down next to a human being. He chooses to surrender his dignity to the unknown. None fighting. Our battle will continue for thousands upon thousands of years. Until the victor is decided, I will walk with you. Whatever you say. Lappland's weapons slip from her grasp. She has already lost consciousness. Before she falls, Zaro walks over and supports her body with his own. as if it is the most natural thing to do. Texas, we've chosen different paths to destroy Siracusa. I'm so looking forward to seeing you again. She closes her eyes and falls into a deep slumber. The vast wilderness is completely devoid of anything else. For a brief moment, it seems as if all existence between heaven and earth is but one human and one roof. Savagery. No, that explains why in her outer form she can summon wolves. Zaro submitted to her. Somehow. I think we'll find out. We'll understand more in the next story. Okay, wait. I can't end these streams just yet. I have some confusions. Let me try to settle the confusions. What the fuck is Lunar Cup's role? I'll check raid files in the next story. Because raid appears more in the next story. She's a Fang? I'm not quite... Okay, wait. They mentioned how there's several Signor de Lupo. Like, he's not the only one. She's a Fang like Bernardo. Wait, is there only one Signor de Lupo? Or is there more? And if there's more, what's the significance of having more? Wolf Beast Lord live in the pack. Each Wolf Beast Lord raises Siracusa for their games. Wait. Signor de Lupo is leader of the wolves. Is that how I'm supposed to understand that title? From Italian to English, it's leader of the wolves. And I saw how Emperor summoned the wolves as well. They themselves can't interfere and the Fangs have to fight each other. They play a game of selecting a person to represent them. They themselves can't interfere and the Fangs have to fight each other. Wait. Then who does Lunar Cup belong to? Oh, Agnes. Right, she said it. Wait. I mean, Agnes doesn't appear in the story, that's why it doesn't hit me as hard. So, like, this whole wolf pack thing is like a supernatural thing. That, like, just multiple different people across of Terra have been appointed to become, like this wolf pack representative. And then afterwards, apparently they hate each other. We don't quite understand why they hate each other. But they just hate each other. But they can't kill each other. But the Fangs of themselves can kill each other. As in, wait, the leaders can't kill each other, but the Fangs can. So each there is a Signor de Lupi, which is the leader, and there's a Fangs of the Signor, which is like the henchmen. And the henchmen are the ones that can go fight if they want to. Fangs make their game fun since they can die. This feels like a weird game of chess. Of like... something like... the king can kill everyone, and then the soldier can kill no one, but the soldier can kill a king. No, it's not chess. There's a thing about it. There's a certain game where like there's a hierarchy, and everyone in the middle, like as long as you're higher in the hierarchy, you can kill everyone below the hierarchy. But if you're in the lowest of the hierarchy, you can only kill those in the same hierarchy, but you can apparently kill the king because you're the lowest in the hierarchy. Yeah. It's a battle royale. But to be fair, this whole Signor de Lupi thing is not very explained yet, right? In Siracusano. We're just seeing a preface of it. It might be something that's discussed more in the next event. I assume it's gonna come back because Zaro just got probably embedded into Lappland. Yeah. And then afterwards, we also have Project Raid that's being mentioned, where she works for her grandmother. So we don't know who that grandmother is, and I think we'll find out soon, later on, as to who that might be. You think there's a staple of Arknights stories to have several big plot things that are not explained until later? Yeah. But I guess the It's just immortal animal spirits playing a game of superiority. I mean, it sounds very generalized though, to just say it that way. I feel like they might be, like, it's just beast lords that are bored, they can't kill each other, so they raise fangs. But it's also a bit like, what's the origin of a beast lord? You get what I mean? That's like the number one question I have, which is, what's the origins of, say, Emperor and Zaro? Like, they've lived for thousands of years as well. The fascinating thing, right, is the fact that these are things that are so immortal that they live for so long. There's a new video on the origin of beast lords on the official AK video. Oh yeah, that's true. Should we quickly watch it now? Or should I watch it later? Maybe I watch it. No. I tell you what. I watch it when we read the next story, which is Pototori. I'll start the stream by watching it. It'll be more interesting. Yeah, I'll watch that and then we'll start reading the whole story. Yeah. When more people are tuning in anyways, it'll be a lot more appropriate, I think. Oh wait! Are you saying that Dolly is also a beast lord? There's no way, right? Is Dolly a beast lord? Dolly's a beast lord? Okay. Yeah, I need to go and understand this whole beast lord thing. Okay. Interesting. Yeah. PV, the promised PV. What? You mean this one? Fine. Before we close out. This was the fight that I didn't play for you guys to watch. Is there copyrighted music in this one? I don't think so. This was the middle of the story. Oh, oops. Hi. I am a dead camera. Wait. Screw it. This is not for long anyways. I'm not gonna reset the camera. I'll do a little shifteroo. What do you think of the story? It's very TV drama. It felt like a whole 10-episode Netflix series. It's a funny story. I didn't find the stories funny. I thought that the themes that they tried to talk about were quite serious. I wouldn't put 10 out of 10 though. I would say 9 out of 10. Because it covered so many themes in one go that it makes it a little bit difficult to digest. Like, in fact, right, I kind of feel like as if I also need to reread it again to understand what actually went on. What do I think about Sora? Still not good. I'm just not a big fan of, like, I'm not a big fan of it, but like if someone does it, I'm not gonna be like crazy mad about them for that. You know what I mean? Did Sora take away my 10 out of 10? No, it didn't. What took away the 1 point? It was just very convoluted. Do I want to see the animation? No, I'll do it the next stream. I said that already. I want to see how the next story plays out when they build the new nomadic city. That already tells me the sort of premise. I think the next event would be about the new nomadic city. Is my own little claim. It's funny to see Sora still performing while they're still fighting. This is what the animation implies. And that is her seeing... Fuck, what is her name? I don't remember names. What is the woman's name? The lady. Yes. But that was... yes, Giovanni. I can't tell if Giovanni is meant to be a female name or a male name. To me, it sounds like a male name. That's why it doesn't quite click with me. It almost sounds like a surname as well. But yeah. Will I read the Lappland Outer event? Yes. I stated that I will... The reason why I'm reading Siracusano now is so that I can read Pototori on time. Like, in all the future events, I'm going to read whatever is sequenced before it. So that when the event now drops, we will, on the event duration time, spend a day to read that story. Yeah. I'm hoping that I'll be done, like, reading up all of the AK stories. Oh, my camera is gone. Okay, wait. Let me flip you back here for a while. Word count. I think it's very ambitious to think this way, but I do feel that I can finish all of AK stories by... I'm gonna say... To be generous, I'll say September of this year. But if I want to try my best to sort of rush it, I'm actually going to say I want to try to finish them by August. Which is a lot of streams, but that's why I'm doing a lot of it in just one singular stream. So, I mean, hold on. The fun thing is that we finished one of the biggest stories that I can cover in a stream, right? Which is Siracusano. September 2026. Nah, it wouldn't be that long. Guys, I'm already full-timing content creation, so it's gonna be a lot more convenient for me to, you know, stay active and throw out stuff. But like now we have completed. Where is it? Oh, I can't even find Siracusano. There you are. Like, this is one of the hugest stories I could be reading. There's still Absolved, yes, there's still Throne, there's still Lone Trail that I need to get through. Wow, imagine Lone Trail in a day, man. This stream was 9 hours long, right? Yeah, almost reaching the 9 hours mark. Lone Trail in a day will be like 11 hours. Well, actually, I would just be fair to say 10 or 11. Yeah, it's either 10 or 11. There is, I think, these stories on the top here, I must two-part them. I don't mind these like 9-hour, 10-hour reading marathon. Like, I think it's okay. I can bear with it. But like these, I think we should go two-parters for them. So when that happens, we will do the split. But I think for the others, thankfully, you can see that we've already conquered Near Light and we conquered Il Siracusano. So in terms of reading suffering, it's gonna be less, which is a lot sweeter in order to bear with it. So I'm glad for that. We will be covering the... Oh no, but the next event is gonna be big. I heard that the next event is the same length as Siracusano. Pototori, that is. Yeah. Once I'm done at Pototori, then what? We're moving on to Guide Ahead. Oh, bless the heavens, look at the length of Guide Ahead. It's half of these marathons. Yeah, but we're gonna proceed into Guide Ahead, Lingering, Obscure, and Hortus, which are all smaller, I believe, right? Because, let's see. Lingering is here, which is smaller as well. Obscure Wanderer is way smaller, I think. Where's Obscure? Obscure Wanderer. There you are. Yeah, way smaller as well. And then there is also Escapismo, which... Where is this? Where is Escapismo? Hello? Hello? Oh, I see it. It's right here. I mean, there's a chance that I'll do like squeeze stories in between, which is what I did in the past stream, right? I did Volomonte and Darkness Memoir together simply because the short enough, and if I have more time to read, I will do so. But yeah, I can get through this well enough in a sense. So yeah, I'll see you guys within the next reading stream. Will I be streaming in the next few days? Not definite, but like I will probably be back. I'm not certain if I'm streaming in the next few days until the event. Like I'm definitely streaming on the event day, but I'm not sure if I'm adding like any extra streams. Probably not, because today is already 23rd, right? Technically I'm streaming tomorrow. Yeah, because 24th is Lappland. So yeah, I don't think I'll be streaming today. I'll be streaming tomorrow instead. We'll keep tomorrow as a long Siracusa stream. Do I want to do the Lateral arc first or the Sui arc? No, I'm doing the Lateral arc first. It's just because I want to appreciate Laterano a slight bit more. Yeah. I'm gonna just do Laterano, then I'm gonna move on to anything that I need to read for taunts. And then we'll proceed into Sui. Yeah. We'll do it slowly. One by one. I mean, I really want to read Guide Ahead. I want to see the desert land, you know, and learn about the Sanctas in the game as well. So, yeah. Oh, what a ride. I'm not flip. If I flip to my camera, it'll look like this. See, that's me right now. That is a good description of me. That's a man who is about to go to bed. Alright, guys. Good night. See you in the next stream or video. Bye-bye.